Nurturing humanity. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 1301. It would take a very long time to wait for the natural development to reach 10 billion years. Su Ji decided to follow female second's suggestion and transform this universe into the future 10 billion years later. How? Dao Vindication. According to the general structure of the current multiverse, Dao Vindication would be done. He didn't need the order and password of the great Dao atlases. Why would I know the order? The only way was to prove it. After all, there was no Lei Tong in the universe. The people of the lifelong realm woke up in the distant future. They wouldn't know the truth and would really think that they had arrived in a future 10 billion years in the future. As for every era, the lifelong realm would always send out existences similar to the pheasant period to study the era. This is the most troublesome problem. Su Ji cupped his cheeks in his hands. If I want to create a virtual mirror image for him to see, I can naturally. But it has to be close to reality. But even so, Su Ji had a perfect solution. He would ask Pheasant Ji about her life experiences and what each era would be like. He would use a spell to let this saint see the environment and think that it was real. Who knows if they are living in a virtual dream? Su Ji shook his head and suddenly sighed. The people in the longevity realm of this universe would never have thought that the universe had been fake ever since they entered the longevity realm and went into deep sleep. They thought that it had been a long 100 million years, but in fact, it didn't. As soon as they fall asleep, I'll call the construction team to modify this universal stage. When they open their eyes, they can perform the next scene on this stage play again. Su Ji smiled faintly. He felt that he was becoming more and more skilled at being the mastermind behind the scenes. However, it was impossible for the existences of the longevity world to be completely unaware of the changes in the universe outside. This naturally required Su Ji to block their perception, but as the Queen Mother of the Zerg, it could be easily done. Go and prepare. Find a group of geniuses to vindicate Dao. There should be quite a few in the heavenly note Daoist sect, the god of destruction said. Yes. Female B nodded. It should be done in 100 million years. However, Your Highness, I have some doubts. The god of destruction looked at her and said, the structure of the universe outside has changed a lot. The future of the real universe outside is going to be terrifying. I need to let you see what will happen in the real universe so that you can be prepared. Female second was shocked and quickly nodded. Outside, Su Ji was also able to find out the trend of the era through pheasant age, as well as the small nodes of it. The number of saints that Su Ji had produced in the past 10 billion years was really a relatively rare number. There were only about 100,000 saints. This was much less compared to the explosive era of the lifelong realm. One must know that there were 2 million saints in the longevity world. One could see that an era of the universe was a sudden explosion and ended. It was never a slow formation. However, they were few in number, which made it easier for Su Ji to vindicate his Dao and change the environment. These 10 billion years are meaningless in my eyes. I don't need to waste time, I don't need to deduce, because reality has already appeared. I just need to change the universe's environment according to reality. Su Ji took a deep breath and said, now, fill up about 60% of the seats on the main road. In this small universe, no matter how fast time passes, what's the use? They're all fake and can only be used as a means to predict the future. In the process of Su Ji and female second's conversation, the quarrels and the bitter cultivators were at war. The forces they had hidden were the truly terrifying ones. Both sides had been fighting for 10 years. Blood flowed like a river. Their battle was even more intense and terrifying than before. This was because this was the place where true geniuses gathered. This was a monster who could defeat countless saints by himself. After a long battle, the hostage who controlled space finally survived, but he couldn't kill Ku Xiu who controlled time. Ku Xiu was seriously injured and ran away. Your Highness, some saints hesitated and wanted to get rid of the roots. We won't be able to catch up to them. We've all mastered the strongest rules. It's easy to defeat them, but it's too difficult to kill them. The hostage shook his head slightly and did not chase after him. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. As the loser, the bitter croc clearly has control over time, but it has to die of old age in the passage of time. How sad! The remaining saints who were bathed in blood remained silent. He could control time, but he couldn't be eternal, because he would be restricted by the rules of longevity. Let us all enter the lifelong realm. We don't need to pay attention to him, the hostage said. We're going to walk into the distant future, while he can only live in this era and welcome his final years. In the later records, people might think that he was the winner. It's because he'll take control of this era and become the only overlord again after we sleep and sneak into the distant future. I'm going to live the last and most wonderful legendary life. The hostage closed his eyes. However, he is only the overlord of an era in a fragment of the universe, while I have walked toward eternity. I can't kill him, and I don't want to kill him either. I'll give him a perfect exit so that we won't be fellow deists in vain. All the paths of cultivation were filled with blood and loneliness. In their eyes, there were almost no Deo friends or Deo partners that were truly trustworthy. Only his old rivals and enemies worthy of respect. However, they eventually fell, and he was the last one left standing at the end of time. In the end, I don't even have any enemies. He slowly closed his eyes and walked towards the lifelong realm step by step. His figure gradually turned illusory. The remaining 11 of you can move in there. In the future, I will grant the 9 of you a primal god throne, Deo 11. The surrounding saints, who were bathed in blood, looked miserable. They looked at each other, and a trace of ferocity flashed through their eyes. On the Chaos ship. After Su Ji finished reading all of this, he suddenly looked at Pheasant Ji, who was still pouring tea for him. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "It's not easy for you either." Ah! Ruhi was stunned. Su Ji could not possibly say that he had started to predict the future because of her worries, could he? He couldn't help but sigh. The reality was cruel and bloody. It was a terrifying dark forest. As expected, the 9 people from the Longevity Deo Palace did not have such a number naturally. As the final victors, they fought against each other for the second round, and Pheasant Ji was one of the 9 victors. No wonder Ruhi saw this scene in this era. All her life's efforts were wasted. After their beliefs completely collapsed, they would doubt the meaning of their previous lives. That was why he had given up on himself. In this world, there is no right or wrong. Su Ji picked up a cup of tea and looked up at the sky above the Chaos Sea. It was grey, but it was a very pure and clean color. The more I see history, the more I understand it. The more I know that there is no pure good or evil. Everyone has their own stand. All the path seekers are only there to pursue the peak of the universe. Everyone is the dust of history, including you and me. Pheasant Ji also laughed. Chapter 1302. A day passed. Under the lead of the second female lead, time quickly overlapped. The sages started to vindicate their daos and supplement the rules of the era after the living world. The lifelong realm was the benchmark for an era. However, it was also because of its great outburst and shocking bloody battles that the rules of the 9 Yuan universe were too hasty and needed to be repaired bit by bit. In other words, the 600 to 700 million years of development before this was too short. A longer period of time was needed. The integration of the saints made the universe more fine. It was like a porcelain bottle. A complete and crude embryo had appeared, but it was also time to polish its flaws. Even though the speed here was so fast. However, the heavenly note deist sect still maintained the speed of 100 years per day, observing and making adjustments. Whoosh! Su Ji slowly descended and carefully sensed the atlases of the great Dao. Female second walked out and said to the god of destruction respectfully, "We've verified our Dao and made plans according to the atlas of the great Dao you gave us. Although I don't know the order of Dao vindication or the splitting order of the Dao atlases, I just need to vindicate it." The god of destruction nodded. He looked at the atlas, which was similar to the current universe, and said in a cold and lonely voice, "Well done. 60% of the seats are full." This situation was the same as the situation in the outside universe. However, nothing major has happened in the entire universe yet. Female second stood in the chaos heavens, looking at the 9 chaos great continents and the universe's chaos ocean. Everything remained calm. "Let the witnesses continue," Su Ji said. "But, the atlas you gave me has already proven it." "The atlas of the future." Female B was a little hesitant. "The atlas of the future." Su Ji did not really come from the future, so how could he have it? At this stage, there's still no need for an atlas. "I'm fine," the god of destruction said lightly. "I'll continue to complete it according to the remaining incomplete laws." The rest of the rules were all insignificant and didn't require much thinking. Looking at this big tree, where was the branch missing? It could be directly replaced. The rest of the rules were irrelevant. Yes. Female B nodded. Very soon, the rules of the universe were completed to the 7th level at Su Zhi's behest. Still, nothing happened. Su Zhi frowned and thought to himself, our universe is now on the 6th level. The 7th level means that at least a billion years later, will there still be no incidents in the Chaos Sea? As expected, he was not an inevitable law of history. Female second also had some doubts. Su Zhi was very calm. I'll continue to complete and modify the rules. It may not develop like the future I see, and it may not appear like the future I see, but I'll still continue to deduce it. Lady B continued to let existences vindicate Deo and complete the rules of the universe. During this process, the longevity deist palace had been in a deep sleep and did not wake up. The saints that had come to investigate in the past had followed the rules and nothing unexpected happened. They continued to sleep and sneak in. The great Deo continued to be completed. When the laws of the universe reached the 8th level, it still seemed calm. Even Su Zhi felt a little suspicious. The rules of the great Deo are almost completely completed. They would enter the age of maturity and enter the age of chaos. At that time, the saints would no longer exist, and it would be impossible for them to vindicate their Deo. Could it be that the Chaos Ocean's era of saints didn't exist? The universe is going to walk towards its final maturity in an incomplete manner, with the sea trash all over the Chaos Sea? The great Deo has been completed, and the 10th rank seats have been closed. Su Zhi felt a little ridiculous in his heart. But very soon, his brows twitched. He suddenly looked at the Chaos Sea and realized that there was a subtle change in the Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea. It had become clear. Previously, the muddy and chaotic sea water had extremely low visibility. It was thick and grey, like a lake in the rain. It was very muddy and full of mud, but now it was clear. The Chaos Sea clearly doesn't have any laws. However, it's actually becoming clear as it's being supplemented. Su Zhi felt that this was a special change. Female second also quickly noticed this special place. With a look of surprise, she began to deduce, incredible. It was unbelievable. The sea water became clear. I'm afraid the laws of the 9 great continents are being completed. Oh. Su Zhi's tone was light. God of destruction, is this the future of the universe you see? Female B felt that this was too exciting. The universe was so mysterious, and nature was so magical. I saw it. So that was how it was. Previously, the Chaos Sea was turbid because the laws of the 9 great continents were incomplete and chaotic. The matter they ejected. An ocean where the laws of the 9 universes interweave is naturally turbid, chaotic, and brutal. But now, it's completely different. Female second exclaimed, as the universe matures, it's almost complete. The sea water that spurted out of the black holes on the 9 continents naturally became orderly. The 9 rules of the Chaos Sea became regular and perfect. The Chaos Sea is no longer so chaotic and is moving towards clarity. Su Zhi looked at the Chaos Sea quietly. It was clear and blue, as if it had really become an ocean. They became orderly and well organized. The ocean current also became rhythmic, as if it was truly a beautiful ocean. Of course, this vast ocean was also clear, and one could see the debris, antiques, and garbage floating in it. For countless years, it had long been a huge waste pool. Female second tried to touch it and touched the sea water, but she quickly retracted her hand. She frowned and muttered, we still can't touch it. Even the sages of the 9 universes who corroborated their Deo at the same time can't touch the chaotic sea water. Although they have become regular, they are only relative. The laws of the 9 universes are all mixed up, preventing us from coming into contact with them. Female B was very excited. She walked on the beach and studied. Finally, she couldn't help but look at the god of destruction and asked, the ocean is changing like this. What will happen in the future of the universe? Su Zhi was silent for a moment. He had already sensed that something terrible was being nurtured in the sea water. Is this the true power? Su Zhi closed his eyes and felt a tinge of fear. Whoosh! Su Zhi stretched out his hand and a protective barrier appeared. Without giving any explanation, he slowly dove into the Chaos Sea with female second and finally came to a corner. You should have known what will happen in the future. The god of destruction opened his eyes and said lightly. We should have known. Female second pondered. She followed the god of destruction and slowly entered the Chaos Sea that had become clear. She was surrounded by a deep blue and countless ancient objects floating in the air. The Chaos Sea is a sea. Do you know what the sea is? What is the most important meaning of the sea? The god of destruction turned around and looked at Lady B calmly. The importance of the ocean. Immediately, female B got goosebumps all over. As the oldest saint who had proven the laws of life, she naturally knew, the ocean was the origin of all life. It was the source of life and the mother of life. The ocean's most important purpose was to give birth to life. This was one of the most important laws of the universe. Then, while she was still in shock, the god of destruction had taken her to an ocean current in the Chaos Sea. This was an abyssal blue vortex. The azure undercurrent was slowly stirring. Almost in the next second, female B suddenly saw a scene that she would never forget. The different laws of life from the 9 universes were slowly blending here, and a wonderful chemical reaction occurred. The spores of life in the Chaos Sea. It was slowly being nurtured. The origin of life. This is the life law of the 9-sided universe that I created and changed back then. It's actually acting on its own. At this moment, female second only felt a vague and indescribable fear. Her body trembled as she looked at the god of destruction, who had a cold and majestic expression on his face. This is the general trend. I should have thought of it. But no one could have thought of it, because this is the future. Female second only felt a strong sense of destiny. The great trend of the chaotic sea era, which seemed to be inevitable by fate, quietly pulled open its final curtain at the bottom of the chaotic sea. Chapter 1303. Female second clenched her fists and looked at the changes in the Chaos Sea. An indescribable fear emerged in her heart. It was a strong fear that originated from the genes and blood of living creatures. The general trend. The vast nature and the changing momentum of the universe. This was such a mesmerizing and vast domain. Before the general trend of the universe, any individual or tiny life was sad. They lived in this era, like small bugs, fungi, and insects on a big tree. The tree was growing strong and healthy, but they were taking turns. We are so pathetic. Female B suddenly looked down at these mysterious creatures that even she couldn't describe. The spores were gathering, and she felt a deep fear and a strong sense of danger from them. She said, the so-called man can conquer the heavens and go against the heavens are all ridiculous topics. It'll be very difficult for us to escape fate. What are they? Will they destroy us? Female second's voice was soft and bitter. Are we going to be eliminated? We are going to die? This was because the bloodline Deo validation door was sealed, our bloodline system is going to be eliminated. We've entered the Dharma ending age. After all, we use our bloodline rules to cultivate. After we complete the universe, we'll be completely useless. But, perhaps, this isn't the real end of the world, it's just the Vipralopa. Su Ji did not say anything. The power of nature was too vast. The so-called man can conquer the heavens? Resist nature? It was simply laughable. Even the so-called saints were just ants of their time, living at the top of their own human society. No matter what stage it was, humans were always weak. Whether it was the slash and burn era of primitive city-states, the Sumerian myths, the civilization of science and technology, the cultural renaissance of the Middle Ages, the Industrial Revolution, or even the development of today on Earth, they all felt a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of nature. Any random planet in the universe would be worth at least billions. A 10 Yuan sage's lifespan was only 100 million years, which was 1/10 of a planet's. This is the general trend of fate. The god of destruction looked at the spores in the ocean of chaos and said softly, it's an inevitable law of the universe's growth. The drastic change in the Chaos Sea era. Are you clear on this? I understand. Female second's voice was completely heavy. Perhaps, it can be summarized in one sentence, when the atlases of the great Deo of the universe were completed, it was almost reaching maturity and perfection. When 80% of the atlases were completed, the Sea of Chaos would also become orderly due to the completion of the laws. The ocean currents, cycles, and regularity have almost turned it into an ocean, which will give birth to life in the Chaos Sea. This sentence seemed short, but it contained a world-shaking secret. Female B could not help but look at the god of destruction and bowed deeply. She was completely convinced. This is completely unexpected and almost destined. It should be like this. If you hadn't personally deduced the future of the universe and used words to describe this moment for us, we definitely wouldn't be able to feel the shock. The god of destruction nodded and laughed coldly, the future of the universe. I come from the future, so I naturally know. But now, I'll let you see what will happen in the future. So that's how it is. Female B stared at those creatures in shock. In fact, Su Ji was also a little frightened by what he saw. Fortunately, he had deduced it, otherwise he might really be caught off guard. This was probably the general trend of the Chaos Sea. He was indeed a dove occupying a magpie's nest. The Chaos Ocean that was supposed to descend would only appear much later. However, he had appeared in advance to deal with the Chaos Sea. He had decided to surround the city with villages and steal the materials in the Chaos Sea, which happened to fit the central idea. That was why the ancient saints of the longevity deist palace thought that a major trend had appeared. They have already deduced that the general trend is in the Chaos Sea, but they don't know that. I'm in the dark, Zhongguan, Dai Li, the true power is behind. Su Ji's gaze turned to the orthodox side, to the mysterious creatures that were being bred in the Sea of Chaos. Like Lady B, he felt an unknown fear. It was as if a low-level creature had seen a high-level creature. It was like a low-level insect seeing the birth of humans. It was a kind of bloodline suppression. No. It was a life form that transcended the structure of blood. The most fundamental instinct written in his genes was actually wailing, trembling, and having a strong impulse to destroy the other party at all costs. And this was a special creature that had naturally evolved in the universe. He could not control the life form that was naturally born in the universe, which was the Heavens Divination 49. What do you think they will become in the future? What are they? Female B said. I can't tell you what will happen in the future. You can just witness it with your own eyes. The god of destruction clasped his hands behind his back and looked as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the future. With an extremely unpredictable feeling, he said, also, it's time for the disciples of the Heavenly Note Deist sect to see this era and carry out their research. Yes. Female second nodded. Everyone in the Heavenly Music sect knew that something was going to happen. They were carrying out a certain plan, but only the executors of the plan knew the details. Even Mother Earth and the others didn't know. They were still deducing and updating the species in the universe laboratory. The second lady was fully in charge of this matter. After all, female second had already decayed and no longer had the ability to open up a new great Dao. She contributed the life rules that she had opened up in her life and left the situation over to the young man, with the cute girl taking charge. She also took the opportunity to host what she could do. Hwalala. In an instant, the disciples of the Heavenly Note Deist sect also appeared. They didn't cultivate any other laws and only studied the great Dao atlases and the structure of the universe. As they observed the process of this new universe, they couldn't help but start to be shocked and study it. This is the future 10 billion years from now. The great Dao atlas is actually close to maturity. If it's compared to a song, then it's already moving towards the final chapter and is completely perfected. At the bottom of the sea. What is this? Life spore? The Chaos Sea had become orderly and was beginning to breed life? This is indeed inevitable. Is it the next universe era? The next universe era has already appeared. According to this deduction, the existence of the longevity world should have discovered the changes and should be coming out soon. As the victors of the past, they were all waiting to sneak into the distant future, the next major event of the lifelong realm. With my peak condition, I'll fight the future and walk towards the final door. Impossible. They definitely won't come out so quickly, because they can't discover it so quickly. Life is being nurtured in the depths of the ocean, but they have too many methods to constantly monitor the ocean. One must know that the vastness of the Chaos Ocean is comparable to the multiverse. They would definitely not be able to detect the tiny bits of it. We have to wait for this era to be completely nurtured and explode to a certain extent before they will notice. Everyone in the Heavenly Music sect was studying and observing the outside data with special instruments. They were like researchers in a laboratory, studying the parameters and development of this false universe, even though they themselves were also out of this universe. Female second looked at this scene and sighed softly, we predict the future of the universe just to change the future and make this universe come true. If this universe can't come true, we'll predict another universe and repeat this cycle. We'll find a way to become a complete great universe and let the god of destruction take the power of the great universe. Let us become true. Yet, it's too terrifying. We have to deduce it. Meng Mei said softly, but her eyes were secretly flickering. At the side, nine-headed ancient mother and Phoenix, who had bodies in parallel universes, had joined the Heavenly Note sect long ago and started to specialize in research. Female second naturally noticed the hidden identities of the two people and the cute girl. They were probably real people from the real universe. However, they belonged to the god of destruction's camp. At this moment, Meng Mei and the other two secretly looked at each other, revealing a great shock. This is true. Our universe is in the present, but now, we can see the future of the universe. Although they had been extremely shocked when they had seen the truth of history, they had not been shocked to the extreme. This was because to them, it was all in the past. It was like an archaeological discovery, experiencing the past. But now, they were living in the current universe and seeing the future of the universe. This feeling was enough to make their blood run cold, but they were also extremely excited. Nothing was more exciting than knowing the future. Cutie Pie also started to act in secret. I have to inform the members of both parties at the same time. One party is the people on my earth, and the other party has to be the ancient god, Caroline, the three pillar gods, and venerable sovereigns. Report the current situation of the universe to them in real time, as well as the future developments. This is too important to us, it's an important method to beat up those country bumpkins. Hualala. On the ships of the Chaos Sea, Ditchy, Caroline, and the others were busy dealing with the saints of their era who had submitted to them. At the same time, they were dealing with the new universe, roping in a force that was not weaker than Guyu, and at the same time, preparing to set off to the possible destination of the god of destruction. At this moment, he heard some news. Our universes. The future. Chapter 1304. This surprised them. The Chaos Ocean universe and the myriad heavens and realms before me. It was not the real future of the universe, but the observation of the god of destruction's arrival in this universe, and a variable. Then, is this the normal future of the universe without any variables? They were secretly anxious. The reference value of this corner of the future was too great. The god of destruction. They looked at each other and sighed. The ancient gods have really done an unimaginable and shocking feat for the future of our Buddhist civilization. At this moment, looking at female Bee and Cutie May, nine-headed ancient mother muttered to herself. It was time to inform her own universe garden lineage. I'm also one of the three people who were sent here. I represent my side. I have to report what happened here to the evil god, Shiji, and the Quantum Grand Master, His Majesty Renamanska, live. On the other side, even though Phoenix had a pure heart and few desires, her heart was in turmoil when she saw this scene. This is the truth of the Great Dao, the general trend of the universe, and everything that countless path seekers are pursuing. I want to inform our elemental race and the people of the Mother Stream civilization so that they can follow up at all times. For a time, the three great forces had their eyes on this place. Under their gazes, the heavenly music sect, the lineage of the ancient gods. Under the observation of the various civilizations, the era was rapidly changing. In their eyes, the Chaos Sea was actually beginning to be full of vitality. However, it was a different model of vitality from the current universe. Although they were completely different, they were extremely ordinary in the eyes of all existences, so ordinary that it was creepy. This is actually the normal evolution of marine life. It's like an ordinary planet or an ordinary ocean that is breeding life. They felt fear. It was the same kind of fear as the second female lead. Because in this situation, nothing was more terrifying than ordinary. It was a strong sense of familiarity, as if everything was reincarnation, a strong sense of destiny in the universe. This feeling was clearly at the end of the universe's maturity. It was as if they had returned to the familiar scene of the birth of the first life in the universe's 100 million years. It was this seemingly ordinary scene that brought them a sense of subversion. The inevitability of the universe. They murmured in their hearts with indescribable shock. Everything had to be repeated? While they were dumbfounded, time did not stop. Everything was developing rapidly. 10 million years had passed. The birth of life was a miracle in itself. Under the stirring of the ocean currents, the substances, antiques, dust, and fragments in the ocean seemed to have undergone the reconstruction of inanimate and inorganic objects, giving birth to life. The primitive plankton began to appear. Another 30 million years passed. Gradually, plankton began to evolve, and rough marine creatures, algae, and fish appeared. Yet, the lifelong realm still didn't sense anything. How is that possible? On the other side, Dickey's voice also became hoarse. If the god of destruction didn't come and interfere, would the Chaos Sea clean up the impurities in this way? Perhaps, from the very beginning, our thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding, and we have been confined to the era. The three pillar gods laughed bitterly. How is this trash that settled in the Chaos Sea? From a certain perspective, This so-called Chaos Ocean trash was intentionally left behind. Without it, a new Chaos Ocean era wouldn't have been born. At this moment, they had a deep understanding. The universe was perfect. His growth process was too perfect. They used to naively think that all the loopholes, some unnecessary flaws, were the necessity of an era. The general trend of the universe had its inevitable growth and nodes. These creatures are very special. Carolyn had also noticed some clues and started deducing. They came from the laws of the 9 universes. In a sense, they are a mixture of the laws of the 9 universe Great Deo Atlases, the 9 universes. Let them become hybrid life forms, they are the perfect ultimate life forms. They aren't disabled like us. They can't easily enter other parallel universes or the Chaos Sea. They can enter any place they want. A perfect ultimate creature. Carolyn closed her eyes. On the other side, Medusa and Shiji were sitting on the sofa, listening to the words of the 9-headed ancient mother, and were secretly shocked. This was the inevitable development of the times. If the god of destruction had not come, this would have been the destined future. Although it was still unknown how these creatures would develop and what their attitude towards the old creatures was, they had already become an irreversible trend. Yes, it was. It was irreversible. On the other side, female B was also in shock. They were born in the Chaos Sea. They still look very weak. However, it's already a big deal. Because the Chaos Sea is too vast, the saints on the continent can't do anything to them. They can only watch as they evolve, reproduce, develop, and mature. Universe calendar year 48.1 billion. Even though they had not truly passed through such a long era, the last batch of saints of this era had deduced the age of the development of history based on the maturity of the atlases of the Great Deo and the ancient historical records. 48.1 billion years. Their senses had been blocked by the god of destruction, and they instinctively ignored all kinds of whys and flaws. Even the lifelong realm was like this. This universe was already on the verge of being completely abandoned. They were already virtual characters, born only to predict the future of the era. 48.1 billion years, an unprecedented trend of the era. The saints of the universe who lived on the coast of the Chaos Ocean were terrified. The Chaos Sea has become clear. This is too shocking. Almost all of the saints would choose to live along the coast. Not only did they want to obtain the ancient objects washed by the coast and build a port for the convenience of sneaking into other universes, but they also spontaneously formed a protective zone at the borders of their parallel universes to prevent saints from other universes from sneaking in. However, the change in the Chaos Sea was an unprecedented change for the sages of this era. The universe is subtly changing. What's going on in the Chaos Sea? These saints were bewildered. However, their bewilderment was only passed down for a few generations, and they gradually got used to it. Even some of the later saints felt that the Chaos Ocean was clear from the start. Although some saints had vaguely known that the Chaos Ocean was changing through the ancient historical sites and the rules left behind by the previous generation of saints, they still felt that the Chaos Ocean was clear. Another tens of millions of years passed. The sages were used to the clarity of the Chaos Sea, but they gradually realized that something was wrong. They could vaguely feel that there was some kind of shadow swimming in the Chaos Sea. It didn't seem like a dead ancient object, but a living thing that was swimming nimbly. This brought uneasiness. A shadow has appeared in the Chaos Sea. Is this some kind of ancient creature? That was impossible. It was impossible for the Chaos Sea to produce living creatures. No living beings can survive in it. However, there was still an ancient Tenyuan sage who had witnessed the Chaos Sea turning completely clear in a short 100 million years. There was a shadow lurking in it. They felt fear. However, they were unable to know what exactly happened. After all, they were living creatures of the era and were limited. Even the shallow sea has shadows. This deep sea has already spread out. They began to send out spaceships to cross the Chaos Sea and explore the deep sea. However, they lost contact for some reason. It was as if those spaceships were pulled to the bottom of the sea by some unknown creature. And for another few thousand years, the saints lived in fear. They discovered that their connection with the other universes was gradually weakening. The multidimensional sages were almost unable to secretly verify their Deo and come out. The path to the multidimensional universe began to be cut off and they entered the Great Depression era. Yes, it was. The other Chaos Ocean was different. Saints wouldn't explode. This place was the complete opposite. Crossing the universe was even more difficult. They entered an unimaginable depression and fear. There's something in the deep sea. The link to the multiverse is weakening. There's something terrifying in the Chaos Sea. Several universes are becoming isolated islands. As the news spread, the longevity deist palace could no longer sit still. They began to appear and investigate the Chaos Sea. On the other hand, an even more terrifying scene broke out in the Sea of Chaos. The sea began to wash away some strange corpses of marine creatures. Seaweed, shells, reptiles, ancient creatures appeared on the coastline. Universe year 48.2 billion. A man in charge of recording history in the Longevity Deo Palace looked at the Chaos Sea in shock. He revealed an inexplicable, shocking scene that recorded history. It was a mural. There was a short paragraph of text on it. They are walking towards the shore. Chapter 1305. The sea creatures were evolving at a speed that was beyond the normal state of life. They were evolving from the sea to the land, gradually becoming amphibious or land creatures. They're too big. It's extremely huge. If the universe is compared to a continent, they are the creatures on the continent with the same size. The saints began to panic and slaughter them. Along the coastline, all the super-large marine creatures that had climbed ashore, including super-large conches, shells, and seaweed, were all slaughtered. At the same time, the sages began to study the corpses of these super-large marine creatures that were light years in size. These living beings were just living beings, not the living universes of the various heavens and worlds outside. They didn't have the rules of Deo vindication. They didn't even have bloodlines, but they had a special divine power that could borrow the rules of heaven and earth. Even though they were very weak, the marine creatures that had crawled up to the shore were constantly killed by the saints. They had no way of resisting. It made them feel uneasy. How is that possible? How is that possible? All creatures have bloodlines. How can these creatures not have bloodlines? Bloodline is essentially the realization of laws. Even the stones that are everywhere have rules. Therefore, after the stones gain intelligence, they will also have bloodlines. It is possible to use the rules contained in the bloodlines to vindicate Deo. But how can these creatures do that? A creature without a bloodline was simply terrifying. At that moment, the Longevity Deist Palace was completely shocked. The hostage had already rotted. He looked at the 9 supremes around him, the young geniuses. What do you all think? These 9 geniuses were still in their prime. In their perception, they were at the peak of Deo seeking in the bloody battle just a second ago, and their essence, chi, and spirit had already climbed to the highest point. They began to rapidly deduce. Su Ji, Lady B, and even Dichi and the others were also watching them deduce. That was because no one could deduce it in a short time. The elites of these eras, the longevity saints of the Longevity Deo Palace, were the strongest saints in their prime. Their talents and abilities had already reached the peak. No one else could compare to him. Under everyone's secret surveillance, the 9 young saints began to deduce. First, they concluded the special point. They don't have any bloodline. How could he not have a bloodline? A creature born in the Chaos Sea actually had no bloodline? Then how would they cultivate? Do they have a special system? If they are the new masters of the chaotic sea era, will we be eliminated? Right now, the other party is still evolving, a low-level creature in the middle of a species explosion. Although they were so weak that they could kill them at will and clean up the coastline, what about the future? If they have a cultivation system, we will be in danger. This body size, this energy level. It could only appear outside the chaos heavens. In the universe, it's impossible for such a huge creature to appear. They knew very well that the other party was constantly being born in the Chaos Sea. They had no way of destroying the origin of life. The other party was an endless source of strength that continued to grow. The saints of the Longevity Deist Palace began to study it. Another 1,000 years passed. These coastal creatures were constantly climbing up the shore. They seemed to have formed a population, and there were even amphibian creatures. They caused the ordinary saints of the current generation to panic quickly, because their continuous killing had actually caused the other party to evolve continuously, showing greater adaptability and becoming more powerful. They are adapting to us. We've instead become the driving force for their biological evolution. The ordinary saints continued to retreat towards the coastline and moved inland. They felt more and more terrified. The marine trash that they had left behind from various eras had actually turned into living creatures and gradually climbed ashore to attack the saints. Was there anything more bizarre than this in this world? And after this period of time, the 9 saints had finally managed to deduce a terrifying part of the future. They don't have bloodlines because the essence of bloodlines is the laws of the universe. When the universe approached the age of chaos, the laws of the universe would be completely mature and complete, and there would be no more laws. Naturally, he doesn't have a bloodline. After all, the lack of rules is a characteristic of the Dharma ending age. And now, the universe has been 80% completed, and there are almost no seats of laws. The universe has been completely completed, so the evolution of these creatures may have no bloodlines. How can he not have a bloodline? Our universe is a bloodline universe. No, when the rules of the universe are completely completed, the so-called rules no longer exist in people's eyes, because they are already perfect. When they are omnipresent, when they reach perfection that cannot be pried or perceived, they are equivalent to non-existence. Then, they were born as saints, and when they were born, they were close to level 9 Deo cultivators, or even level 10 saints. They are very special. They continued to deduce and became more and more shocked. The universe's structure was changing drastically, and it made them all shudder with fear. So, they're also using the rules. That's because they were born sacred, close to the Deo from the moment they were born. It's because of the rules of chaos that gave birth to their lives. Then, when the Dharma ending age comes and the 10th level gate closes, will fall, but won't they fall as well? That's right. They will definitely fall in realm and become mortals like us. However, unlike us, they are born as creatures from beyond the chaos heavens. Even if they fall, they are still giants living beyond the chaos heavens. Then they will completely become a gigantic creature that lived outside the chaos heavens? A chaos heavens native? I don't know. No one can see that far. Perhaps, they will find other cultivation systems in the chaos heavens in the future. The universe had completely matured, and they were the true protagonists of the universe. In the future, there would not only be level 9, level 10, and level 11. Will all these realms become normal? I'm not sure. The ancient existences of the Longevity Deo Palace were calculating. They could only see a small part of the future of this race, but they could not see through it. They could only guess the various possibilities. However, the more they deduced, the more desperate they became. It turns out that we're not the main characters. The future era that rank 11 opens is actually not a realm that exists for prehistoric creatures like us. Instead, it was for other creatures. Is there anything more lamentable than this? Sneaking into the future is nothing more than an even more terrifying despair. Because when we open our eyes, we are already ancient creatures that are about to go extinct in prehistoric times, welcoming our final death. Time flew by, and the species completely exploded, walking on land. Meanwhile, the hostage from the Longevity Deist Palace started to appear completely. With unimaginable power, he resisted the creatures that kept climbing up the chaos ocean, but his strength was getting more and more out of control. Because there were too many of them, and their bodies were too huge. Even if they were of a lower realm, the huge difference in energy levels and their body size, as well as the endless number of them, were really terrifying. On this day, a huge, wet figure, countless light years in size, slowly walked out of the chaos sea and found Zhou Weng. Little ants, what do you think you are? The figure was extremely wise, as if he was a great scholar of the creatures of the sea. The hostage could actually feel the same feeling as Yumang from the other party. What are we? The hostage fell silent and stared at him with fiery eyes. We are living creatures. We call all the bloodline creatures who have gained intelligence as humans. We're the main characters of the universe. He. The figure was smiling. It looked like a wet, strange dolphin. It was half human, half fish, and had sticky skin. Do you know why we gained intelligence so quickly? Do you know your language and your civilization? The hostage remained silent. It's because you've placed too many ancient objects in the chaos sea. I'm learning. I know much more about history than you do. The figure muttered as if it was asking itself, and since I was born with wisdom, I've been thinking about who I am. What was the meaning of living in this world? Why did we appear? After that, I thought it through. He suddenly sighed and turned around to look at the clear blue chaos sea. Because I saw the development of the entire universe. It's a history of evolution. The hostage-taker still did not speak, his eyes fixed on him. That's right. The history of the universe's development is a history of constant maturity and improvement. Why do you all insist that you are a higher life form? The one with the bloodline is the main character of the universe. Didn't you notice the difficulty? Your bloodline is just a self-mending mechanism of the universe. You are like the microorganisms in the universe. He continued, you're just like an ordinary planet, bacteria and fungi that appeared to perfect the natural environment. They created oxygen and carbon dioxide, perfected the environment, and made the universe well-defined and mature. But you fungi and bacteria think you are the protagonists of the universe. You've already discovered that with the completion of the Great Dao, your bloodlines have begun to lose their power, and you can no longer use the rules. That's because your only purpose is to complete the universe. This is your mission as human. The figure looked calmly at the hostage taker, the overlord of the bloodline who was rotten and from the distant past. He chuckled and said, but why do you think that you are the real protagonists? You are an ancient creature from the backward era of the universe, and you will be eliminated eventually. It's just like how you eliminated the backward species of the primordial god fiend. Oh, I almost forgot. You're also a primordial god fiend who lived a second life and occupied the magpie's nest. He became a Hushan human. The other party's voice fell. The hostage-taker's eyes were burning with anger as he glared at them coldly. You want to attack me with words? This might be too hard for you to accept. To us, you are like bugs in the soil of this planet. The figure slowly returned to the ocean. Its huge body stepped on the soft sand and returned to the sea. It gradually immersed itself in the sea and walked into the depths. He continued. The higher the level of life, the later the universe will appear. This is an unchanging rule. Only when the universe's laws are perfected will a true living protagonist be born. Now that it has been perfected to 80%, we have the mild conditions to appear, this. It's also a pattern. Just like the so-called 11 worlds, they only appeared when the universe was perfected, because the ceiling of an incomplete and immature universe is extremely low, and it can't accommodate higher realms. It's the same for us living beings. We can only be born in a complete universe because the upper limit of the previous universe was extremely low and could not accommodate us. Your existence is only to complete the universe and to give birth to us. The voice of the saint that walked out of the ocean was extremely cold, as if he was stating a fact. The middle-aged man closed his eyes with a bitter expression. The mission of your existence is to nurture us. You are only our cradle, nothing else. The figure entered the deep sea step by step. Of course, the Dharma ending era you all mentioned has arrived. You will lose your power and can only breathe in the universe. We will also lose our power and live outside the universe. However, to us, this is not the end. Your Dharma ending era is the sprouting era for us. We are not a bloodline system. We will adapt to the times and find a cultivation system that is suitable for us. We will live in a truly mature universe with level 9, level 10, and a new level 11. It was a realm that only appeared in a complete universe. You will be completely corrupted and will no longer be able to reach outer space. You will only become mortals in the universe and lose your powers. The highest you can reach will be level 8 gods. This is the inevitable fate of this era. Of course. You won't be completely annihilated. I've said it before. You will live in the universe, under the sand of the continent, and become bug-like existences. Perhaps we'll have nothing better to do, so we'll dig up the soil, find some small dirt balls, and catch some small bugs to eat. After all, you call it the universe, but to us, it's just 9 continents. His vast body was eventually submerged in the deep sea, forming a shadow and dissipating. You call yourselves humans. In this future, the little insects living on the small sandballs under the land of the 9 continents will be served as food by us, the next overlord. Perhaps we can call this the final future of mankind, as raising all humans. Chapter 1306. There were 3 types of universe life forms. The first was the primordial god-fiend stage. The universe during this period was in chaos, and most of its laws were chaotic. The soil, sand, and stones became demons by chance and became the first batch of life forms in the universe. They were extremely weak. In the words of the later generations, it was the contamination of the original material, turning the most ordinary soil and metal into spirits. Their bloodline was the most ordinary. In the later generations, even the strong would not be willing to be used as children or servants. The second stage was the post-celestial stage. As the primordial god-fiends completed the laws and made the universe's environment suitable for the birth of life, life forms with perfect flesh and blood were born, and they became post-celestial life forms. The third stage was actually the Chaos Heavens living being stage. With the complete completion of the universe's laws, the area outside the Chaos Heavens became habitable. The chaos sea was clear and orderly, and life began to grow. He. Looking at the disappearance of the vast number of creatures, Wang Zhi closed his eyes in pain and looked down at the coastline. The essence of the universe is indeed a complete history of evolution. The nature of the universe is evolving, and the creatures are also evolving with the environment. He raised his head and looked at the foggy sky in the chaos heavens. In the vast great era, the universe is developing. The extraordinary system is also changing. That's the cruel and bloody history. I should have thought of this earlier. As the laws were completed, the post-celestial life forms appeared. How can the next creature not appear? We humans are not the ultimate overlords of the universe. We are just pitiful creatures who are used to make up for the rules of the universe's growth during the transition. His voice gradually became hoarse and calm, without a single ripple, as if all his dreams were dead. Come to think of it, why should we always be so proud to think that we are the ultimate protagonists of the universe? The hostage-taker finally returned. He chose to silently return to the lifelong realm. There's nothing, it's eternal. He suddenly sobbed. It was as if he had returned to the young man who had just stepped into the Dao. This old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and schemed against the ancient times covered his face with his sleeves, but he could not stop his tears from rolling down as he walked away from the coastline step by step. He had never shed a tear since he embarked on this lonely path. He was not crying for himself, but for the common people. He was crying for the end of his era. He was crying for his opponents and old friends. Qiuxiu, Ni, Master Yumeng. Oh! We didn't see the future we wanted after we entered the Dharma ending age. We only saw the end of our era and the end of us ancient creatures. We long to travel through hundreds of millions of years and come to the end of the Dharma ending age, but what we see is only sadness. Why does the dream of the great Dao exist? It was too bitter. It was too painful. This was the universe that was drenched in blood. It was just as he had said. The proud bloodline creatures called all the bloodline creatures with spiritual treasures and intelligence humans. However, they should have thought about the extinction of the primordial god fiends and the development of the post-celestial human beings. From the moment humans were born, they couldn't be the eternal overlords of the universe. They could only prosper for a while, and they would eventually fall from the altar. In the old days, humans fed on low-level creatures because they were low-level. As for the indescribable gods in the new era, it was only natural for them to stand on the land of the 9 continents, dig through the soil with their hands, and take out the little bugs on the small mud balls for food. They were just small insects under the soil of the continent. In the universe, it was impossible for a creature of such a size to appear. However, it was different outside the chaos heavens. In units of light years, a vast new life form giant lived on the surface of the chaos heavens. This was the most perfect god. Will eventually be eliminated and eaten by higher level creatures. This has been the ultimate fate of all mankind from the beginning. This is the general trend of the unseen world. Raising all of humanity, it's man's ultimate destiny. The hostage suddenly returned to the longevity deist palace and shut himself in, no longer caring about the world. At this moment, he saw the future and knew that he could not stop it. He was powerless to change it. Or even they were unable to possess another body or reincarnate into a living being of the next era. Everything was built on the foundation of bloodline life forms. In the same extraordinary power system, it was like the other party was a cloud, and you were a monkey. The two were completely different species. Even their laws and structures were different, and even their souls couldn't be transmitted and matched. How could they snatch it? This was a change that was even greater than the transition from the innate gods to the post-nate living beings. We are truly lamentable. The middle-aged man said. Universe year 48.2 billion. The ancient saints of the longevity Dao Palace, the pillars of the era, had completely hidden themselves. Ordinary saints and saints of the new era couldn't fight back at all. Although they were hot-blooded and unyielding, they couldn't stop the general trend and kept moving their line of defense back. A large number of marine creatures were still evolving and climbing onto the shore. The coast had many more beautiful and colorful scenes, shells, beaches, fish, and seaweed. However, these creations were too vast. The saints who had ascended from the universe were like small bacteria, unable to even compare to the grains of the shell. The news had also completely spread. We're just a transition of the universe's growth, just like the bacteria, fungi, and microorganisms in the soil. How could this be? Their Dao hearts had completely collapsed, and they began to flee inland at full speed, leaving this land. However, life came from the ocean, and it was almost inevitable for it to move towards land. Amphibians, plants, and animals gradually expanded from the ocean to the inland. The 9 great continents of the universe were covered in green, and a new world appeared. The saints struggled on whilst at death's door and welcomed their doomsday. We will eventually become old gods, unable to board the ship tickets of the new era. Universe 48.2 billion year middle stage. There were almost no saints left outside the chaos heavens. The 9 continents were ruled by the new creatures. The new creatures started to cultivate the laws of the ancient creatures and became saints. They vindicated their daos for no other reason. They knew that when the laws of the universe were complete and mature, the great Dao would be sealed and could no longer be pried. All the systems of the old days would cease to exist. However, they still chose to cultivate, not to obtain power, but to speed up the completion of the universe, so that the end of the age of ancient life would completely descend, ushering in their sprouting era ahead of time. They could not wait any longer. The great era of the saints in the 9 universes has also completely erupted. Female B closed her eyes and said bitterly, "It's different from the sages' great era outside. The sages' great era here is a revelry of new creatures. They're sending their deaths to the ancient creatures." All the saints who were observing looked at this in shock. This shock was unprecedented. They all saw the irreversible general trend, the future of the universe. It was indeed the age of chaos as predicted. However, he did not expect it to be in such a desperate way. Chapter 1307. When Su Ji saw this, he also sighed completely. This is the future. He felt that it was too majestic and vast, and a feeling of magnificence and fantasy washed over him. No one in any universe era could guess it. In the ancient God-fiend era, every cultivation realm was the childhood and growth stages. Innate God-fiends didn't need to cultivate and could naturally grow into level 10 saints. This was unimaginable. Post-celestial life forms cut off the lifespan of common people so that the primordial God-fiends wouldn't destroy the universe due to excessive growth and cause celestial decay. Their lifespans were actually man-made, and the prehistoric humans were actually born eternal. It was unimaginable. The post-celestial universe, which could split the universe into 9 parts, actually used a black hole to tear the Earth. It was based on the continental plate drifting theory. It was unimaginable. The era of the universe bridge. The era of the lifelong realm. Who can predict the fate of every universe era if it doesn't explode? Su Ji looked in front of him. This was even more so in this age of Dharma ending verification, which had been deduced countless times. However, who would have thought that the Dharma ending era that humans thought was the end of the entire universe, the end of the great Dao and the end of the entire universe? The universe was maturing. He didn't expect it to be the sprouting era of other creatures. They had only guessed half of it. Female second smiled bitterly and looked at the people around her. The node of fate, the truth of the great Dao, no one can guess the future. However, when it truly descends, it gives everyone a mysterious feeling that this eruption is the inevitability of the era. This is where the charm of the universe's nature lies. Everyone was shocked. It was more shocking than any other era. Perhaps, the strangeness and world-changing events that had erupted in the previous universe eras were no less than this era of chaos, which fed all of humanity. However, to most of the sages at this moment, no matter how shocking it was before, it was history. What was happening in front of him was what was going to happen in the future, so the shock it brought was pushed to the peak. Su Ji was the same. There was an indescribable heaviness and despair in his heart, as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. He. He suddenly laughed at himself and was completely immersed in the emotions of this era. He was a little bitter. What was all the grudges for? In the past, the revenge of the insect race's generations and their dream to defeat the longevity world were just a spray of water in a certain period of history in the hundreds of millions of years. It was pitiful and sad. As the Zerg Empresses of this generation, what did she live for? Taking over the Zerg Empress's mission, revenge? Just like the conversation he had with Lady B before, perhaps the ultimate truth of the universe had been foretold for a long time. The sea changes into the fields, and history turns. No matter who you're sad and happy for, questioning the evilness and justice of the human heart, lamenting that the human heart has become so unfamiliar, and resentfully seeking revenge, all of these are just clouds and smoke in the past, and everything that has passed is also illusory. No matter what, they are all dust in the vast torrent of history. Only the truth is eternal. It has always been standing there quietly. Everything has changed, but it has not. Su Ji sighed and murmured softly, the vast torrent of history is rolling in. All of us are just a speck of dust in history. All our sorrows and joys are buried in the past. And NBSP, yet. Only the truth was eternal. Without the truth, one would forever be trapped by the era of the universe and would never be able to transcend. Su Ji was not the only one who was shocked. Female second and the others were extremely shocked as well. The entire land fell into silence as they watched the times pass by quickly and the great Dao being completed by the new creatures. They wanted to welcome the end of the old days and make the universe complete and mature. There were no more Daos that needed to be completed. There were no more rules that required Dao vindication. This was a sign that the ecosystem of the universe had completely matured and become complete. Universe year end 48.2 billion. The last trace of the great Dao was about to be completely completed. In the Chaos Sea, an ancient Chaos Oceanic race member, the mysterious figure that conversed with the hostage back then, emerged from the surface of the sea and walked towards the land. He used to be an ocean creature, but now he had evolved into an amphibian. The final moment has completely begun. We've already started fighting internally. The sea race, amphibious, land, plants, beasts. But no matter what, this is our era. He walked on the beach step by step, stepping on endless particles and leaving footprints, looking like the rising and falling of the eternal tide of chaos. Wars are eternal, just like those bloodline creatures, which are also divided into groups and fight with each other. He suddenly stopped. This ancient great sage lowered his head and looked at the universe. There was only one seat left in the great Dao atlases, and it was about to completely close and seal the door of the great Dao. At this time, the universe was like an exquisite vase, the last hole completely filled, walking towards the final perfection, as if it was the most beautiful creation in the world. When the last trace of the great Dao of the universe is completed, the universe will be completely sealed. The prophecy of the ancient creatures of the past will come, the twilight of the saints, the end of the world. He opened his arms high. Vindicate your Dao. The 10th level is closed. The 11th level will open in the 9 mature universes. The door to the 11th level. They will be born for us. Boom. Fate. He looked at the last few sages who were responsible for proving the way beside him. Like a phantom, he finally sat on the seat of the Great Way and filled up the last trace of loopholes in the rules. Fate. He raised his arm high. Fate. He shouted this word, and his voice became more and more intense, reverberating through the entire 9 multiverse. All the deists, gods, and mortals in the 9 universes looked over as if they had heard the call of fate. At this moment, they seemed to hear a clear click, as if the last precise gear had been perfectly hooked into a complete machine. A perfect and mature environment had completely descended. Fate has changed. The twilight of the gods, the age of chaos. It was as if a holy gate of chaos that had always been closed in the universe had been completely opened in this era as its level rose and its upper limit was opened. Rank 11. The saint realm of all the new creatures from the chaos was rapidly falling. Their power was weakening and the rule force in their bodies was rapidly dissipating. However, they could vaguely see a higher realm. In the longevity deist palace in the depths of the chaotic ocean. Even at the last moment, the creatures living in the chaotic ocean couldn't resist the pressure of the ocean and dive into the deepest part. The surrounding darkness was calm. Countless transparent bubbles were dancing on the ancient bookshelves. In the transparent bubbles were powerful great Dao heaven-defying bloodlines, but they were slowly shattering and returning to the universe. Our cultivation levels are falling. We're turning into mortals. The final door has been opened. The deep sea in the chaos was stained with the bursting of colorful bubbles, as if the moment the rainbow disappeared. Rank 11, Primal God Realm. It's open. The corners of the hostage's mouth curled up into a smile. He lowered his head and looked at the 9 people below in the rolling bubbles of chaos. I once promised you that you would each have a seat in the great Dao of chaos in your own universe, but in the end, I can only break my promise. Everything depends on your own final efforts. Out of the 10 seats of the great Dao, the old creature only occupies 1 seat. I've once thought about this before. Since the fate of the lifelong realm is like this, what is the meaning of our existence? Wang Zhi's expression was extremely calm. Now I understand. We are the last chance of survival for the creatures of the old era. The 9 people below still walked out from the bloody slaughter. They stood straight and had the most tenacious, cold, and crazy expressions. The 9 of you are the strongest existences among the old creatures. You sneaked in here to fight against them and fight for your last hope. The hostage was still sitting on the highest throne, holding the power in his hand. He closed his eyes and said softly. The universe ultimately has its own destiny. No existence can be eternally high and mighty. Once upon a time, we thought that we would be immortal and invincible, but we were also driven away by the times. Our destiny was destroyed, and we descended to the mortal world to face the tribulation. This is fate, fate. The 9 of you, none of you can escape. Go and defend the 9 chaotic deity positions that should have belonged to you. In this most terrifying and brilliant trend in history, defeat the endless visitors of the Dharma ending age. The 9 of you, I'll wait for you at the 11th step. The 9 of them strode forward with bloodshot eyes. This is the meaning of the existence of our longevity Deo Palace. The universe has given us a chance of survival. Nothing has changed. As long as we can win the second half of this battle from tens of billions of years in the future, we will walk to the end. The 9 of them each took a light leap and entered the universe. In the longevity Deist Palace. The old man's eyes were wet again as he sat on the god throne. He looked at the empty palace and said, "There's no hope. How can there be hope?" He painted the last scene on the ancient mural. The battle scene of the 9 strongest ultimate entities of the old days was engraved in the eternal world. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. They looked at the thousands of troops of the new creatures outside, a black mass, looking at them coldly, and the corners of their mouths raised into a smile. Their realms have fallen. At this time, they are all rank 9 Deo cultivators. After a while, they will all be gods. Within the same realm, there is no great Deo bloodline. They will compete in body cultivation and martial arts. What's there to fear? Come and fight. They leaped lightly. The death knell echoed. The rules slowly descended. The clanging of axes, blades, and spears. Everything was completely buried in the glint and flash of the blade. Bang! The entire universe was completely disintegrated. Chapter 1308. Ka. Fuck. The universe slowly shattered, quickly collapsing like a mirror. What's this? The battle has only just started. Why is the image gone? What's next? The universe has collapsed. All the saints who were observing in the dark were shocked, and their eyes widened. They had been watching the battle intently, a bloody battle where the creatures of the past would sneak into the future and write their last chance of survival for their own end. However, at the most critical moment, it was broken. Only Su Ji knew exactly why it had shattered, because this was already the limit of what could be deduced. What happened after that? He did not know. It couldn't be deduced because this incomplete universe was incomplete. How could he deduce the level 11 era when the universe was completely complete? The incomplete universe could not reach level 11. The core singularity's foundation was already incomplete. This meant that no matter how much he tried to repair it, it would not be able to be repaired. This was an inborn disability, an inborn defect. Your Highness! This! Female second exclaimed and became anxious. Her face was slightly red. This future? You won't be able to see the future. The future will stop here. The god of destruction waved his hand, and the entire universe began to collapse rapidly, reaching the end. Everything was broken. Everyone was in a bad mood. It was actually stuck at that heart-wrenching scene. It was like a TV series, after a series of foreshadowing, it was finally pushed to the climax, but it was stuck on the eve. Is there no other way? Meng Mei asked anxiously. Her heart felt like it was being tickled. What happened to the final 9 people of the lifelong realm? Was there any hope of winning the battle against the new creature for the future of rank 11? I have no choice. Su Ji was also very helpless. Did he not want to know? It could be said that he wanted to know more than anyone. The god of destruction turned around and said calmly, "Is the future important? That's a fixed future, a future that's destined to be destroyed. Perhaps it's best that you don't know about it. It's a history that's destined to happen in the future, and the moment you know about it, perhaps it will change. Perhaps, even if you know, you can't change it." The god of destruction's voice was cold. The deduction of the universe this time has ended. There are many things that you can understand. Search for a chance of survival. The god of destruction turned around and gradually disappeared. Their faces turned bitter. The god of destruction was the great will of the universe. They were just the living beings of the era. No matter who was the overlord, the god of destruction was still high above. It was the same to him. In fact, even though they did not see what happened next, they had already guessed it. I'm afraid I lost. No matter how monstrous the 9 existences were, they would not be able to resist the general trend. They were like 9 isolated floating ducklings without any backup, facing the endless geniuses, monsters, and prodigies of the new era. Someone said, there are a total of 10 primal chaos deity positions. However, the existences of the old ones only occupied one spot. In the lifelong realm, other living beings had no way to enter. The remaining 9 seats in the 9 Yuan universe will probably belong to the new life form. Ha! From my perspective, I'm afraid that I won't be able to secure my seat in the lifelong realm. Why? Just because they don't have a way to enter now doesn't mean they won't in the future. Now, the hostage doesn't dare to go out because the laws of the universe's great Dao are sealed, and all his cultivation levels are going to fall. He was also in the longevity world and had fallen to the level of an ordinary deity. Since then, there was no way for a deity to leave. They could only hide in it and struggle on whilst at death's door, hoping to obtain a seat in the great Dao. However, in the future, I'm afraid that he will be attacked and expelled before he has the time to prove it. The creatures of the new era probably won't even be willing to leave a seat for the Palea creatures of the old era. Yes, there's even another possibility. The way for a level 8 god to find a way to become a level 11 god isn't with bloodline creatures at all, but with the new system that they might have created. Then, we don't stand a chance at all to reach level 11. They discussed among themselves, feeling more and more terrified. This was too dark, there was no future. Meng Mei also sniffled and said, however, we now know the future. We have a way to stop our tragic fate of destruction, and even stop the birth of the other. How? The Phoenix shook her head and laughed. Their appearance is an inevitable trend of the era. With the completion of the laws of the universe, life will eventually appear in the Chaos Ocean. Don't tell me you're not going to complete the laws of the universe? Stop the growth of the universe? But can you stop the sages from fighting for Dao? Meng Mei's face instantly turned bitter. Yes. To stop a saint from vindicating Dao? This was simply impossible. Even if a law was issued in the 9 universes that forbade sainthood, would they listen? He would definitely secretly vindicate Dao and become a saint. This was the general trend, and there was no way to stop the growth of the universe. If we can't stop the future, we'll use the universe to fight against them. 9-headed ancient mother replied, we are using the universe. They are living beings. They might not be weaker than the other party. After all, this is a variable that will change the future. Female second also looked calm. This is indeed the only variable. I'm afraid the god of destruction already knew about this future. That's why there's another life form in the universe ocean that has the upper hand. Female second's heart trembled violently as she instantly saw a deeper place. Life in the universe is a force controlled by the god of destruction. It's a variable that will change the future of the universe. The chaotic life forms born from the 9 universes are the forces controlled by the god of creation. To persist in restoring the original general trend, this is the self-recovery ability of nature to wipe out the variables. Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. The Chaos Ocean life form that appeared to have suddenly entered the fray in the battle for the life era in the Chaos Ocean that was destined to happen in the future was actually the god of destruction who had invaded the universe and was fighting for the original universe's orthodoxy. Who will win the battle between the 2 marine creatures? Phoenix muttered to herself. Meng Mei suddenly opened her mouth and asked, of course it's the universe. After all, the universe was definitely stronger than individual life. No, the god of destruction's power is weak. He didn't grasp the perfect great Tao's authority, causing the life forms in the universe to be extremely incomplete. The Phoenix suddenly said, the original life form born from chaos is endless. It is born from the chaos sea. If the 2 sides fight, the god of destruction's universe will be like a rootless duckweed. It will still be rejected by the multiverse. If we fight on the other side's home ground, we will definitely lose. In our words, the Chaos Ocean is the home that gave birth to the other party. As for those cosmic meteorites, they're all visitors from outer space. If we fight in the other party's home, we'll definitely lose. At the same time, the real key point of the future era of the universe is the chaotic deity position in the 9 multivariate universes. Those living beings are individual living beings and can find ways to vindicate Dao, but the universe can't. Once the other party finds the cultivation system and reaches level 11, he'll definitely die. Phoenix's words made everyone feel completely uneasy. There were two difficulties. First, life forms in the universe were not individual life forms and could not vindicate level 11. Second, the life forms of the universe would be rejected and would not have a base camp. They were the insects of the universe, born continuously from the universe. They're like an army of white blood cells, constantly eradicating the foreign tumors and cancer cells in your lives. It's too difficult. The god of destruction has lost too much authority when he descended into this universe. I'm afraid even he can't resist the future trend of chaos beings. Someone said. Hwalala. The god of destruction had returned. Just as everyone was discussing, he had already rapidly returned the collapsed universe to matter. The surroundings were empty and turned into nothingness. Let's go back to the heavenly music section. The god of destruction said. The heavenly music sect was already an independent small universe, and it would not be destroyed along with this universe. Your Highness, is there no other way? Someone asked. The god of destruction calmed down for a while, turned around, and suddenly laughed. I don't have any way. You are the only ones who have a way. I can spread this news to the outside universe and let all living beings think of a chance to survive. Spread to the universe? The cute girl's pupils suddenly widened. So that was how it was. The ancient god predicted that the god of destruction might appear in that place. In fact, the god of destruction was indeed going to descend into the chaos sea. In a certain way, he was going to tell the future of the universe to all living beings outside. Chapter 1309. In the future, bloodline creatures would definitely be eliminated by the universe. This was the inevitable result of the universe's evolution and development. With prosperity, there would be destruction. As for the god of destruction, I'm afraid that his arrival in this era is a battle of luck. Therefore, he supports bloodline creatures in order to change the general trend. To destroy the great cosmos, said Phoenix in her heart. Therefore, the scenes of the future era were deduced to inform the common people of the future. I see. Female second said softly. Now, all of you can return to the heavenly music sect. Everything has already been seen by you. Change, or be powerless to change. That will depend on you. The god of destruction said lightly and gradually disappeared. Everyone present frowned, feeling that the situation was very tricky. There was even a deep sense of despair, and he was powerless to change it. What was the general trend? Only something that could not be changed was the general trend. It was a torrent that no small living being could resist. But in the end, as the direct disciples of the god of destruction, the people of the heavenly music sect still reacted and began to organize and deduce the huge amount of information they had just obtained. According to this, we still have quite a bit of time to prepare. That's why you're facing the general trend. Meng Mei said softly. That's not the case. Female second shook her head. In the current universe, the 6th level of the Great Dao is already full. According to the normal development of history, it will indeed take tens of billions of years to reach the 8th level. That was why those mysterious creatures appeared. But the current era of the universe does not belong to the general trend of fate. The Great Dao of the 9 universes has been rapidly completed with the prosperity of the saints. Only a few hundred or 1,000 years have passed, and it's already close to 70%. The 80% is probably all in sight. Everyone's expression was grave. In other words, everything in the future had been changed. Those mysterious creatures of the primal chaos sea that were supposed to exist in the distant past would be born very soon. You are all clear that the universe is vast and has its own rules of self-regulation. Perhaps from another perspective, it's the god of destruction's descent, therefore, the next era will also arrive in advance to protect the universe itself and destroy the god of destruction. It's true. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable. Some things formed their own cycle and rules. The more you explored them, the more you would find them too mysterious and fascinating. This was the reason why the Great Dao of the universe attracted countless Dao seekers. The pattern and mystery in it was something that people couldn't help but search for their entire lives, but it was difficult to find out 1 in a million. Doesn't that mean it's going to happen soon? Meng Mei was so shocked that her eyes widened. Yes, we don't even know how to face it. Female B sighed. Perhaps we can only wait for some heaven's favorites or geniuses to come up with a solution. But in my opinion, it's still very unlikely. Su Ji left the heavenly music sect. He was also at a loss and helpless, but he had already heard the conversation on female second's side. This time, I've gone too far. Have fun with the universe? The universe has really been destroyed by me. This was a Pandora's box, and he really couldn't touch it. The original era still had a long time, but he had pulled it down in advance. If word got out, he might really be beaten to death. But how did it turn out like this? Su Ji felt that he had always abided by his principles and creeds. He was an honest man and did not go out of his way at all. He developed in a wretched manner and secretly farmed. This kind of universe-destroying general trend should be caused by the character of the Zerg empresses of the past generations, one more reckless than the other. It should have nothing to do with his honest self. This is probably the god of destruction from head to toe. I'm really going to destroy the universe. Su Ji scratched his head. He felt that there was nothing he could do in the face of this situation. He had no way of controlling the creatures that were born in the Chaos Sea. He had no way of evolving these creatures from the Chaos Sea because they didn't have a bloodline system. How could the insect race, which had evolved bloodline life forms, evolve them? This was destined to be a race that could not be controlled. He could only face them head-on. Perhaps, it was just as what was said. Although the universe had no consciousness, it had a self-protection mechanism. Su Ji was bound to be destroyed directly by this self-protection mechanism. This is tricky. The universe is destroyed. It really wasn't intentional. I can only inform the common people and let them think of a way. He sighed. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be tall people to block it. The longevity deist palace was the tall people. It would definitely not be a problem for them to stand in front of him. If he had to die, he would kill them first. Whoosh! With a light step, he arrived at the Chaos Sea in the outside world. In my opinion, the Longevity Deo Palace's foundation must be much deeper. They can definitely hold on. Su Ji stood gently on the body of a wild universe and looked at the white ocean. Wait, it might not take that long. This series of Deo validation in the Chaos Sea. It might not only benefit life in the universe, but it might also improve the environment of the Chaos Sea and accelerate the birth of those creatures. Su Ji had a vague illusion. At this moment, the Chaos Sea had become a little clearer. The originally chaotic and disorderly environment, which was like boiling soup, had actually become somewhat regular. Su Ji suddenly had a terrible thought. There was no need for the 8th floor to be full. Perhaps there were more rules on the 7th floor. The Chaos Sea became clear and orderly, like a real ocean. Matter began to collide and produce new life. I'm sorry to trouble you. I need to prepare for my appearance and how to inform them. This is very important. Su Ji closed his eyes and entered the state of the universe. His entire being was mysterious and profound. In an instant, he had the entire knowledge of the Zergs, including the new evolutionary path that Dichi and the others had deduced. He even had the evolutionary knowledge that most of the sages had deduced while he was hiding in the universe, including some of the existing knowledge in the Longevity Deo Palace. Although they weren't Zergs, they had entered the Zerg universe and become bacteria inside. This indirectly made the parallel universe themselves become Zergs. It could be said that the 9 universes were still self, but the Zerg were part of the multiverses that entered. However, the great cosmos cultivation techniques only possessed the stored knowledge that they produced in this body and not their wisdom and talent. Their knowledge is vast lot. Su Ji entered a state of ultimate mystery. Perhaps this is the way to let them know their fate. Su Ji stretched out his hand, and a special universe slowly took shape in the sea of chaos, like a beautiful, colorful bubble. This place holds the future. Chapter 1310. On the other side. This destined future will still happen in the universe we are in now. Dichi and the others were frightened and felt extremely uneasy after knowing the truth. They began to discuss with each other while heading to the possible places where the god of destruction might appear. At the same time, the racer of Mount Harana, Alchemy Monarch, and Cutie Pie had also joined in the discussion, and soon, a review appeared. Spore Evolution Forum. A new post appeared, and the number of clicks instantly reached a terrifying level. The views and disasters of the future of the universe, the final ending of mankind raising all of humanity. The racer of Mount Harana did not say much and immediately said, at this point, everyone should be clear about the situation. I'm very surprised about this next universe era, but I'm not surprised at the same time. The reason is simple. I've never thought that we're the highest life form, the top of the food chain. Now, as a higher life form, we're raising pigs as food. If we fall from the top of the food chain in the future, will probably end up being reared. This is indeed the end of us old life forms, the final ending. When everyone saw this, they fell silent. This might have been the bloody law of the jungle for a long time, but humans had never wanted to face it, so they instinctively ignored this future. Alright, I don't want to talk too much about this era. Because our vision is limited, even those big shots can't find a way to break out of this situation, so naturally, we can't find it either. Otherwise, how can we say that it's inevitable? The racer of Mount Harana paused for a moment. I'm just trying to look at the problem from another perspective. Another angle? Everyone wanted to see how the racer of Mount Harana was going to continue. Do you still remember what I said before about the third floor that the ancient gods saw? They were plotting against the god of destruction? In order to save our universe, they changed the future and brought the god of destruction into this time and space, disrupting the destined cause and effect. Everyone did remember when they analyzed the arrival of the god of destruction. The first level, the second level. The racer of Mount Harana had actually reached the third level. I just want to say that there's probably a fourth level. I'm afraid that the ancient gods are not only trying to save our universe, but to save all the creatures of the old era. The racer of Mount Harana's face was filled with admiration. And now, as you can see, the god of destruction is the only variable that will change our overall situation. He might have predicted this terrifying future and is planning for a chance of survival. As soon as he said this, everyone felt as if their minds were about to explode. Scheming. The entire future? His vision was actually so wide. At the same time, it meant that no one could see the future, including the Second Lady, the longevity deist palace, and the prodigies of the era. But the three ancient gods could predict the future? They couldn't help but gasp. This was too ruthless. This required a rather comprehensive view to be able to achieve such a level. It was simply inhuman, and it was already impossible to describe the brilliance and demonic degree. I'm afraid that only Yumang of the past can compare to the talent of a super ancient god. That's true. Back then, Yumang saw the possibility of level 11 across countless eras. The two of them are equally powerful. Not necessarily. The ancient gods and the others were observed by the god of creation. With such help, the difficulty of deduction may be reduced. But even if it's reduced, it can't be reduced by much. He's a genius that we can't imagine. They became more and more excited as they spoke. The fourth level. This level of calculation was simply terrifying. The more they analyzed the actions of the ancient gods, the more they understood the actions behind the scenes with the development of the times. It was simply meaningful. It turns out that all of this was the scheme of the ancient gods, to create a slight possibility of changing our fate. However, how overbearing was this? To let the god of destruction descend into this time and space, to bring about the destruction of the universe, and to change the general situation of the future. Any one of these actions was earth-shattering, too ruthless. It could be said to be a disaster that disregarded human lives. However, if he wanted to change everything, how could there not be blood? In a daze, everyone felt as if they were looking at an ancient existence like an ancient god. This old man, who was supposed to be old, was running and shouting across the land, crossing the chaos sea, hoping for a chance of survival for the common people, for a trace of peace for mankind, and for the Deo Seekers to have a chance to compete for the 11th level. They suddenly fell silent, somewhat choked with sobs. They were proud to have such an ancestor. The racer of Mount Harana sighed as well. Brothers, we can't influence the big picture, so we can only do what we are supposed to do. First, the small TV universe is basically done. Second, the Alchemy Factory universe is also in the plan. Third, the original Life universe is almost completed. Fourth, the Dragon Vein universe is also in the plan. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that everything was progressing in an orderly manner. The racer of Mount Harana, who said that the rules will decay and dissipate in the future? At the very least, our cultivation techniques can still be used in the future era of the end of the universe. This is because we've already transformed our cultivation techniques and bloodlines into a life form of the universe. Outside the universe, we still have to find a paradise to escape the apocalypse that belongs to us. Even though this paradise of the universe is about to be hunted and killed by new creatures. At the same time, it's time for us to kick Zhang Yaling aside. He said. Within the sea of chaos. Su Ji was sitting in an ordinary universe with a calm expression on his face. However, countless knowledge was surging into his mind, helping him accomplish some kind of magnificent feat. The cultivation techniques of the multiverse are indeed very powerful. The accumulation of knowledge has allowed me to become the most knowledgeable existence in the universe without having to learn anything. Su Ji mumbled to himself as he looked at the bubbles in front of him. This was a special universe. It looked like a transparent bubble, but it was actually a special universe of marine life like a jellyfish. The jellyfish was clear and transparent, and it was as if one could see its internal organs. The red threads in its body were its atlases of the Great Dao. Its Great Dao atlases, on the other hand, had formed a miraculous effect. It was the structure of a special converter. At this time, Su Ji's knowledge of the evolutionary universe had gathered everyone, and he had long surpassed them by a lot. This was the power of multiverse cultivation techniques. 9 in total. Su Ji mumbled this meaningful number. He could not see what he should do in the future, but he could let the ship of chaos of the entire universe exist. He could see the future and try his best to solve it. This is all I can do. I hope that there are geniuses and geniuses in this era. Su Ji was in the Chaos Sea, watching the 9 jellyfish universes gradually take shape. Suddenly, he stood on the Chaos Sea and looked into the distance, a curious look flashing in his eyes. It wasn't time yet, but someone had already arrived. It was a huge seaweed universe, a small and simple universe power of some young saints. Chapter 1311. Su Ji's eyes narrowed. He had specially left his address on the other side of the universe. It would still take some time for Dichi and the others to arrive. After all, the Chaos Sea was vast. A long voyage would naturally take time, so they were still approaching. Or perhaps, the news was leaked. Su Ji's heart changed slightly. Dichi and the others had a weak foundation, so it was naturally difficult for them to come over. However, the multi-dimensional sage was different. The universe nearby had sent another reincarnation over on a ship. To him, the entire 9 Yuan universe could send his nearby reincarnation to any corner at any time. Was the news leaked? Su Ji thought to himself, could it be that someone has already planted a spy on Daiki's side? Or did he use some special bloodline technique? Or maybe he was overthinking it. They were all suspicious of these big shots who were scheming and secretive. They always thought that there was no coincidence in anything, and that there might even be a coincidence in front of them. Hualala. The universe in front of him slowly approached, and the saint on the deck shook his head. The chaos of the universe and the prosperity of the saints. Now, the other universes are too lazy to prevent people from sneaking in. We have to continue to the next universe and leave a reincarnation in the next great universe. The multiverse sage is at our fingertips. SHH. We still have to be careful. Those multiverse saints were all killed by the ancient and mysterious existences. They were like ants, so we have to be careful as well. They were conversing with 10th level offspring that could be seen everywhere. They did not seem to be anything special. Su Ji watched them sail in the vicinity and ignored them. He continued to prepare for his work. They passed by, but they didn't seem to see him and continued to chat. As subordinates of the bug race universe life form, they were naturally restricted by the bug race's protective barrier. Su Ji was still preparing. Suddenly, the sky shook slightly. Su Ji turned his head in shock. Boom! The vast land of the 9 great continents caved in and gullies appeared. The endless chaos sea turned into rivers that connected to the ocean and flowed into the gullies. Dao vindication has begun. Su Ji was deep in thought as he looked at the distant great continent of the universe. Yet another perfect natural order for the chaos sea. But in reality, isn't it also a perfect environment for the breeding of those chaotic life forms? After all, in a life universe, the primal chaos life forms born on the land would have the same living environment. It was very similar. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have thought that the life universe would be the next big trend. Su Ji was still deep in thought, but his hands did not stop. Hualala. In the distance, the cosmic ship was being sucked into the river by the chaos sea's currents and into the port of the universe beside it. Ah! Help! The universe was being sucked in, but Su Ji did not want to pay it any attention. It seems like many nearby life universes have been sucked away. Su Ji shook his head. However, the next second. Fly, quickly fly! The creature on the deck of the universe roared, leave the turbulent ocean currents quickly. As they roared, they hurriedly operated. The life universe actually wagged its tail like a carp and quickly jumped out of the water. It floated in the air and glided like a flying fish. It stayed in the air for a short while and then fell into the sea. He kept jumping and falling. Su Ji was speechless. Then, something even stranger happened. The universe was not only gliding and falling like a flying fish, but the moment it landed on the sea, it actually began to step madly on the water. Its muscles were tough, and it jumped again, like a crooked chicken in soup, gliding on the water. Is this also okay? Su Ji was immediately dumbfounded. It seemed that talents were indeed everywhere among the people. There was actually someone who had developed something relatively mature from zero, and it was even a flying biological universe that could stay in the air. Su Ji frowned. It can't be that coincidental, right? Suddenly, at the place where the king of the sea beast leaders might appear, along with the time of day of vindication, a very powerful and noteworthy universe appeared. It's resisting and displaying its power. But it doesn't matter. Su Ji gave a half-smile. It did not matter if it was true or false, as long as he could find out that he had the ability. Sub-brain, show me the evolution data of this universe. Su Ji said softly. A cold voice came. Transferring, please wait. Su Ji received the information very quickly, and even he was impressed by what a terrifying genius this was. The universe's movements were choppy at the beginning, and it was obvious that it was new to him, but it quickly found its rhythm and began to evolve rapidly. Moon God Ji's bloodline has finally found a successor. While the god of destruction was evolving, Moon Goddess Ji slowly revealed himself. He was driving a small universe that had just become a child as he slowly approached. At this moment, the suction of the chaos sea gradually slowed down, and the waves calmed down. The saints on the deck were all in danger of dying. Whoosh! A 14 to 15-year-old warm and gentle young man slowly walked up to the deck. And you are? This senior. They were immediately on guard as they looked at the young man's spaceship. It was actually a young universe, extremely young. Everyone, the life form that you saw earlier seemed very special. Can you tell me who evolved it and is responsible for it? This young man was gentle and elegant. Yes, it's me. A tall man in his 20s walked out slowly. What's the matter? A private talk. Yueshenji said. Naturally. The tall man nodded honestly. Very quickly, the two of them had divided an area on the deck, isolating it from the outside world. The longevity deist palace or something else. Moon Goddess Ji went straight to the point. The honest and tall man's smile gradually disappeared. He invited the young man in front of him to sit down. How do you know? It's such a coincidence, Moon God Ji said. I'm Rong Cheng. He said. Where did you get this information? Those few people who had verified their Dao and reproduced did not accept saints. They only accepted 10th grade offspring to train. I successfully infiltrated their confidants and informed them that I was coming here. I'm here. Su Ji was stunned. A traitor? Dichi and the others had taken in their forces and sons, so they would definitely expand. However, they must have many means to investigate. How could a mole suddenly appear among them? He can block the others. I have a special bloodline technique. I can create millions of living beings, Rong Cheng said. It's natural that the other saints can't detect it. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The pheasant period's power was probing, but the other party's power seemed to be countless substitutes. Was this a neighbor? Su Ji's heart trembled, and he was on high alert. Rong Cheng indeed knew about this place and secretly went there ahead of time. However, he knew that the other party might be hiding and might not be able to attract their attention. Thus, he chose the most suitable time and used the crisis caused by the Dao validation to show the potential and strength of his universe. Perhaps it could attract their attention, and as expected, it did. You are the mastermind behind the Buddhist civilization. Rong Cheng said. That's not the case. There are several civilizations that know about the prophecy of a meteorite rain. I'm not one of them, but from another civilization. Yueshenji looked into the distance. Since you've arrived here so early, I'm afraid you're unwilling to leave. There's no harm in telling you. We're here because the mysterious chaos sea might descend. A mysterious existence. Rong Cheng, the tall man, opened his eyes wide and laughed. Then we'll have to wait together. Su Ji nodded and did not say much. Since he could not drive her away, he would just wait here. The two of them suddenly stopped talking. They stood together and waited for time to pass, for that mysterious creature to descend. However, after waiting for a long time, Rong Cheng started the topic again. To be honest, I'm very interested in your civilization. I wonder if we can cooperate? Su Ji looked at him. These longevity saints had all shown off their abilities. Not only had people from Medusa's side tried to rope them in, but there were also people from his side who had painstakingly tried to get close to them. What can you pay? Moon God Ji asked. I don't study Dao Vindication, but I can offer talents. Rong Cheng pointed to the ground and laughed. I can find many talents. You can have anything you want. For example, the talent who created this gliding universe is the direction of my specialization. Chapter 1312. You can see geniuses. Su Ji found it a little difficult to understand. Ha ha ha. Rong Cheng laughed and started to chat. He explained patiently, to be honest, I'm proficient in the study of souls. I'm only good at the potential of a living creature's soul. He had done a lot of research in this area. I have a lifelong research topic: the commonality of geniuses. What was the difference between the essence of the soul of the geniuses who could reach the top? You should know that the universe is unfair. Most of the people who can climb to the top are basically monsters with amazing talent, but we can't rule out the fact that some mediocre people can also reach the top, but they are ultimately a minority. Su Ji nodded as he listened. He felt that this person was to his liking. That makes sense. Aptitude and talent are indeed the most important basic factors that affect one's ability to become a strong person. However, it was not absolute. The door to the peak was indeed extremely important. However, one must have a strong heart, not weak, good at planning, or be hardworking enough. It was due to a combination of factors. Many geniuses were pampered since they were young. They might have monstrous potential, but after a few blows, their Dao hearts would collapse and they would never be able to recover. Medusa's talent might not seem strong, but she had a tough heart and could endure loneliness. She had trained hard on one path 129,600 times, and was a hard-working talent. You mean, you can see the talent of creatures? Su Ji laughed. This was a very mysterious concept. Yes, I am. Rong Cheng laughed and said, a strong talent isn't the only way to become a powerful warrior, but it's the most important factor. Most of the geniuses need to be excavated, tested, and trained. I'm different. I can see through the potential of others with a single glance. Different geniuses' souls have different colors in my eyes. And the souls of these geniuses have different specialties, different colors, length, deduction, cultivation, and formations. He spoke with fervor and seemed to be very good at talking about harmony. No one would be able to tell that he was a terrifying ultimate monster who had sneaked in 10 billion years ago, who was still in the bloody slaughterhouse of the universe, standing on the endless bloody corpses, and had killed countless saints. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He took out a transparent test tube and shook it between his fingers. It was as soft as shaking red wine. The test tubes were colorful. Look, these are the geniuses I collected. They all have their own strengths. Su Ji cast him a glance. This person was a wizard who played with souls? Su Ji immediately knew how terrifying this person's talent was. A mad scientist? He could look for geniuses everywhere, and he would be able to see their uniqueness at a glance. Then, he would take them in as his disciples, and so on. After nurturing them, all kinds of talents would serve him. One could imagine how terrifying he was. It must be known that Su Ji had only a few people under him up until now: Dichi, Caroline, Phoenix. The other party probably had countless geniuses in their hands. There might even be a few geniuses on the same level as him and Dichi. The other party's terrifying talent, in a sense, was no less strategic than the Zerg. Su Ji knew better than anyone else that having talents meant infinite possibilities. This guy was a walking talent market. You should also know that the outbreak of a new era. Talents are bound to emerge in a frenzy, and the talents at this time are the most important. Rong Cheng laughed. As long as you start from the bottom and find the other party, and then turn it into the reagent in your hand? Yueshan Ji smiled as he looked at the test tube in his hand. Of course not. I would only seal up dead geniuses. Every one of them is a treasure. How could I stoop to such a level? He revealed an intoxicated expression. Those geniuses, after I find them, I usually don't show up. I know better than anyone that no matter how good a precious jade is, it can't grow without going through hardships and hardships. I won't interfere with their growth, but I'll leave the mark of the 6th bloodline of my clan on them. I'll only secretly attack once or twice in a situation where I'm sure I'll die. Su Ji was speechless. Su Ji calmed down and suddenly said, after that, when the other party grows up one by one and becomes the overlord of countless eras, the giant of the universe born from the disaster. And you set this up in advance to rule the era in the dark. Rong Cheng's eyes brightened and she said happily, ha 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 ha, this brother is really a bosom friend. You were able to guess what I was going to do in an instant. Most existences wouldn't be able to think of this. I'm a shrewd and calculative person. I can naturally guess some things. Su Ji chuckled. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. The other party had taken the route of an elite soldier, pointing at planets to sense them and search for geniuses. It was very unique, and in a sense, it was even more terrifying than the Zerg. Because of this model, the other side had too many geniuses. In fact, the insect race was more inclined to evolve living species, evolving the endless bloodlines of living beings, and only evolving the other party's bloodline as the next door old Wang. And now, he had met the real deal. This was a professional talent for bloodline. As expected of an ancient existence in the Longevity Dao Palace, this talent. It was horrifying. It's a pity. Rong Cheng didn't doubt him. She sighed and said, in the past, after I obtained the sixth bloodline and forced a heavenly Dao contract, I became one of my people. But now, the heavenly Dao contract was not working. He could not completely control the person who had discovered it. If you train them, they might not even show you respect and might even cut you. The world is cold. Yes, the world is cold. Su Ji was not surprised. After all, the Pheasant Age had said that once one left the 9 Yuan universe, the heavenly Dao law contract in the universe would no longer be able to restrain the common people in the Chaos Sea. It was a chaotic era. However, he was an exception. They couldn't restrain the saints in the living universe, but he could. After all, the life forms of the universe and the various worlds were essentially created by themselves. They were also a part of the cultivation techniques of their own multiverse. In a sense, they were a part of Su Ji's body. Sigh, to be honest. Rong Cheng shook her head and said, I've been traveling through the 9 universes ever since I was born. I've been looking for geniuses everywhere. I've planned to set up a trap in the dark. However, I'm still no match for them. They've all started to vindicate the rules of Dao, but I can't. I have to rely on geniuses, however, it'll take some time to train geniuses. Su Ji did not believe that he would cry miserably. In fact, this old monster was dirtier than anyone else and could not be trusted at all. Then you can't vindicate Dao. Moon God Ji said with a smile. Yeah, there's no way to vindicate Dao, they vindicate Dao one by one but I can't. Rong Cheng said honestly, but I've also found a way. I've found a group of geniuses to study the evolution system of the creatures in the universe. For example, this flying universe. That's a very good idea. Flying. Su Ji looked up at the chaos heaven sky. Can flying really be done? I can't do it. For now, I can only find a way to glide. Rong Cheng shook her head and looked at the universe beneath her feet. Suddenly, she laughed. I have done some research on the chaos heaven's sky. For a very long period of time, I have even studied what is in the sky and have some insights. To be honest, the chaos heaven's sky is very mysterious and unpredictable. There is a huge secret. Su Ji's interest was immediately piqued as he looked at him. This was a real secret. Probably only these ancient existences had studied these deepest mysteries. He. Rong Cheng chuckled. Your Excellency, I'm afraid you know about the cosmic meteor shower in the chaos heavens. You also know the secret of the sky. How about we make an exchange? So this old sly guy was waiting for me here to attract my interest? Su Ji was immediately speechless. None of these guys were easy to deal with. They had been playing tricks from the beginning to the end. You and I feel like old friends at first sight, so I can naturally tell you some of the truth and the secrets of this place. Yueshan Ji's voice was cold. After a moment of silence, he said as he looked at the Chaos Sea. Something big might happen here. Everything that happens might affect the fate of the Chaos Sea. Mysterious existences that did not belong to the current era of the universe's explosion, as well as some of the Dao vindication methods of the Chaos Sea's universe. Did not belong to this cosmos epoch? Rong Cheng's heart jumped. Could it be the prehistoric era of the Big Bang? Prehistoric era of the universe? The Big Bang was the beginning, and the collapse of the universe was the end. What was before the Big Bang? Perhaps it was a prehistoric universe reincarnation cycle, and an existence of that level. Rong Cheng's heart trembled slightly as she thought, doesn't belong to this universe? To be able to escape the universe. Could it be an 11th grade ancient being? Hidden from the last cosmic century until today. Also, some kind of method to vindicate the Dao in the universe? One had to know that there were too many worlds now, and they couldn't all vindicate Dao. Therefore, almost all the sages now vindicated Dao indirectly through the 9 Yuan universe. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. This was very scary. We can exchange information and form some kind of alliance. Rong Cheng became serious. He wanted to find out the truth, but now he was in a different mood. I'm sure you have some enemies too. We can share the same interests. Yuesheng smiled as well. You can tell me about your intelligence. What secret is hidden in the Chaos Heaven's sky? Chapter 1313. You can tell me about the information I have. Rong Cheng thought for a moment and said, I did many experiments in the Chaos Heavens. I sought out many geniuses and set up a research project. I specifically studied the Chaos Heavens environment and structure. In fact, the Chaos Heaven sky is almost impossible to reach. He directly stated his final conclusion. Why? Moon God Ji asked. We saints stand on the chaos membrane, and our power is thin to begin with. We rely on the ground beneath our feet to absorb the internal laws of the universe to maintain our power. Once we leave the universe beneath our feet, we'll completely become mortals. When we enter the Chaos Sea, we will leave our own universe and become mortals. The sky is the third forbidden area. Once we leave the ground, our power will be weakened to the extreme. He said that this was a triple weakened environment. The first level was outside the Chaos Heavens. The power of the saints was weak, so they had to establish a saint's Dao field and absorb the laws of the universe to perfect their power. The second level was the Chaos Sea. The power of a saint had completely turned into a mortal and left the universe. In addition, there were all sorts of chaotic currents stirring here. There was almost no way to preserve power. The third level was the sky, which was a forbidden area. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Moon God Ji's face darkened, as if he had been tricked. But I did make a breakthrough in the forbidden sky zone. Rong Cheng laughed and stood on the ship. She pointed to the sky and said, the highest, 3,721 light years. Su Ji was completely shocked. That high? How did he get up there? Didn't they say that they had lost their powers? These ancient existences of the Longevity Dao Palace had an unimaginably deep understanding of the universe. They had already reached the critical point of the universe's barrier, but they still continued to explore. Then, how do you get up to such a high chaotic sky? What is above the chaotic sky? Moon God Ji asked curiously. There are many questions, but I can answer them one by one. The information contained in this young man named Ji made Rong Cheng willing to reveal some key information. First of all, how did we reach the sky? I found a creature with a special light structure and connected it with a thread. Rong Cheng showed him an image that looked rather special, but Su Ji understood it at a glance. Kiting. Wasn't this biological structure a kite? If you leave the ground, you will lose your own power. Therefore, this structure cannot leave the surface of the universe. It can continue to extend a long line, transmit power, and release a creature to explore the sky. Moon God Ji sighed in admiration. A genius. There was actually such a method. Living beings can't leave the surface of the universe, so I'll lengthen the feet of this living being. When the legs were long enough, it would be like a kite. As expected, people think of the way. Rong Cheng's talent was indeed terrifying. He had pulled a bunch of geniuses along and had actually reached such a level. It looks simple, but it's actually very difficult. I've failed countless times, switched between hundreds of millions of bloodline creatures, and failed many times before I managed to do it. However, it'll break if you go any higher. Rong Cheng was very regretful. Back in the era of the Universe Bridge, he was the most famous mad scientist of the universe. He was only recruited by his lord later on to help his lord find talents. Many of the longevity saints in the Longevity Daoist Palace were actually monstrous geniuses that he had found. However, he was indebted to them, and those guys always wanted to kill him. It made him sigh with emotion at the cold state of the world. He had struggled with great difficulty to become the final victor of the 9. I'll bring up the second question. What exactly is in the Chaos Heavens sky? In fact, it's impossible to explore. According to the size of the universe, we haven't even walked out of it in few thousand light years. However, we can roughly guess what lies at the end of the chaotic sky by constantly rising into the sky and changing the environment. Su Ji was also completely curious and asked what it was. The end of the chaos heavens is the ultimate nothingness. Rong Cheng laughed. The ultimate nothingness? Moon Goddess Ji asked curiously. Yes, and nothing. Rong Cheng smiled and said, do you think that there's another universe outside our great universe? It's not that, it's that there's nothing. There's another cosmos outside the cosmos? That's impossible. He chuckled and shook his head. Because according to the existing theoretical laws, if there is really a universe outside, it will also merge with our universe through the Big Bang and collapse. So, it must be the only one. Now, after continuous collapses and explosions, all the existing matter has been condensed together to form our universe, but there is nothing outside the universe. Su Ji immediately felt that it made sense. With such a huge attractive force, all matter would eventually be united into a huge mass. There would be no matter outside the universe. As expected, knowledge was the power of everything. Just look at this longevity saint, his knowledge abyss was terrifying. Rong Cheng laughed again. You should know that there is matter in the sky of the chaos heavens. It's the material dust that rises from the universe's land and the chaos sea, even though it's relatively thin. As we continue to rise into the sky, the matter becomes thinner and thinner. In the end, there will be no matter or energy at all, and that will be nothing. Pretend that there's nothing. Everything will return to zero. Rong Cheng sighed and explained a fact. According to our guess, even if a rank 11 singularity exists, grasps the truth of the universe, and can survive the collapse, return, and Big Bang of the universe, it can't survive in nothingness. Because there's no material for you to use, even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Su Ji immediately felt that he had gained a lot. Rong Cheng pointed at the sky and said, therefore, according to my guess, that so-called cosmic meteoroid shower can't possibly come from outside the universe. Because there's nothing in the universe, not even matter. That's all a lie. Su Ji was speechless. Rong Cheng couldn't help but say, so, if these meteorites are really falling from the sky, it's very likely that they're from high up in the sky. It can't be an ancient floating object that came from outer space and used some special means to hang in the thin tens of millions of light years of the universe and then fall. Teacher is a great talent, that must be the case. Yueshan Ji clapped his hands and smiled as he nodded, that ancient meteoroid rain is probably something like a cloud suspended in the sky. It could be the remains of some incomplete life form in the universe, or it could have a more mysterious history. According to our guesses, it might not belong to this universe era. It did not belong to this universe era because the god of destruction came from the future universe. Well then, it's your turn next if possible, Rong Cheng said, I'd like to show you the next stage of the new universe. It's related to the research results of the sky. The man was halfway through his sentence. Su Ji also knew that the other party could not possibly explain everything clearly, so he went straight to the point and told her what he knew. An ancient and mysterious existence might appear on this land. I don't know its exact origin, but it might not be from this cosmos epoch. This time, it's possible that it'll descend upon this sea region. Thus, some existences who know the inside story have rushed over. What happened after that? Rong Cheng asked. That being is most likely the leader of these worlds, Yueshan Ji said. Leader? Rong Cheng was shocked. This man was really cunning. He had only revealed an important piece of information, now the leader of the universe. Those fallen living universes actually had a leader, the mother of the universe? This was his and Ruhi's first reaction. This mother of the universe could command and control other universes, and a high intelligence had been born in the chaos ocean? Moon God Ji said indifferently, this universe leader might not belong to this universe era. He might have come from an unknown opportunity. It might reveal the future of our universe. I suspect that it's a mysterious existence from another universe era that's plotting something. Everything is still unknown. Rong Cheng was shocked. It's already starting. Moon God Ji suddenly pointed into the distance. There were many large ships, and there were some beings standing on them. They didn't even bother to hide themselves. It was Dichi, Carolyn, and the others who had arrived on time. Rong Cheng squinted her eyes and looked into the distance. She seemed to have seen a familiar figure. Ruhi. That fellow has actually mixed in with them long ago. He knows about these mysterious and strange events and has also come here. Chapter 1314. There was really an undercurrent. Rong Cheng looked at the dark spaceships approaching slowly. Her heart grew heavy. And NBSP, Pheasant Age was different from them. Although it had rotted, it had experienced more things than them and had a higher vision. Even she was approaching, so it was clear that the description of this place might not be fake. I want to hide my identity. Yueshan Ji went into hiding. The younger generation from both sides have arrived. They're my old enemies, so it's not convenient for them to appear here. Rong Cheng was shocked. She didn't say anything and just looked at the ship in the distance. Hualala. Dichi, Caroline, and the three pillar gods slowly approached. They had just learned about the future of the universe and the next era of the origin of life. They were very shocked and were discussing it as they rushed over. Medusa, who was also researching, was also rushing over. At the same time, she was slowly approaching with Shiji, the new saint of the universe. The ships of the venerable sovereigns and Pheasant era were also approaching. Although Pheasant Age did not have any channels for players to know about the terrifying future that Su Ji had predicted, she was still very serious about this major event. The situation is much more serious than we thought. Wait a moment, the venerable sovereign said to Pheasant Ji softly. There might be a lot of things that will overturn common sense. It will make people feel despair. You have to be mentally prepared. I will, Ruhi nodded seriously. But to overturn common sense? Despair? Was there anything more despairing than not being able to obtain a primal chaos god throne and having all his efforts go to waste? She did not believe it. The ships gradually drew closer, and some existences began to approach. Ruhi also saw the unexpected uninvited guest and was slightly surprised. You are Orange? You've actually set up such a scheme that you even have people among the newly recruited confidants. Rong Cheng chuckled. Ruhi, something good has happened. Let's do it together. And NBSP, he didn't even ask for permission before sending a clone to the deck of Pheasant Age's ship to talk. He didn't reveal that Moon God Ji was on his ship, and he started to befriend him. He looked at the people gathered on the ship and laughed. Your Excellency, is it Dichi? This is Caroline. He was really a young man. The young people of this generation are truly powerful. Tisk, be careful of this person. Pheasant Ji explained Rong Cheng's abilities to Dichi and the others. It was the easiest to hide in the dark and be everywhere. Dichi and the others immediately became alert. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a move. They were not careful enough. However, things had developed to this extent. Even if the other party came, it would be difficult to drive them away. If they completely shed all pretenses of cordiality and the other party completely revealed the address, no one would be in a good position. The shameless sticky candy was the most difficult to deal with. Just beat him to death and throw him out. And NBSP, he can follow us, Pheasant Ji said honestly, but he has to return to his own ship. He can't come here and mess around. We know each other. Rong Cheng laughed and wanted to say something. Pa! Dichi waved his hand and he was instantly killed. The spaceship he was controlling behind him didn't seem to mind that the body he sent was killed and continued to follow behind. It's probably this position. Dichi and the others ignored Rong Cheng and looked at the venerable sovereign. It's roughly here. The venerable sovereign said in a low voice. He looked around and pondered for a while. At this moment, it might not have appeared yet, but it might have already appeared. It's just somewhere in the deep sea. Under my feet. The few of them looked down at the chaos sea and had the thought of diving down. Let's go down and take a look. Whoosh! All of them left the surface of the life-form universes and entered the internal universe. At the same time, they controlled the universe to dive into the sea of chaos. The surrounding was blue and gradually became deep and quiet. In the distance, the seaweed universe in the shape of a flying fish gradually approached. Rong Cheng laughed as if she only had 7 seconds of memory. She didn't remember that she had just been killed and showed that they had met again after a long time. Ruhi, long time no see. This is your husband, right? You're indeed a dragon among men. Ruhi could not be bothered with him. This man saw that he could not break through Dichi defenses and came to find her kind husband. Why don't you treat me to a drink? Back then, I was also your senior. It was I who discovered your talent and dug you out to join our branch. That's why you're where you are today. Rong Cheng was thick-skinned. Ruhi could not be bothered to listen to his chatter. She secretly said to her husband, this person's methods are sinister and very ancient. He has a terrifying bloodline that can search for geniuses. He seems to be a non-combative type, but he has the fundamental aptitude to see through the soul. In the old era of the Universe Bridge, he was a famous mad universe wizard who found a bunch of geniuses and did many crazy experiments. Su Ji nodded. After hearing Rujeoji's words, he was filled with hatred. I can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. This person likes to occupy others' homes. He's not a good person. I can't stand such an existence. Rong Cheng knew that she couldn't be shameless when she heard them talking so openly. She didn't say anything and followed them shamelessly into the deep sea. The deeper he went, the quieter his surroundings became. The surrounding ocean water had some unknown ancient fragments floating on it. They flew by on both sides, revealing a sense of desolation and vicissitudes of time. He continued to dive for a while. It was as if nothing had changed, but Pheasant Ji could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Have you noticed that the chaos ocean water here has become clear and rhythmical? Pheasant Age's words caused the saints on the surrounding universe ships to quickly react. The expressions of Dichi and the others changed slightly, as if they had thought of something incredible. Rong Cheng also noticed the abnormality and was shocked. The chaos sea is so clear that I can see the bottom here. Become rhythmical? I've never seen such a change. What happened? He was anxious. They looked at Dichi and the others with solemn expressions, but they were not surprised. It seemed like they had already seen the chaos ocean become clear. What do they know? Rong Cheng was anxious as she looked at Moon God Ji. Yueshan Ji said, just continue reading. Many explanations are useless. You've deduced half of the Dharma ending age, but you haven't seen the other half. If there's death, there's life. Where there was death, there was life. Rong Cheng was shocked. He was the most knowledgeable among the 9 of them. He seemed to have thought of something terrible, but he immediately denied it because he didn't dare to imagine it. On the other side, this chaos sea, Ruhi was also very confused. But the giant octopus next to him was surprised and explained, this is an ancient existence was born here, and it's actually a place where the future is set, a future that's destined to be tens of billions of years later. A future tens of billions of years later? Rujeoji could not help but ask, in the future tens of billions of years from now, will the chaos ocean become clear? Was this also part of the prophecy? However, the leader of this meteor shower is so powerful that he can create the future environment at this time. Before they had time to react, they gradually went deeper and saw the increasingly clear sea water. They also witnessed a legendary scene that they would never forget. Hualalalalalalala. They saw 9 special universes that looked like beautiful jellyfish. They were like filters that filtered and classified the rules of the 9 universes. The sea water gradually became regular, and 9 clear streams of spring water sprayed out. In this way, the 70% of the chaos sea became clear and approached the 8th level in advance. The chaos sea was clear. At the center of the chaos sea, matter was colliding and stirring rapidly. The chaos sea was actually giving birth to some spores that were giving birth to life. They carried a trace of vitality. Birth. Life. Pheasant Ji's pupils dilated. This isn't one of those universes, but our great cosmos gave birth to a natural one, a special one in the chaos sea. Life. The knowledge of Orange was hidden at an unimaginably high level. He immediately saw through the truth and was stunned. Boom. His mind suddenly shook, and the unbelievable thought just now gradually became reality. A voice came from the side, completely explaining their thoughts and establishing their ideas. This ancient existence has actually appeared here. He's an overlord that doesn't belong to this cosmos epoch. He's in the chaos sea here and is trying to evolve the destined future. It was the end of the bloodline creatures. The emergence of an overlord of the new era. The giant octopus suddenly cried out and looked at the hazy figure in the center. It seemed to contain the most terrifying rules of heaven and earth. It's a pity that no one knows the name of that existence except us. What is the name of this existence? Pheasant Ji hurriedly asked. The giant octopus thought for a while and looked at the venerable sovereign next to it. After getting permission, it looked at the ancient hazy figure in the depths and finally said the word. The god of destruction. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, as if his knowledge had collapsed, the figure in the depths of the ocean had completely turned into reality. He slowly turned around. Those eyes looked over, within it was an unimaginable ancient starry sky. It was as though it contained the vast information of the entire universe, slowly looking at the people in the ship. Chapter 1315. Voila! An indescribable aura spread out. In the eyes of others, the moment the figure turned around, it was as if the universe had been destroyed and all living things in the world had withered. The eyes that were as deep as the stars contained the endless Big Bang and Big Collapse of the universe, endless eras, and the vast universe. This was a figure that would shock the ages. Pheasant Ji and Rong Cheng both felt a sense of disbelief. This aura seemed to be the entire universe, including the sky, the earth, the rivers, and even the matter that saturated their bodies. What is this? Rong Cheng's heart was beating fast. She sat in the sky of this universe in the deep sea. Is this the mysterious existence that doesn't belong to our universe? He did not believe it at first, but now he somewhat believed it. This aura was very mysterious and seemed to cover the entire universe. It even made him vaguely sense the aura of a singular point of the Great Dao, as if there was an ancient level 11 in front of him. And only level 11 could survive the collapse and explosion of the universe. They would not lose their power in the different laws after the explosion of each new universe and would be able to control everything. Level 10 was the peak of the universe, a fake person who lived in the universe and was restricted from cultivating fake Dao. Only level 11 could cultivate the ultimate truth, which would have jumped out of the restrictions of the universe and completely walked toward eternity, becoming a great eagle that roamed the universe. It seems that this person didn't lie to me. He looked at the ancient god and thought, this might indeed come from the current time of the universe. In some mysterious and special history, there are too many incredible ancient mysteries. This is the leader of these meteors. The mother of the universe. On the other side, Pheasant Eye gritted her teeth. Without any hint from the ancient god, she knew even less than Rong Cheng. But why is it called the god of destruction? This was a matter of course. If it was the god of creation, he would be the first to react, because the meaning was only on the surface. However, the god of destruction covered many aspects. After all, destruction was a power that contained many factors. They naturally did not think that the ultimate goal of destruction was to destroy the universe. While the two of them were shocked, they didn't dare to make a sound. On the other hand, Dichi, Carolyn, and the others were familiar with this place. After all, this was not the first time they had met the god of creation. Although the person in front of them was the god of destruction, it was also the old god of creation. Gulp. In the surrounding blue ocean, bubbles rose up one by one. The others were all watching silently. After a long while, Dichi thought for a moment and finally stepped out from the sidelines, saying, "Have you appeared in this world to predict the future of the universe?" The god of destruction turned around and looked at them quietly. He seemed to be thinking seriously for a while and suddenly said, "Long time no see. It's been hundreds of millions of years." Pheasant Ji was stunned. Rong Cheng was also stunned. They were secretly thinking about the meaning behind this. "To someone as great as you, we are just a wave hundreds of millions of years away," said Dichi with a smile. "But to us, we have just met you not long ago. The person you saw wasn't me." Although the god of destruction was answering, his hands did not stop. He was still evolving the future life. "I still have a mind and a spirit. You don't have to be restrained. Just treat me as a life. You don't have to be so polite if you follow my side. As for now, I'm also doing selfish things. I want to reveal some of the future at this moment and distort some things." The future? Faction? Distorting something that was destined? Seeing that Dichi and the others seemed to know the reason, but Rong Cheng didn't know the reason at all, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But what followed was a conversation that she couldn't understand at all. "You're evoking your destined future." At this moment, Carolyn spoke as she looked at the creatures that were being born in the Chaos Sea. "There's no such thing as destiny, everything is up to man." The god of destruction said, "From the moment I arrived, the trajectory of the universe changed completely. There were violent changes. There is no such thing as destiny, but fate has never escaped. Even I may not have the ability to escape." Fate. Hearing this, Rong Cheng fell into complete silence. He began to understand. After all, he was very smart. He could tell part of the meaning of their conversation from the clues. He had arrived with these universes, so the destined trajectory of the universe had changed? This meant that the meteor shower in front of them was an unprecedented variable in the universe, and not a point of fate for the universe? The original Chaos Ocean era didn't arrive? This was too horrifying. It was too terrifying. Even if he came from more than 10 billion years ago and experienced a vast storm, becoming the final winner of the bloody battlefield, he still felt that the undercurrent was surging, and his heart was trembling. It seems like it's not easy to sneak into this era from the longevity world and wait for the end of the age of chaos to vindicate your Deo. It's much more troublesome and dangerous than we thought. Even such a variable has appeared. Rong Cheng thought to herself. The second half of the battle was more difficult than she had imagined. His thoughts were in turmoil, but he quickly regained his calm. However, this seems possible. The meteor shower in the Chaos Ocean's universe doesn't seem to be an inevitable scene. The arrival of these universes seems to be an accident. To be honest, he had his suspicions before. What cosmic rain? What Buddhist civilization? Could there be a mastermind behind the scenes, or was there an element of artificial planning? Now, he was completely suspicious. As expected, this was not the era of nature. This was because the sudden meteor shower wasn't inevitable. To rely on a meteor that could descend at any time and couldn't possibly land to decide the next era? Wasn't that ridiculous? If the entire universe era didn't descend, wouldn't they be finished? It wasn't inevitable, it was just a coincidence. It wasn't destined, that was all. He thought about it a lot, and his whole person gradually became anxious, but, if this guess is true, the universe is predestined, and there are changes. This is too terrifying. After all, a variable means the unknown and it means a super terrifying thing. As for the variable, it might be the truth of the meteor shower in this universe. It is impossible to change the general trend of a universe without external forces. And existences that don't belong to this universe era can indeed do it. As a crazy magus, Rong Cheng had done too many experiments. He understood the laws and truths of the universe better than anyone else. He continued to ponder. In this world, there was no existence that could deceive his vision. As long as he was well read and knowledgeable enough, no one could deceive him. As an ancient existence who had lived for countless years, he clearly understood that the so-called deception was built on ignorance. He was one of the most erudite existences in the universe, and no one could deceive him. However, he felt that this pool of water was very deep. He pressed his forehead and organized his thoughts. According to the current trend, the era of the chaotic sea of the universe is not destined by fate but a variable. Then, what is the era of the chaotic sea? He stared at the creature in the chaos sea. It was death, but it was also life. This was probably the next chaos ocean era. He deduced frantically as his mind spun rapidly. Endless data flashed through his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a corner of the future era. He suddenly looked at the creature that was being nurtured by the chaos sea. In other words, with the perfection of the universe's laws, the chaos sea became clear and began to breed life. This life is the fated opportunity of an era. Back then, he saw the future of the lifelong realm. How could he not see the future of this era now? Although he was already past his youth, he was still in his prime. The facts were already in front of him. If he couldn't deduce it, it would be a joke. He suddenly looked at the god of destruction in front of him and was shocked. And this ancient existence from an unknown era is clearing part of the chaos sea in advance and evolving the environment for the next general trend in the future. Chapter 1316. The more Rong Cheng thought about it, the more shocked he was. Who was he? Where did he come from? There was actually such a heaven-defying power that could predict the future of the universe in advance. As a variable, what was the purpose of deducing the environment of the next era? At this moment, too many thoughts flashed through Rong Cheng's mind like a sudden clap of thunder. His mind was completely blank. He was bombarded by so many questions that he couldn't take them all in. You're predicting the future. Rong Cheng couldn't help but say, as a variable of the universe, he occupied the environment of the chaos sea in advance and used the heavens and realms to seize the opportunities of the future. What are you planning to do in the future? At the side, Ditchy, Carolyn, and the others were slightly surprised. This person was very terrifying. They didn't say much useful information, but he managed to deduce it all and guessed most of the information they knew. He was indeed worthy of being the most monstrous existence in ancient and modern times, a creature standing at the top of the pyramid in the history of the universe. The giant octopus was also dumbfounded. Where did this monster come from? A moment ago, he was still a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. Now, he had entered the city? Other than the god of destruction's identity, you basically know everything else. The players were stunned and felt that this was not a human. Was he really a monster? This person had only listened to 2 or 3 sentences and had almost analyzed the entire situation. Except for the identity of the god of destruction, he had almost guessed everything else. The players were excited. Pheasant Ji only reacted after hearing Rong Cheng's words. She knew what he was thinking. She sighed to the venerable sovereign beside her. I'm already not as good as them. My reaction is slower by a beat. My knowledge and understanding of the universe are clearly sufficient, but I can't deduce to this extent from these few sentences combined with my existing knowledge. Such a monster is indeed terrifying. Su Ji was also very surprised. Was this the monster of the era of the longevity world? No wonder the first queen was killed. This death was not unjust. Su Ji cast a glance at them. The players were all shocked. He said, this man had almost guessed the entire truth, except for the identity of the god of destruction. But Su Ji knew that she had guessed the whole truth. The cosmic meteor shower could be a variable or a conspiracy. The future era of the chaotic ocean. And if he did not guess the god of destruction? Because the god of destruction's identity was fake, he didn't guess. He knew very well that there was no god of creation in the universe, so how could he guess? He had guessed all the truth, but he naturally didn't guess that it was fake. Because the truth can be deduced by the laws of the universe. How can we deduce if the fake doesn't exist? Su Ji was completely on guard. Don't be discouraged, and NBSP, Pheasant Ji said seriously, in my eyes, when you and that Dichi grow up in the future, you won't be any weaker than him at your peak. You're only tens of thousands of years old. It'll take some time for you to reach your peak of creativity, and your peak of energy. When I was your age, I wasn't even as good as you. Ruhi was not lying. She had become a saint directly when she was more than 10,000 years old, but she had also experienced continuous accumulation and climbing. She had only reached the peak after hundreds of thousands of years. After that, she had continued to be energetic for millions of years and opened up all kinds of new systems. Just as everyone was shocked by Rong Cheng's power, he didn't laugh anymore. He showed his power and asked, what are you doing here? What will our universe experience in the future? From Rong Cheng's point of view, since the other party could communicate with these existences, he could also establish a connection. There were too many things he wanted to know, such as her background, her identity, and her prophecy. Especially the prophecy. The existence in front of him was obviously due to the arrival of an ancient prophecy, which coincided with the time. In that case, who made the ancient prophecy in the old days? Who left it behind? The Zerg race? Did they really have the ability to do so? If it had been before, then it would have been acceptable, but the current situation seemed to have exceeded the scope of the two races' abilities. If they could really come into contact with this level, they would not have been defeated by them. Rong Cheng suddenly felt that there were too many secrets in the clear and bright old era that she didn't know about. The universe was becoming extremely strange. You. The god of destruction looked at him and pondered for a while. Then, he looked at Rong Cheng and said with a smile, long time no see. It's been several tens of billions of years, right? Rong Cheng froze. This sentence again? He had said it to the others before, and now he was saying it to him. We haven't seen each other for tens of billions of years? Have we met before? In that case, should he also answer, to someone as great as you, we are just a wave in the distant hundreds of millions of years. But to us, we have just met you not long ago. But he would not do such a stupid thing, so he did not answer this question. Rong Cheng thought for a while and asked, have we met? You and I have naturally never met before. I've indeed seen him before. The god of destruction chuckled. Longevity, what a nostalgic era. You don't have to be so conflicted about this. The times have changed, and everything is just a similar wave in the times. I don't have to be conflicted. How can I not be conflicted? Rong Cheng felt more and more conflicted. These words that were like a riddle made his imagination run wild. The shocking secret was clearly hidden in front of him, but it was as if there was a layer of gauze between them, making him feel like he was tickling him, extremely uncomfortable. Similar waves in the era. Rong Cheng was silent for a moment. Could it be that he came from a similar era in prehistory and had seen a creature similar to himself? Rong Cheng thought for a while and couldn't help but say, may I ask, in the future, in the era of the chaotic ocean, which path will I take? The god of destruction suddenly laughed when he heard the question. You should know that everything in the world has an exchange and balance. You have to pay for what you want. If you want to get information about the future, you have to pay something of the same value. This is my rule. Although it's no longer the same as before, it should still be the same. Pay the price? Rongcheng thought for a while. He knew his future. He didn't know what terrible price he would have to pay. In this era of change, all his old wealth was worthless. The price I have to pay, Rongcheng said all of a sudden. The god of destruction suddenly laughed and said, "You've paid enough, many a time, it seems that you have obtained what you want, but at the same time, you have to pay the price." Obtaining and paying are the same thing. Rongcheng said thoughtfully. In other words, if he knew the future, he would also pay the price for it. It's the entire universe that has already known the future in advance. The entire universe has already paid the price. The god of destruction said softly, "So, you have paid the price in advance, but now that you have intelligence, I think I should remind you that sometimes it's better to spend the rest of your time in confusion than to leave in despair. Do you really want to know? Why don't you know? There's nothing more desirable than knowledge," Rongcheng said tentatively. "No matter what the price is." Similar waves indeed. You two are almost the same. The god of destruction said something that stunned Rongcheng. This is a future, if you want to see it. Whoosh! An image of the universe gradually appeared before his eyes. What is this? This was an unforgettable scene. Rongcheng, Pheasant Ji, just one look and their minds went completely blank. Chapter 1317. A scene gradually appeared. It was a calm scene outside the chaos heavens. The chaos sea had become extremely clear, and the great Dao atlases were very complete. It might be the universe era tens of billions of years later. The chaos sea was clear, and living beings were born within it. First, it was the ordinary saints outside the chaos heavens who gradually discovered the abnormality of the chaos sea. It was as though a crisis had arrived. Gradually, countless years passed. The chaos ocean underwent a complete transformation. Life began to be born, and the deathly chaos ocean began to show signs of life. It was rapidly expanding and becoming full of life. This history? Pheasant Ji and Rongcheng couldn't take their eyes off him. It's like a village bumpkin entering the city and Granny Lu looking at the Grand View Garden. The giant octopus saw this from the dark and could not help but shake its head and sigh. Although he's at the top of the pyramid of bloodline creatures in the universe, he can't avoid the reality of being country bumpkin. No sign of the god of creation. I'm afraid that only people like Yumang could barely see the god of creation during the primordial chaos era. By the time of the longevity world, it had already been lost. The giant octopus was proud, but the two were more and more surprised. This isn't fake. The two of them looked at each other. Rongcheng and Pheasant Ji didn't get along before and were on guard against each other. But now, they were both shocked. After all, they came from the same place. The era of the universe. In history, I'm afraid there has never been such an era. Ruhi said. The true cosmic shield and era will come when the great Dao Atlas is about to be completed. This is the time to explode. Rongcheng's eyes glowed with a bright light. It was so bright that it was shocking. At the same time, she started to deduce, it's like this. So, this is the normal history of the universe era, not the mutation we are seeing now. How smart was he? He could tell at a glance that this was the official history. This was a history of the universe's development that could not be faked. It was impossible to forge. The meteorites raining down from the chaos verse were a flaw that couldn't be fixed. If it was fake, it would never come true. No matter how perfect a lie was, it would always be a lie. However, the one in front of him was real. This was a historical trend that could not be replaced. My husband, Ji took a deep breath and grabbed the venerable sovereign's hand. When we first saw this, we were equally shocked. Even though it's the second time we're seeing it, we're still shocked. This is the true history of the universe. The venerable sovereign said seriously. This is too terrifying. Rongcheng suddenly wanted to have a Dao companion to comfort her. She looked at Moon God Ji and wanted to talk. However, Moon God Ji silently took a few steps back. Rongcheng smiled awkwardly. Daoist Ji, you didn't lie to me. You're very sincere. We only saw half of it. The Dharma ending era. The other half was actually the germinal era. If this scene were to spread, the entire universe would tremble. No one would have thought that the chaotic era of the universe was actually a sudden change. The real era is like this. Both of them were peerless geniuses with steady Dao hearts, so their current attitude was already very good. Just by seeing the Chaos Sea giving birth to life, they felt a sense of despair. That was because they could vaguely see the next era. This was the new overlord. The door to level 11 had opened in this era. A new life was born in this era. How could the two be such a coincidence? The universe was probably in agreement with fate. This level 11 door was for the life forms of this era to break through and vindicate Dao. Whoosh! History was spinning. They saw that the Chaos Ocean was full of life. Countless light years of giant creatures evolved and climbed ashore. The longevity Dao palace of this universe was also starting to appear. It's the longevity world. It's actually the lifelong realm. Ruhi also cried out in shock. They saw that terrifying era, as well as the deductions and conversations of the existences of the lifelong realm. It turns out that we're not the main characters. We've sneaked through so much and finally arrived at the future era of rank 11. However, we realized that rank 11 didn't exist for us prehistoric creatures. Traveling through time and space and sneaking into the future. I thought it was transcendence, but it's an even more terrifying despair. Because when we opened our eyes, we were already ancient creatures that were about to go extinct in prehistory, and we were welcoming our final death. The two of them blacked out as if the world was spinning and the earth was shaking. This sentence was referring to them in the future. How pathetic. The two of them had bitter expressions on their faces. We had snuck into the future in search of hope, but what we were waiting for was the end of our race, to witness our destruction. Then what's the point of our smuggling? They were just as sad as the longevity Dao palace existences in the universe. Then, they were even more shocked as they saw the leader of the new generation of creatures walk out of the Chaos Sea and talk to the ancient existence of the longevity Dao palace. The cold and bloody conversation revealed the history of the universe's development and also revealed the irreversible final trend, to feed all of humanity. Their minds went blank. It was too realistic and ruthless, but it was a fact of the future. The existence of the longevity Daoist palace chose to hide from the world after hearing the story. They weren't really retreating, because as old creatures, they had no way to retreat. Instead, they were conserving their energy and waiting for the last 11 steps to open, then they would come out to fight with their backs against the water. The final words of the longevity Daoist palace would be forever etched in their hearts. I've once thought about this before. Since the fate of the lifelong realm is like this, what is the meaning of our existence? Now I understand. We are the last chance of survival for the creatures of the old era. This is the meaning of our longevity Dao palace's existence. It's not like the universe didn't give us a chance of survival. Nothing has changed. As long as we can win the second half of this battle from tens of billions of years in the future, we will walk to the end. Boom! With the last conversation, the battle completely erupted. The final death knell was sounded, and the sky collapsed. The screen turned completely black, and it was unknown whether they had won or lost. So this is the meaning of our longevity Daoist palace. At this moment, the two of them were completely shaken, and their Dao hearts seemed to crack and collapse. They were extremely powerful, and their Dao hearts had almost never collapsed because of that short bewitching scene. However, they knew that this scene was real, and this was their future. The screen darkened. Have a good rest. The venerable sovereign supported the pale pheasant G and sat down. We are the younger generation of the current era. We were born in this era. Although we are also sad to see this scene, you are the saddest. I can understand. On the other side, Rong Cheng sobbed for a long time before she bowed seriously. Thank you for letting us see a corner of history in the future. We can't thank you enough. There's an equal price to pay for any gain. In the distance, the god of destruction was still standing in the same place, still evolving those creatures. He said softly, everything is balanced. My arrival has let you know the future and also brought you disaster ahead of time. Was it balanced? Rong Cheng heaved a deep sigh, looking at the environment of the clear sea of chaos and the mysterious creatures that were evolving. Yes, it was indeed balanced. The price of the mutation was to bring forward the arrival of the apocalypse. In front of them, this universe era was unstoppable. Countless saints began to vindicate their Dao, bringing the future closer. In less than a few thousand years, the rules of the universe would reach the 8th level and creatures would be born in the Chaos Ocean. So, the future history that should have been tens of billions of years ago is only going to be born thousands of years later, in the blink of an eye? Rong Cheng's mind was shaken. His tragic fate was about to come, but he was in despair. This was right in front of him, how should he deal with it? Rongcheng looked at those creatures and the images of the 9 jellyfish universes. Are you improving and zooming in on the universe's environment in advance to evolve the environment where those creatures will appear? This is the only thing I can do. The god of destruction said softly, I'll let you see them in advance. Prepare for research. As for whether you can change the future and change your destiny, it all depends on you. Rongcheng fell silent and then nodded seriously. All of a sudden, he didn't need to ask any more. He already had a vague idea of the origin of this existence in front of him, as well as the existence who had left behind the prophecy. I'm afraid that the master of the Longevity Deo Palace in the prehistoric universe broke through to level 11 but was outnumbered. He left a trump card in the end and threw it into the sky to float before finally landing in this era? He secretly guessed. He looked at the god of destruction in front of him and secretly admired him. This is a ray of hope left for us by the prehistory. It gives us the possibility to change the future. He recalled the scene of the last battle and could not help but burst into tears. Chapter 1318. But everything has changed, and everything has been brought forward. Rongcheng took a deep breath, feeling anxious and terrified. There's still an extremely long period of tens of billions of years in the universe, but it's been condensed and appeared in the next thousands or tens of thousands of years. He recalled the shocking scene of the Chaos Sea and felt a chill. This was probably the price. He looked at the ancient being called the God of Destruction with mixed feelings of admiration and gratitude. This was the last resort left behind by the previous owner of the Longevity Deo Palace. He wanted to change the future of this era's universe and leave some variables for us. What kind of price did he pay to help her? However, that was the general guess, and the specific origin still needed to be studied. I'm really grateful. Rongcheng said sincerely. You don't have to thank me, the god of destruction's voice was cold. In fact, Su Ji looked at them and felt a little guilty in his heart. After all, you guys are partly responsible for this. You guys have to pay for it. Su Ji felt that things were unpredictable. If you weren't so strong, so terrifying, and so irrefutable, how could I have evolved such a strange thing? Now, things had gotten to this point, and no one could control it. It was also something he had never expected. If Su Ji were to do it again, he would definitely not dare to do it so recklessly. I hope that the existence of the Longevity Deist Palace will not be beaten to death and can live well. Su Ji thought to himself. The existence of the Longevity Deo Palace has never been overthrown. I'm sure that the past Zerg Empresses must be very happy that I'm able to destroy the Longevity world together with them and defeat the Longevity world with this special method. Su Ji was filled with emotions. He suddenly had the urge to put his hands behind his back and say to the spirits of the past Zerg Empresses seriously, in order to avenge you, I'm willing to destroy the entire universe. The Zergs of the past generations must have been very touched. Life was so wonderful. Even Su Ji, a salted fish, had been secretly farming all this time. He had never thought of avenging the past Zerg Empresses, did not cause trouble, did not stir up trouble, and behaved himself. However, he still managed to take revenge in the end. Even though he had to destroy the lifelong realm along with himself. When I'm ruthless, not only will I kill my enemies, I'll also kill myself. Su Ji mumbled to himself. The more he thought about it, the further he went. He was almost at the end of the horizon. After all, he had the same complicated feelings as Ji Rongcheng and Ye Ji. Hualala. The clarity of the Chaos Sea was still brewing. The god of destruction's phantom continued to stand in the deep blue sea, and everyone in the distance was still holding their breath. Rongcheng's questions were shocking, but he remained silent. The rest of the people held their breaths again. Suddenly, Dichi stood up and respectfully said, "How do you think we should change our future?" "It's up to you, it's up to you." The god of destruction looked at them and said with a smile, "Living beings are the only variable in a universe. They're the vitality for the universe's growth. Everything is in your hands. Although I've come to this world, in a sense, I'm still a living being with intelligence, but I can't interfere or change it." Everyone nodded. Rongcheng was certain of his guess. As expected of a leader of the universe. He had gained intelligence, just like how the other heavenly universes had produced the heavenly Deo. It's a meteor shower set up by an ancient prehistory existence. It hung in the sky of the vast universe and calculated for a century before it fell in this era to let us know the truth and find a chance of survival. And this universe was the key to their survival. Because only one major power could defeat another. In the previous epoch, the longevity world was isolated and helpless. It could only watch as the Chaos Sea era erupted. Rong Cheng continued to deduce, but we are different. An ancient existence created an incomplete singularity universe. He used his own failure to give us a chance to break out of this situation before he left. He continued to deduce and felt a little touched. In the distance, Carolyn had also voiced her doubts. How will this pseudo-general trend of the universe develop in the future? This was indeed a false general trend. It was as if a branch had been cut off from the original main path, and the general trend of this universe was also unknown. Right now, he was proving rejection, rivers, lakes, and seas. All of these were to make the universe conform to the structure of heavens and myriad worlds, but they did not exist in the original era of the universe. Even though this was only a slight deviation, it would soon return to the right track. After all, once the universe was completed, there would be life in the Chaos Ocean. However, Carolyn wanted to know the exact details of this deviation. You're asking me? I don't know. The god of destruction smiled and said, I've just shown you the general trend of the future and fate. How can I know the general trend that has never happened? It's all up to you. Everyone muttered to themselves as they organized their thoughts. However, the god of destruction's next words moved them. This is also a variable. Since you know the future, why don't you prove the rules of the universe and make this universe your future doomsday and the ship of the twilight of the sages? Dao Vindication. Rong Cheng's heart jumped. That's right, to vindicate the heavens and realms, one had to use the rules of the last 2 or 3 levels of the Great Dao picture to fit in with the environmental rules of the heavens and realms. When the apocalypse arrived, they would have a chance to ride on these universe-crossing ships and resist those terrifying future life forms. They would have a chance of survival. At the same time, we can try to make this Chaos Ocean era grow and fight against the future Chaos Ocean era. Rong Cheng had also thought of this. Then, the venerable sovereign stood out and said, in the era of the heavens and realms, how should one vindicate Dao? For example, if my wife wants to vindicate the rules of the Great Dao contract of the universe, how should she vindicate it? He continued, there are 9 universes in this multiverse. Therefore, the past is in the 9 universes. It's enough to vindicate the Dao separately. However, in this myriad of worlds and endless universes, there are constant cycles of death and rebirth. It's impossible to vindicate the rules one by one before unifying them, right? What do you all think? The god of destruction said seriously, the rules were made by the saints of the past, it's a matter of generations of saints vindicating the heavens. As for the rules before us, how do you think we should set them? You want us to set the rules of Dao vindication? Rong Cheng and Pheasant Ji's hearts trembled. Wasn't this the first place when Hongmeng created the world? It was wrong. It was even more terrifying. This was because the very first rule was that saints could vindicate Dao to the universe. Before their eyes, they were going to reformulate the original rules to let the saints of this era vindicate their Dao and grasp the power of the heavens and realms. This really made one's breathing quicken. Chapter 1319. Draw up the rules and methods for the saints to prove their Dao in the chaotic era of the universe. Rong Cheng was a little nervous. The sage of many universes is the rule of Dao vindication for the 9 universes. It's the rule that rules the 9 universes, the saints that have been drafted now are the heavenly Dao rules that rule the 120,600 universes. Originally, he was a sage of many elements. Were all the saints in the universe now? That's right. The rules still need to be set. The god of destruction said, the rules of the universe are all living beings. They are completed and created in each era. No one could know the future of the universe, and there were no stable rules, so it was natural to rewrite them. This is a major change. Can't I vindicate Dao to you? You are in control of all the universes at present. As long as I can prove the rules of Dao to you, how can the other universes not follow your orders? The venerable sovereign said. Rong Cheng's heart trembled. It turned out that this existence had come here to discuss with the mortals how to deal with the catastrophe and to set the rules for the future. Were they discussing the new situation in the universe? In his days, he seemed to recall the primordial age of the primordial universe. Before heaven and earth were separated and chaos filled the air, a group of the first saints began to discuss and formulate the first rules to create the world. Now, they are in power and are splitting up the initial power. His breathing quickened. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and came here. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss if he didn't know anything. This was the round table meeting of chaos, where they would set the rules together. Let me control it and let the common people vindicate their Dao. This isn't a long-term solution. At this moment, the god of destruction shook his head and retorted, although I created those universes, I can easily control them now. If you prove your Dao to me and explain the rules to me, I can indeed command those universes. But what about the future? Once it was fully developed and endless, it would be difficult to control it and it would be difficult to coordinate with one's own power. At the same time, if I return to the top in the future and my will vanishes, therefore, only by setting the rules of Dao vindication can one vindicate the Dao. As soon as this sentence was said, the people on both sides saw two different meanings. The first reaction of Dichi and the others was, after all, the god of destruction was the natural and vast will of the great path of the universe. He had now developed his own will, so he could plan, but what about the future? If he were to regain his authority, his will would dissipate and return to the will of the universe. Who would be left to handle this? Even if he defeated the god of creation, the will of the god of destruction did not return to the assimilation. This kind of thing could not always be handled by his own subjective will, and it had to be controlled by the rules. Just like a judge, if he relied on himself to judge prisoners, he would eventually make mistakes. The best way was to set up fixed rules and let the rules decide by themselves. Without rules, there was no square. Rongcheng, Pheasant Ji, and the others' first reaction was, this universe leader would eventually die of old age and dissipate. This was what he meant by will dissipation. If one died of old age and dissipation, how could one coordinate the universe? He couldn't rely on this rule. He had to establish a new and perfect rule. Rongcheng thought to herself, this being's idea is probably to take advantage of the current era when it has just been born and has yet to flourish. As the leader of the universe, it can still control these universes and help us set the rules, otherwise, once the numbers increase and he falls in the future, he won't be able to control the flourishing race. After all, this is not the general trend of the universe. It cannot be reversed. If we don't help, this general trend will be destroyed. After all, everyone knew that a universe era would not go far without a mature and fair Dao vindication rule for the saints to vindicate their Dao and obtain benefits. He wanted to work for the cow but didn't feed it. How far could he go? Saints and the universe were mutually beneficial from the very beginning. If you completed my rules, I would give you temporary authority. Humans and nature could live in harmony and benefit from each other. Only then could the great cosmos walk step by step towards the maturity and completeness it had today. The current universe was like this. If the path of the saints was not formulated, then the era was destined to be dead. How could they resist the destined general trend of the future? At this moment, Rongcheng had unconsciously integrated herself into the universe and the saints around her as she thought about it. She began to discuss how to develop with them. Setting the rules of Dao vindication in the universe? This is too troublesome. Rongcheng also felt that it was tricky. There were more than 129,000 of them. How were you going to set the rules? He had to think about this. However, it was hard to imagine that it was equivalent to the node of the next era. After all, the universe was divided into 129,600 parts and was too small. If one didn't become a sage and was only a single sage in the universe, they would be unimaginably weak. How could they fight against the enemy? How was the Chaos Sea going to fight against its destined fate? Therefore, the concept of saints and the rules that ruled all the heavens and realms were imperative. But if I can solve this difficult problem, I can also gain a lot. He began to think. Su Ji looked at the people on both sides and fell into deep thought. He chuckled in his heart. How could he prove the rules of the universe? Of course, it was possible to find him to prove it. After all, if Su Ji proved his way, he would be able to rule over all the heavens and realms, and the effect would be the same. But Su Ji was not stupid. He had seen too much history. If he was pushed to the front, everyone would vindicate his Dao and obtain the power to control the universe from him, he would be overthrown sooner or later. Therefore, the authority of the universe could not be controlled by one's own. It was very complicated to do this. He could control it, but he couldn't. There were many twists and turns, but it had to be done. You can put forward your own opinions. If it's feasible, I can do my best to help you set up the rules. The god of destruction said lightly. Everyone's breathing quickened. This was the true power. Who didn't want to become the Yumang of this era? The first sage who created the world and created the first laws of the universe? The first sage was the general framework of the universe. Everyone knew how terrifying it was. A set framework meant that all the later saints could only vindicate their deo in the universe set by the other party. Dichi sorted out his thoughts, then said with a smile, I believe that the clan divine system will be the future structure of the universe. It was the deo vindication system of the sages. Not bad, right now, we're trying out this path. Oh! The god of destruction chuckled. The cultivation system of the clan divine branches transcendent cultivators. Dichi, Carolyn, and the others looked at each other and said, now, we've left a secret door in the descendants of our bloodline life forms, so that the universe of our descendants will have our bloodline and listen to our ancestors. In the long run, after generations of reproduction, it will become a core ancestral universe and 129,600 cosmos heirs. Dichi continued, in the future, as long as you vindicate your deo towards the core universe, which is the holy land of the core of the heavens, you can vindicate the 129,600 rules at the same time. He looked at Gruo. For example, Miss Ruhi, if you want to vindicate the contract rules of the heavens and realms, you only need to vindicate the universe of the core holy land hub. It's equivalent to vindicating the heavens and becoming the saints of the heavens, ruling over the rules of the heavens and realms. After all, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Even the 9 universes at this time have multiple sages who rule the world and manage each era of the universe. There will be too many worlds in the future. If there are no rulers and we stand in the chaos heavens to work and set rules to rule the world, it is destined that we will not last long. Then, how are we going to fight against the coming era? There is not much time left for us to develop. As for the multi-dimensional sage itineraries in the universe, Dichi laughed again. The core universe can die too. This was because a universe had a lifespan as well. When the core universe died, the next ruler-level universe would ascend the throne. At that time, the saints of the old era of the core universe who ruled the rules of the myriad worlds will all fall, and the multiverse saints in the new universe will ascend to the throne and rule the world. Rong Cheng was slightly surprised. The other party had come prepared and had already tested it. How shameless! Rong Cheng cursed in his heart. No wonder he didn't care about me coming here. He must have calculated that I wasn't prepared. The god of destruction could not help but laugh. It's a good suggestion. Perhaps you can use it as a reference. I can help you to set up such a structure so that it can operate on its own after I leave. Dichi gave a faint smile and took a step back. Medusa walked out and said, I think it's the god and devil system, where 120,000 or so thousands of heavens and worlds are each a cell, gathering into a vast life form, and the universe exists in the form of a giant. She spoke with fervor and assurance, causing Pheasant Ji and Rong Cheng to be shocked. This was another existence that had come prepared. When the two of them heard this idea, they felt that it was very shocking. At this moment, Ruhi also felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She pulled her husband and helplessly said, everyone is prepared and has begun to snatch the power of the universe. Don't you have a plan? The venerable sovereign smiled and walked out, saying, I believe it is the reincarnation system. Reincarnation? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Chapter 1320. Reincarnation System. The god of destruction laughed and suddenly said, this time, I'm going to talk about the future with you existences of the present world. I can indeed get a lot of surprises. Why don't you tell me? Yes, I am. The venerable sovereign smiled and answered seriously. The structure and general trend that you've just described, the various worlds and heavens, are all connected in various ways, making the endless worlds and heavens seem separated, but they are still connected, forming rules and coordinating. This was a brilliant plan. After all, the difficulty of the universe was to coordinate. Because there are too many of them, even though they look varied and exciting, they are all in a mess. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. This was a good summary. The forces of the universe were too scattered, and they had to be integrated. My method is also the same. I'll use a certain method to connect them, but I won't use the universe as a general plan. Instead, I'll use the living beings as a general plan. Since the universe has a constant of 129,600, the venerable sovereign said with a smile, how about the creatures in the universe have a constant? The surrounding creatures were slightly stunned. The number of creatures was fixed at a constant? After all, there's no way for the universe to produce native living beings. It can only be taken from outside. Living beings are constant. It's very simple. All the living beings in the universe exist as true spirits. Once they die, they will return to the core of the universe, reincarnation. As the core, reincarnation is similar to the realm of Deo vindication described by De Chi. All living beings can vindicate Deo in reincarnation. At this moment, De Chi shook his head and could not help but say, Samsara is also the leader of the clan, ruling the 129,600 heavens below. What's the difference between Samsara and what I've described? It's just a change of name. Almost the same. It's different. These are living beings and souls after death. They enter the reincarnation universe to prove their Deo and reincarnate. They don't prove their Deo with strength but with merit. The venerable sovereign said with a smile. Merit. Merit. The surrounding saints were shocked. Pheasant Age and Rongcheng were puzzled. The universe was ruled by combat power, and whoever was stronger would be able to vindicate Deo. What did it mean to vindicate Deo with merit? The venerable sovereign looked at the saints around him and explained patiently, all the living beings in the universe have accumulated good deeds during their lives and benefited the common people. After they die, they enter the reincarnation universe, walk the Mengpo Bridge, and look at the 3 life stone. In the end, according to the accumulated merit. If one's merit points were negative, they would commit great crimes and be reincarnated into the path of pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, and livestock. If he reincarnated into an ordinary family without merit. If some of them could be reincarnated, the powerful bloodline families of the heavens would be able to kill them. If one's merit was not small, one could take up a position in the reincarnation universe, Fengdu Ghost City, or become a ghost officer. One could travel across the universe and bring back the dead. If your merit is great, you can be conferred the title of saint. Everyone's hearts trembled, as if some waves had been set off. The venerable sovereign laughed. One can become a saint based on the merits and rule the world. A sage with such merits can convince the people without worrying about corruption. He can benefit the world and make the entire era prosperous. The eyes of the surrounding people flickered. This suggestion was a refreshing one. In most universes, although combat power was still the main focus, it was only limited to a single universe's saint. Saints in multiple universes could only become saints by virtue. In this way, even the powerful sages could not slaughter the masses and commit crimes even if they did not enter the reincarnation universe. This method is not bad. The god of destruction commented, it's also a foundation for prosperity. The venerable sovereign smiled and stepped back. Pheasant Eye was instantly excited. Seeing her husband show his divinity in front of the masses made her feel proud. As expected of my husband. You're so kind. You wanted the world to be prosperous, which was why you came up with this merit universe. It turns out that you've long prepared for it. The rules and framework you described are very outstanding. I think you can compete for the bigger picture. Rongcheng's face darkened. Was he the only one left? When he heard this, how could he not know that these existences had come prepared? He had even prepared an extremely thorough plan. Even Rujeoji was given a plan. As for himself, he had suffered a great loss. Even though he was extremely intelligent and had a large number of geniuses under him to gather for scientific research, deduction in this aspect was clearly his strength. If he had time to prepare his research, he could easily come up with a solution that was not weaker than these existences, or even better, but he was not prepared yet. This made him extremely sullen. Was he going to lose his opportunity just like that? A first-hand opportunity? This was the leader of the universe, a variable that the longevity Deo Palace of the previous universe had left behind. If he couldn't even take the initiative in this universe, let alone how he would face the general trend of the coming apocalypse in the future, there was no need to talk about resisting. Only by holding this general trend would he have a chance to survive and resist. At present, the promise of this universe leader was extremely important. Although he could only rule a few universes at the moment, it was extremely important in the early stages. With help, he could control the rules of the evolved universe, and it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Moon God Ji. Fellow Daoist Ji, are you not prepared? Yueshan Ji looked at him and fell silent for a moment before saying, naturally, I've made preparations. However, you and I met by chance. How could it be a chance encounter? We clearly chatted for who knows how long, discussing the Deo and exchanging information. Rong Cheng didn't feel good. He said hurriedly, "You and I are like old friends at first sight, we are destined to be on the same side, how can we be strangers by chance? I have a lot of talents under me, and it's definitely the most talented force among all the longevity sages. With my help, we'll have a high chance of winning the battle." Rong Cheng had tried all sorts of ways to persuade him, and he was really confident. Wasn't this his area of expertise? His race's bloodline talent was to gather all kinds of talents, research all kinds of cultivation techniques, era and universe bloodlines, which formed his various powerful combat forces. He was too good at this. Finally, the Celestial Moon Festival could not stand his persuasion. "All right, I'll tell you. In fact, I had also made a deduction. However, although I had formed a logical plan, it was extremely difficult. It was the most difficult of all their plans. After all, I was different from these juniors. If I wanted to do something, I would do it to the best of my ability. I named it. Since you want to talk about the mother stream system of the heavens, I won't reveal myself. You can go ahead and talk about this plan." The mother stream system of the heavens? Rong Cheng began to listen to Yueshengji's explanation, and her eyes gradually brightened up. She laughed and felt like she had gained a great deal. "Don't worry, I'll go up and tell them now. This mother stream system of the heavens is indeed too difficult. However, we'll be on the same side in the future. This mother stream heavens system is complicated, but I'll definitely think of a way to complete it." Chapter 1321. Soon, Rong Cheng listened to the detailed introduction of the mother stream system and couldn't help but be shocked. He understood the power and wonder of it. Some of the theories were even introduced to his Chaos Seas kiting. The exploration of the Chaos Seas sky was a perfect match. It made him feel that this was fate. He took a step forward and said, "I also have a plan on my side. It's the Mother Stream Civilization plan. We'll use several super-large universes to develop a bloodline map and piece together a prism mirror elemental universe as the foundation of the Mother Stream. This rhombus-shaped foundation universe is the universe of elemental creatures. It emits energy beams and turns into tree roots that grow upwards. It splits into countless branches and can form many sailing routes. The elemental channels can allow countless elemental universes in the sky to swim, forming tree trunks, branches, and fruits. Elemental universe." The surrounding people were slightly surprised. However, his expression froze. This person was the longevity saint and was probably related to the moon god Ji, who had disappeared for a long time. Elemental civilization, mother stream system. When this was said, everyone instantly understood. Dichi, Caroline, and the others looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. Moon god Ji has disappeared for God knows how long. He has been secretly plotting with the longevity saint for a long time. He has indeed been plotting somewhere. The other party had even hooked up with a saint from the longevity deist palace. It was obvious that he had terrifying means. At this moment, the god of destruction suddenly laughed and said, "The mother stream civilization." This was also a strange pattern. It spread all over the chaotic sky of the universe, and it could attack or defend. However, this elemental universe requires one to stay in the sky for a long time without falling. I'm afraid that only elemental gods can live in this elemental universe. Yes, this universe, first of all, requires extremely light matter. It's a universe of elemental energy, and elemental creatures must live in it. Only then can it be easy to float in the air and stay there for a long time. However, the greatest characteristic of this universe is its undying nature. Rong Cheng said. "Undying?" Caroline and the others frowned. "Yes, undying." Rong Cheng said, "The vast universe fruits are suspended in the huge mother tree of energy in the distant sky. On the branches, one can transmit their own energy shell to the lower realm through the main trunk of the energy tree. They can reach the roots of the mother tree, which is the surface of the chaotic sea. Even if they fall, they won't truly die." Everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, this was a reverse version of the mother stream system. In the previous mother stream system, civilizations lived at the roots and spread to the fruits of the planets on the branches. They fought wars, and even if they died, they would be reborn at the roots of the mother stream. And now, civilization was living where the fruit was, heading to the root. This was a reverse mother stream. Rong Cheng laughed. "It seems like only elemental creatures can live in the elemental universe. However, the undying nature of it will be the most powerful means to deal with the future." Ha! At this moment, the three-pillar gods sneered and said, it doesn't look dead, but after cutting off the roots, wouldn't it dry up? The weakness of the mother stream civilization is too obvious, the roots are the weak point. Indeed. Rongcheng answered seriously, however, you can usually cut off the roots and hide them in the sea. When it was time to replenish energy, they would connect to the mother stream ancient tree in the sky and the sky to replenish energy. Wasn't the ancient tree in the sky, which had its roots cut off, also a huge parachute? It was floating slowly. Since it was an energy universe, the speed of its fall would not be fast. This way, even if the enemy wants to find the root, it will be difficult to find it. Dichi and the others frowned slightly when they heard that he even had such a solution. This was indeed powerful, undying. However, it was too difficult to put it into practice. To suspend the universe in the sky of the Chaos Sea and form a kingdom in the sky, a true heaven. Then, why isn't it a long-lasting ship in the sky that never falls? You still need to replenish your energy, should we prepare a charging socket? Caroline suddenly asked. We can recharge it regularly. Rongcheng chuckled and said, no living thing can stay in the air for long time. The higher you go, the thinner the matter and the less energy there is. Even powerful sages cannot stay on the surface for long because of the energy gradient. They have to replenish their energy. I see. Dichi looked pensive. It seemed that this saint had done a lot of research on the chaos heavens. Everyone immediately put forward their own suggestions and fell into deep thought. They also began to compare the structure of their own universe and the advantages and disadvantages of the other party. After a moment, the god of destruction finally spoke and summarized the content of the meeting. The descriptions of the universe from all sides have their own characteristics and strengths. It's a pity that the future of this universe is unknown, and I can't tell who's better or worse. I can't see who's the mainstream of fate. You can develop on your own for a while. Yes. 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 All the saints present responded. The god of destruction said, you should not be short of resources. I can give you some financial aid. First, the 9 jellyfish universes. The living beings that have truly evolved in the future can be used for your reference, research, and preparation in advance. However, as you've seen, it won't take a long time. The real era will arrive in thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Everyone looked at the 9 jellyfish universes and exchanged glances. No one knew what they were thinking. Second, I can give you enough knowledge about the evolution of the universe with the Atlas of the Great Dao, the god of destruction said. The Heavenly Note sect, which was established temporarily, has been developing knowledge for a while. I hope it will be of some help to you. Whoosh! Several pieces of knowledge quickly fell into the hands of each existence. Dichi and the others had already learned a lot through their spy, Meng Mei, and now they could complete it. However, to Pheasant Age and Rongcheng, this was an unimaginable wealth of knowledge. They couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at Rongcheng's expression, Dichi became slightly anxious. It seems that although we have the initiative, the saints of other eras will also try to find ways to not fall behind us. We have to seize the opportunity and continue to move forward. They had fewer and fewer opportunities. After a pause, the god of destruction said, thirdly, I have the universe embryo. Each force has 30 of them. We can only treasure each of them and evolve them. Whoosh! A few more cosmic beads landed in their hands. Everyone was excited. This was also a treasure. Dichi and the others also knew that only the heavenly music sect could have such a benefit. Previously, it would not have spread to the outside world. Now that they could obtain it, it could be said that it was not a small opportunity. If that's the case, I'll be leaving. The god of destruction's figure was hazy as he stood in the depths of the ocean and gradually dissipated. The universe is a variable. No one knows whether it can change the future of the universe. Because this is a destined trend that no one has ever changed. If we can really succeed, then this era will have created an unprecedented legend. Chapter 1322. Hwalala. The god of destruction finally left, and everyone watched him disappear. Dichi and the others looked at him with reverence because he was the god of destruction. As for Rongcheng, Rujeoji and the others also had looks of respect in their eyes. Because, this was a backup plan left behind by the leader of the cosmos, the old existence of the lifelong realm cosmos. The rest of the people heaved a long sigh, feeling refreshed. Although this Dao discussion summarized the knowledge of various forces, it also broadened their horizons. It was equivalent to letting them exchange their experiences and progress. They knew that after they returned, they had to sort out their gains and talk. At the same time, they had to put on the agenda the situation they had envisioned. Who was stronger and who was weaker? He couldn't explain it clearly. They didn't even know if it had evolved or not, so they had to continue to develop and finally fight each other. The 9 jellyfish universes in front of me. Rongcheng said all of a sudden. You can just stay here. The chaos sea is extremely vast. There are almost no outsiders here. We'll each split a true body and enter these 9 universes, said Caroline. We'll observe the characteristics of new creatures together and study the overall situation of the future together. We'll just have to make preparations. That's good. That's good. No one retorted. Sharing and researching together was indeed the fairest way. It wouldn't be good to kick anyone out. After all, if the other party exposed this matter, there would be more saints to divide the benefits. If they forced the other party into a corner, they would fight to the death and no one would be able to monopolize it. The few people present also silently took control of the 9 jellyfish universes and placed them into their own bodies. Soon, they found that the jellyfish universe was full of mysteries. It had the effect of clearing the chaos sea in advance, like a water purifier, making them feel endless mysteries. Seeing the structure of this scene, everyone suddenly sighed with emotion. The god of destruction's means were really magical, and the knowledge of the evolutionary universe atlas was far beyond their imagination. Then, we shall meet again. Each of them left behind an avatar of the jellyfish universe. They soon left, and there was nothing much to talk about. Hwalala. The 3 pillar gods said to Caroline, that saint from the longevity world only thought that he was in existence from the ancient universe. He thought that he might have left behind a backup plan. However, he didn't know that he was the god of destruction. Humph, country bumpkin. Caroline had also learned the way the players spoke. How can they know the true concept of the god of destruction? If they knew, even the god of creation would be able to guess it quickly. By then, we will be one of the few civilizations that can observe the center of the universe. That's right. The 3 pillar gods nodded. It's good to let them know that. But we have to be careful not to let them see through us. Rongcheng is extremely smart and is like a monster. The way he looks at us, he seems to have noticed that we are hiding something. The terrifying calculative power of the 3 pillar gods did not mean that their wisdom was terrifying. His huge ability to calculate data was to do it step by step and mechanically. On the other hand, the other party had shocking talent and wisdom. He had a clear mind and saw through many things. We're going to start working on our clans and the universe. Caroline laughed. According to what those guys said, I'm from the Nuwa clan, Dichi is from the Pangu ancestral wizard clan, and the 3 pillar gods are from the heavenly Dao Buddhist kingdom. Dichi was very dissatisfied. Compared to the clans, I call it the heavenly court. A central heaven court universe, as the leader, governing the 129,600 heavens and realms under it. It's time for us to develop. The 3 pillar gods said seriously. The 3 of us will eventually have to compete. Medusa left the ship. 9-headed ancient mother, Shiji, and the quantum grandmasters were all astonished. Although they didn't interject the entire time and seemed unremarkable, it didn't mean that they didn't have any thoughts or didn't know how terrifying it was. This meeting was to establish a orthodoxy for the myriad worlds, to build the structure of the heavens. It had a far-reaching impact. All the plans proposed by the existences present had the path of Dao validation of the saints. They connected the 129000 universes in various ways which made them gasp Indiana amazement. It's just like how I used a ray to cut open the first blade and set the rules of the universe's matter operation. Now, I'm also re-establishing the grand framework. We're all fighting for it. Medusa took a deep breath and said, we also want to compete for this general trend. We have the Stone Ridge, and as the gods of rivers, lakes, and seas, we also have an advantage. Moon God Ji and Rongcheng also left on the ship. Rongcheng was still in a daze, as if she was in a dream. Those scenes earlier, I saw the cries of our lifelong realm, I saw my own tragic fate, I saw the great momentum of fate. He had even seized the first opportunity. But very quickly, fellow Daoist Ji, who was next to him, pulled him back from his daydream. This Mother Stream civilization is very special. They have to start from an individual Mother Stream universe and let loose. Let's make it into a kite. Moon God Ji said. On the other side, Rujeo Ji also felt dazed. So this was the secret of her husband's civilization? Now, he finally knew. The end of the saints was about to arrive. We need to hurry and establish the reincarnation universe. Rujeoji said seriously. The venerable sovereign nodded. It's fine. There's a large force in my civilization, but there might be something wrong with their brains. No matter what they say, you don't have to take it to heart. Was there something wrong with his brain? Ruhi was puzzled. Su Ji thought to himself, it's time to move the Azura Deo players from the 6 realms of reincarnation. After all, they were all free labor. Although they were useful, they loved to cause trouble, so he had to give Rujeo a heads up. By the way, are you going to tell the other longevity sages about this? The venerable sovereign suddenly asked. After all, this question was also quite important to Su Ji. Tell the other sages. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye was stunned. Logically speaking, it's a crisis for the entire universe. It's indeed the best way to let them prepare together and know in advance, but I don't think we need to tell them so early. It won't be too late to tell them after we've developed for a while. Besides, they're still busy vindicating the universe and perfecting the laws of the Chaos Sea. We can't let them be distracted. That's reasonable. The venerable sovereign nodded. In the end, Su Ji still felt a little emotional. Indeed, the human heart was so complicated. It was clearly a crisis for the entire universe, but he still had to grab the opportunity first and occupy the overall situation. After all, it was unrealistic to unite as one. And NBSP, however, Pheasant Eye's words made sense. Su Ji was dumbfounded. He glanced at Pheasant Ji, who was mulling over her future plans. Someone has to complete the rules of the Chaos Sea and perfect the environment of the universe. If they don't do it, who else will? If we tell them the truth, they'll definitely be in a hurry to evolve the universe. This isn't good. However, was the end really coming? Su Ji looked at the deep blue sea of chaos, which was shrouded in a hazy fog. He had seen too much of the universe's general trend and the development of the sandbox era. However, before his eyes, he was a real living being who was experiencing a real, vast, and epic era, rising and falling within it. Even though, to a certain extent, this era has become my sandbox world. Su Ji gave a half smile and sighed in his heart. Let's go, he said to Pheasant Age. We'll go and create the universe of the 6 paths reincarnation and snatch the foundation. We'll see who can compete for the true power. Chapter 1323. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. 200 years seemed short, but in fact, it was already extremely long for time to squeeze every hour and every day. Era of the Universe, Year 733. An expert from the clan's heavenly court can enter our universe and become a descendant. He can come and vindicate his Deo. The ancient clans in the universe were at their peak. The 3 forces that had caused a great uproar in the past had completely brought up the 3 ancient clans in the universe. Nuwa, Pangu, and the heavenly Daos. There were many outstanding saints who possessed a universe and became the will of the universe's heavenly path. Some ordinary saints vindicated their Deo in these universes and became saints. Every cosmos began to accommodate a large number of gods and was thriving. In a short time, the 3 great clans developed for 200 years and reproduced crazily. Their numbers increased by several times, and they actually had more than 7,000 heavens of the universe. Their numbers were terrifying. Of course, 7,000 was a terrifying number to a sage. However, to the boundless Chaos Sea, it was not even a trillionth of the territory. It was like a speck of dust. Another 3 years passed. The God-fiend universe group appeared faintly. Replace the heart of the heavens with my heart, replace the heavenly Deo with my Deo. All living beings cultivate one, and I cultivate all 129,600 universes at the same time to become the heavens and realms and prove myself as the true sage of all realms. This was a mysterious universe race, mysterious and unpredictable. People occasionally heard that this was a special and powerful life form. It occupied the endless universe all by itself and treated the endless universe as its cells, gathering them into a living being. Era of the Universe, Year 753. There were longevity saints who made their moves to vindicate the Deo of the universe. I'll take one step further. I'll prove the multiverse's repulsive force and allow the life universe to land in the chaos heavens. But even so, landing on the chaotic land was still extremely uncomfortable for most of the ocean universes. The universe had to evolve into a terrestrial universe that was truly adapted to the land. Of course, this was not meaningless. It was to lay the foundation for the future appearance of the continental universe. Era of the Universe, year 753. The Six Paths Reincarnation universe was also fully revealed to the Chaos Ocean. This universe can be the netherworld land. True spirits will reincarnate, and after death, it will be like the netherworld. After counting the good and evil deeds of the living, one can become a saint through merit. Becoming a saint through merit. As soon as he finished speaking, many saints were completely moved. In the past, the universe relied on combat power, but now it relied on merit. Becoming a saint through kindness. Instantly, countless saints in the universe began to discuss among themselves. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. Another force that had matured began to appear. The Dandelion plan has finally succeeded. Rong Cheng laughed and looked at the disk universe under the Chaos Sea. It emitted a gentle light beam that connected to an umbrella-shaped plant in the sky that looked like a dandelion. The Phoenix, Ji Shang, Sun God Asa, and the others all used their bloodlines to evolve their own special clans' elemental universes and grasp the authority. Rong Cheng had also transformed into an elemental being of the Mother Stream. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself and began to announce to the world. I am the Mother Stream system, the most mysterious system in all the heavens and worlds. I live above the heavens and look down on all life in the world. There are saints who can enter my path and have endless opportunities. For a time, the systems of the 4 heavens and 10,000 worlds swarmed out. The saints of the lifelong realm started conversing. They were all extremely anxious. How hateful! Rong Cheng and Pheasant Ji, the two of them have secretly reached this level. They abandoned us. These saints began to seek an explanation. Rujiaoji and Rong Cheng didn't hide anything and told the truth. What? Are you guys lying to us? This isn't the real trend. The coming trend is. They saw the images Rong Cheng had shown them. They couldn't help but feel bitter, frightened, and scared. Our lifelong realm was actually a joke. At the same time, they were also extremely angry. You all clearly knew that the end of the universe was coming and the end of an era was coming. Yet, you all didn't tell us and instead prepared together. How dare you all try to seize the initiative? If I tell you, you will become impetuous. How can you vindicate the environment for the universe? Rong Cheng chuckled. Their faces immediately darkened. Yes, if he had told them, they wouldn't have wanted to waste any more time on this. Previously, he thought that it was the general trend of the Chaos Sea, so he went to vindicate his Dao. Since it was not the general trend, he would not be able to control much power to vindicate the Dao for the other party because he would be covered by a new general trend. Your Highness, what do you think? The Longevity Saints looked up silently. The ancient existence shrouded in the haziness was very calm. No one could see through his true face in the shadow. This is indeed the general trend. Our destruction is imminent. Since there are prehistoric existences making preparations, we should also fight for a variable, a chance of survival. Go to the certificate. Let's go that way. The ancient existence suddenly said. But Your Highness, we haven't found out the true origin of that life universe yet. It can't be denied that the future historical trend is real, but there are still some doubts about the meteor shower that suddenly descended. They were too smart, and nothing could fool them. Even though they knew that the history described was real, they still suspected that the cosmic rain would not have good intentions. It was not impossible for there to be a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Do we still have a choice? The ancient being laughed and said, we have no choice. No matter which prehistorical existence it is, whether it's a scheme or a favor, we have no choice. At the very least, their interests were the same. They could settle this score in the future, but they had to be wary of each other. Let's go and prove that. Yes, Your Highness, a saint walked out. 3 years later. A voice that resounded through the heavens and earth completely enveloped the land. I, Teng Shao, have attained the 3rd assimilation of the universe, reducing it to the minimum. I have attained the Dao of plant fertility. Boom! A nomological law enveloped the 9 Yuan universe, and it felt an unprecedented vibration and change. It's only been 200 years. Su Ji looked up at the blurry dandelion in the sky and felt a faint tremor. Husband, it's time to vindicate the last Dao. Rujiaoji was still studying the 6 paths reincarnation and she said softly, let the universe devour the food chain of the 9 great universes. The last great Dao of the 9 great primordial Daos, the food chain? Su Ji was puzzled. Yes, the reason why those ocean universes can't climb ashore is because the primal chaos land is rejecting them. At the same time, there's no food for them in the vast primal chaos land. If they live on land, their energy will be exhausted sooner or later. Now, we are creating the food chain of the chaotic lands, creating food for the land creatures. The lowest level of the food chain is plants. Pheasant G said seriously. As for plants, they are unable to take root in the chaos heavens, so they are unable to survive. Now, this is proof of that. How? Su Ji was curious. How do you make plants grow on the universe's wall? Prove it according to the dojo's method. Everyone knows the principle behind the sage's Daoist right temple, Pheasant Age said. It's rooted in the land of chaos and absorbs the chaos heavens cosmos beneath its feet to provide energy. Now, what I need to do is to pry open a hole in the rules of the Dao field and let the plants take root in the chaotic land like the Dao field of the saints. They'll suck the universe beneath their feet and provide power. Su Ji was shocked to hear that. He actually had such a move? This indeed filled up the food chain. Plants were at the bottom of the food chain. Now, plants could absorb the power of the universe's membrane under their feet. If there were plants on the desolate continent, there would soon be animals. Because animals had no food on the desolate continent, they could only wander around the coastal areas. This is simply a complete food chain. Su Ji was stunned and shocked. It's not just the food chain. It's the completion of the ecological energy cycle. The universe and the myriad worlds have begun to mutually cycle energy. He might even be devoured. Good Lord, this was opening a back door for him, allowing him to secretly eat the entire 9 multiverse. Countless plants were rooted in the wall membrane, sucking the matter of the universe and branding it with Su Ji's brand. They were simply like cancer cells. The self-defense mechanism of the universe had completely failed. That's too ruthless. Su Ji was overjoyed. As expected, the appearance of the god of destruction immediately made the lifelong realm determined. After all, without them vindicating their Dao in the Chaos Sea, they would not have the ability to vindicate their Dao. I can't beat them, so how can I prove it? One's realm required a 10-yuan universe to vindicate Dao in 9 universes. Knowledge. It required the strongest knowledge and bloodline to open up this new rule. Hence, other than the help of the lifelong realm, he didn't have any other methods. Because even if he met the requirements, he couldn't beat them. He would be killed as soon as he showed his face. In front of him was a situation that could only be achieved through countless coincidences. It seems like the universe's self-defense mechanism has been completely broken. Su Ji laughed. All that's left is the power of the universe, the lifeguard of the next era. However, there was no doubt that the great cosmos did not have the power to defend itself. It was very easy to pierce through the other party. The great trend of the times was the variable that the other party could resist. It was a natural self-protection mechanism. We have to hurry. We have to evolve into a plant-type universe. And NBSP, Pheasant Age said seriously, occupy the continent and form our own ecosystem. This is very important. At the same time, only Rong Cheng and I know this. This is our first advantage. We have to quickly evolve plants and go ashore to fight for territory. After all, the Chaos Ocean was very difficult to occupy. It was too deep and vast. However, the primal Chaos land was different. One could claim the land and become king. At this time, the giant octopus laughed and said, "We'd better form a line of defense along the coast. Other than us, we'll kill everyone else who comes ashore." Ruhi was stunned. There was actually such a move? And NBSP, maybe he was really too conservative and wanted to occupy territory, but he didn't think about occupying the coastline and killing all of them. As long as they occupied a coastline, wouldn't the land behind the coastline be there? This is a good plan. Rujeoji said seriously. One of the players said, "When we talk about the coastline, we have an idea. You said that it's rooted in the universe's membrane and absorbs power. The power must be abundant. The plants must be attacking the sea beasts that climb up to defend the tower. We have the advantage. However, most of them are our own people. Although some small forces have begun to evolve into clans. Do we have to be that mean?" Some players didn't have the heart to do so. After all, they were all players, so there was no need to rush. He, we have information on Empress Ruhi's spy. We'll give him a good beating. That's right. After all, Rong Cheng's mother stream forces are also aware of this. We can't do anything to the Air Force to begin with. They can just fly over and occupy any land they want. No matter what, let's set up the tower defense first. Plants vs zombies. We'll kill every wave that appears in the Chaos Sea. Another Azura Path warrior said. We're very good at plant-type space. This is a very serious matter. An Azura Deo warrior laughed and said, after all, we all came from this path. We've already adapted to the DNA mapping. I'll be the pea shooter. I'll transform the sunflowers to provide energy to everyone. I'll transform the nuts into a high wall. Brothers, let's go. Don't let the zombies eat your brains. Pheasant G? Plants vs zombies? She wasn't used to the players' thoughts. Su Ji looked at this scene and sat on the beach. He felt that his life was not too bad. Chapter 1324. To be honest, the world of 6 paths of reincarnation had been perfectly transplanted into another universe. Just like Dichi and the other powers. After all, the players didn't need to go through any transition or accumulation at all. They had been researching evolutionary theory from the start, and now they were extremely adaptable. They were like fish in water. The other saints had to start from scratch, but they didn't need it at all. They had been studying this theory since the beginning. It was as if they had been waiting for this day. Otherwise, how could it be said that this was the cultivation and calculation of the ancient gods? To be able to make a name for themselves in the Spore evolution and the Azura Deo, they were not combat-type talents, but their evolutionary abilities were not low. These people seemed to be very special. Pheasant G sat back in the distance and mumbled as she looked at the heated discussion below. It's all right, the venerable sovereign shook his head. We have to be careful. Although they are strong in fighting, they are not bad at causing trouble. We have to be on guard against them at all times. Yes. Pheasant Eye nodded. Over the years, just like the other powers, we have been constantly looking for talents in the 9 great cosmoses to absorb. After all, in order to open up a new path, we will need countless geniuses to work together and research. Over the years, he had absorbed quite a number of evolver-type talents. After all, no matter how powerful an individual's wisdom was, it still required the wisdom of all living beings to deduce it. It required several generations of living beings to perfect and adapt before it could mature. Therefore, every heavenly power was desperately searching for talents in the various great cosmoses. It even made the various civilizations start to rapidly multiply their population, increasing their population base to produce geniuses. What's a golden age? This was the golden age. Because of a certain opportunity, all the civilizations started to use up all the resources in the universe and began to multiply their population. They began to ignore the shortage of saints and produced a large number of saints. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye sighed. This is the world of great conflict. While they were talking, the people below had already started to come up with their own countermeasures and plans. Not to mention anything else, they were good at transforming plants. Very quickly, they began to divide the work and study different basic species. As the leader of the players, Bai Ziajun said, first of all, our species are sunflowers, pea shooters and acrepoid walls. These 3 species correspond to supply, damage, defense. We'll definitely be the first to evolve the plant species because we have a spy. We'll climb ashore first and take advantage of the terrain. We'll occupy the good place directly. As they discussed, they began to prepare for battle and fight for the power of the universe. What was a good place? They were some special universe geographical nodes. One had to know that the location of the training hall was also particular. In the past, Dichi and Renee Mansky had to choose a detailed location to build their Deo fields because the strength of the universe's energy that they absorbed was different. In the players' words, it was the spiritual vein of the universe's earth, blessed land, and spring. These best positions are now controlled by the dojos of the various saints. Level 10 civilizations will land in them and absorb the power of the universe below. However, once we get close, they will definitely give up their dojos and join us. They can't ask for more. That's right. After all, they're not stupid. The old era will definitely be eliminated. They can't wait for us to give them tickets to the new era. Not to mention, the slots for a living universe are extremely precious. Many ordinary saints can't even dream of it. They'll definitely help us occupy it or even give up their dojos to be the first batch of nourishment for our plants to take root. They were not worried at all. If he were to occupy a spot, the natives would definitely not resist and would even join in. According to our map, the places with the densest spiritual veins in the 9 great continents of the universe are here, here, and here. Some players pointed out seriously that they were all the best coastal geographical locations in the 9 universes. On the map, it was densely distributed. This is the best geographical location in the 9 universes, and the interior environment is also very dense with spiritual vein nodes. We've carefully studied it, and it's the best coastal area on the continent. In the future, we'll definitely go to North Guang and Guang. And the house prices will definitely soar. As long as we set up a line of defense along the coast in these few places, they will be our territory. We can slowly build them in the future. Yes, surround it first, circle the ground. Countless players said in all seriousness. The new players at the side were shocked. These people, were they not human? If you can't eat it, circle it first? He was an old capitalist. Wait, aren't we being too dirty by doing this? We've taken the best coastal location of the 9 continents, a player said. Will they attack us together? This was taking the best position in the 9 universes. If he took 1 or 2, he wouldn't be too anxious, but now he ate them all in one go. Don't be afraid, the timid will starve to death, and the bold will die from overeating. Bai Ziajun laughed and said, this is the place. The geographical location is good, and we have the possibility of defending it. We'll occupy the best and densest spiritual veins, take root and act as a tower defense. Our strength will be endless. They're like rootless duckweed, can they beat us? That's right. If they climb ashore, they'll be sprayed by us pea shooters until they start doubting their lives. That's right. We have a circle of pea shooters on the outside and a nut wall. The inner circle is sunflowers. We'll continuously supply sun essence to replenish the energy of the plants on the outside. With double replenishment, we'll beat them up until they call us daddy. Pheasant G silently cursed at how shameless he was. But at this moment, a player beside him said, what about the inland? There should also be better spiritual vein nodes and blessed lands with spiritual springs in the inner land, right? Those spirit vein nodes are definitely there. Bai Ziajun thought for a moment and said, there have never been any saints living in the inland. It's just a vast white desert. The saints almost live by the sea. There are too many resources. The sea was already enough before. However, it's different now. I'm afraid that the inland will also be accompanied by the growth of plants and beasts, turning into a large oasis with birds chirping and flowers blooming. In fact, the density of spiritual veins in some blessed lands in the inner land is not any less than ours. However, there are no maps for those places now. All civilizations have to explore them seriously and explore wave by wave. We don't have that much energy to study them now. We have to seize the opportunity. Bai Ziajun's fighting spirit was high, at the same time, everyone knows that the good places are definitely near the sea. Even if the resources of the blessed lands are not inferior, they are not coastal ports, so they are definitely lacking. The position they occupied was like Shenzhen in China. The big cities on the mainland must have excellent geographical locations, but could they compare to the international ports along the coast? What they were doing now was directly occupying the best coastal area of the 9 continents. The benefits they would gain from this were needless to say. Just wait, that existence has already started to vindicate Dao. Bai Ziajun muttered and laughed to himself, however, I'm afraid that it will take some time for people to discover this rule, because no plants have appeared yet. Without any plant taking root, who knows if it can already take root? Ruhi was dumbfounded. She felt that she was finally free and didn't have to do anything, but they had already finished their work? Ignore them. You don't need to work too hard. The venerable sovereign seemed to be used to it. He patted the chair next to him and asked her to drink tea with him. Sit here. They can work on their own. Chapter 1325. Pheasant G came to a realization and sat down to drink tea. No wonder her husband was usually so calm and she was so carefree. It turned out that the civilization under her command was so independent and diligent. Let's just watch a good show, Plants vs Zombies. Su Ji sat on the coastal line. The future era will definitely be the 9 great continents of the universe. Because this core Dao has already proven that there are no more restrictions on the marine creatures. They can quickly evolve and climb up to the continent. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded, but she was still staring at the heated battle. She was very interested in the battle between plants and zombies. Another 30 years passed. The Clan Heavenly Court, Mother River Heavenly Court, evil gods of the universe, and the underworld reincarnation had completely ascended to the top. They had the advantage of being the first to attack and were in the limelight for a while. They were all powers of the universe, and there were many universe races under their command. They also had the means to unify the universe under their command. By gathering their forces, they could produce saints of the universe. In the future, they could be comparable to the multiverse saints of the 9-Yuan universe. But even so, there were still some extremely monstrous people who rose up later. All kinds of small forces also showed signs of growth. Giant whales, nuns, dark abyss, and various forces also began to multiply. With the ability to reproduce, they had also begun to enter the era of population, which was a sign that they had caught up with the 4 major forces ahead. After all, they had already divided the universe into several realms. Childhood, the initial period when the universe has just been obtained. Growth stage, when there are sages, the sages will vindicate their daos and complete the rules. Bloodline stage, as the universe is completed, its own bloodline and race characteristics will appear. However, most of the saints would be stuck in the early stages of growth and would never be able to enter the bloodline stage. This was because in order to condense the bloodline, one had to vindicate Dao one by one with a goal. Only with a deep understanding of the Dao atlases could one derive the bloodline characteristics of the life universe. Most of the saints would fail in their evolution and completely destroy the universe. It was possible for them to possess extremely heaven-defying bloodlines, but they were unable to bring them into the universe and make this universe diagram their own Dao field. Maturity stage, the characteristic of this stage is reproduction. The evolved universe not only possesses the characteristics of the bloodline, but it can also further evolve the atlas and possess the characteristics of reproduction. It was at this stage that the small forces began to have the ability to reproduce. Clan stage, through reproduction, a large group of universes will be formed. At this stage, the universes will begin to move toward the heavens and have the qualifications to expand their power. However, the special characteristic of the clan stage was the control of bloodlines. Just being able to reproduce was not enough. One must also have control over the descendants to form a clan. Now, in the eyes of the other saints, the 4 great forces are at the stage of clan. Su Ji looked at the coastline. There are indeed too many monsters in the universe. They're too close behind, and the fastest one has already started from 0. How many years has it been? They already have the ability to reproduce, and the next step is to form a clan. In this case, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. However, the 4 major systems are already the general direction. Su Ji shook his head. If they catch up, they might follow one of the paths and take the other's path. There's a high chance that it's still the clan system established by Dichi and the others. Without a doubt, this was the most common and the simplest way. It did not mean that there would not be other systems in the future. It was just that only more monstrous geniuses would be able to see more special paths. Hwalala. Just as Su Ji was speaking, a shocking scene had already taken place. A large number of wet ocean creatures, vast and huge, slowly climbed up to the land. From a distance, they looked like sticky tentacles, seaweed octopuses, with countless roots and wriggling slowly. However, as they climbed out of the sea, they could see that they were strange plants with legs. They climbed out of the sea and walked toward the shore. Peng peng peng. It was so huge that it looked like the elves' ancient war tree. It covered the sky and the earth seemed to shake with every step it took. Gradually, they landed on some coastlines. The irregular nodes were like the Big Dipper. They landed one by one and formed the first line of defense on the coastlines. Clearly, he was prepared. Even the owners of those dojos had communicated in advance. They had offered their dojos in exchange for their qualifications to join this plant universe. Puchi. The destroyed Dao fields were used as the first batch of nourishment by the plants. The next moment, the plants began to take root on the universe's membrane and absorb the power of the universe. They began to grow and gradually became green. They became tall and sturdy, even reaching the clouds. According to the path I deduced earlier, I'll begin the next step of the final evolution. Adjusting the atlases. Quickly become a true plant universe, absorb the power of the earth, and move towards prosperity. If we go on land, we'll be too big of a target. They'll find us soon. Countless people were whispering in the plant universe. This plant universe was a part of the universe and could be considered a universe world. Although it was not worth mentioning compared to a great universe, the power it possessed was not inferior to the original Dao field. In fact, if they developed, the combat power of an entire universe could even be comparable to that of a powerful and invincible multi-elemental saint. Don't think that a universe can only be compared to a sage and is very weak. After all, this universe wasn't that big, and the number was incomparably huge. 129,000? Even the battle prowess of an ordinary saint was already very exaggerated. Furthermore, they had power comparable to a sage of multiple elements, and could even develop to a more mature stage in the future, heading towards an unknown. Boom! Boom! The entire 9UN universe was shaken by the drastic changes on the continent. Countless saints knew about it. The power of the netherworld reincarnation has actually come ashore? Plants? Are those plants? Aren't plants unable to survive in the chaotic lands? What's that? A high wall of yellow creatures. That's a plant. It's emerald green and has a huge mouth. There's a horn on one of the vines? They were shocked and dumbfounded. What kind of Dao art was this? Was it that mysterious inheritor of the Buddhist civilization who studied the theory of evolution? There might be something special about these creatures. However, some of the sages quickly thought of the variable that had happened during the universe's Dao vindication not long ago. They guessed that it was because the rules of the universe's Dao field had been vindicated, allowing these plants to take root in the universe and absorb power like a Dao field. Plants can actually start to take root on land. This is simply unbelievable. The other party's methods are amazing. He actually thought of making plants grow legs and directly walk to the training hall to take root. This saved a lot of effort. An immortal saint muttered, "How can plants take root so quickly?" They wanted to take the water route and asked us to help them transport the plants with the canal to occupy their territory. Wenmeng's heart was heavy. It wasn't that he didn't expect the other party to do this. But she had thought that the other party would have to beg her to cooperate with her in order to do this. She would definitely be able to get a share of the loot, but she would be able to bypass them. He actually had such a plan. The other party was indeed terrifying. The more Wenmeng watched, the more shocked he became. He felt that he had miscalculated. The other party's evolutionary level is strong, and the method of evolving plants into long legs is even more special. It seems that he has done a lot of research. I'm afraid he knows history, which is why he has such a deep knowledge reserve. He has been waiting for today. If one did not have a deep foundation in this area, it would be impossible to achieve this in a short period of time. Obviously, the other party had indeed predicted the future. After predicting the rules of the dojo, he had already accumulated the evolutionary knowledge to make plants grow legs in advance. At this moment, Lu Qi, who was beside him, was also secretly shocked. He felt that there was a deeper meaning to it. But what do these strange plants mean? What about the sunflower? He's smiling so brightly, and he has a nose and eyes. I'm afraid he has some special biological characteristics that need to be observed carefully. And NBSP, after all, he knew about Ji. He was a very cunning person and would never do anything useless. On the other side, it was not just the ordinary saints. The longevity saints were secretly observing. The other players were also getting anxious. They drove the heavens of the universe and looked at the land from the chaos sea. You animal! You animal! Fuck, what are they doing? Plants vs zombies. They're fucking treating us like zombies. Their faces darkened as they cursed him for being shameless. The players on Azura's side were probably feeling smug with the help of the venerable sovereign and pheasant fate. They knew the inside story in advance and went ashore to seize the initiative. We're all players, and you're doing this to us? If you're a brother, you're going to cut me down? They didn't feel good. The brothers from the Azura Dao had been chatting and discussing in the forum earlier. It turned out that they had been planning this for a long time. They were no longer human. Any real estate agent is vicious. Brothers, don't be like this. Some players did not believe it and tried to get closer. Bang! A Dao energy cannon shot out from the cute little bean sprout, causing the cosmic person they were piloting to be thrown off his back. Chapter 1326. Ding! Ding! A huge wave of zombies is coming. On the beach, in the universe of life and plants, the players looked at the boundless chaos ocean and gave the order. They began to prepare for war. A beach landing battle? This was a tower defense fortress game. Whoever came up, he would kill them all. The spiritual vein node that occupied the training hall absorbed a lot of energy and was already a super cannon. Any opponent who got close would be killed. This place had already been cordoned off by them. A plant had already taken root in the hundreds and thousands of dense spiritual vein nodes, forming a huge line of defense. 1P shooters after another carried out a cute backswing after the attack. After swinging back, they would spit forward. 2, 2, 2. One after another, huge energy cannons attacked. They were densely packed, and the rate of fire was very rhythmic. You're really going to fight? They were so angry that they felt a chill. What the fuck? Imperial Army, we're on the same side. Someone shouted, rolling and crawling. One by one, the cosmic ships were hit and instantly injured. They started to dive into the chaos sea to hide. At the same time, they cursed at the distance. We agreed to sail together and search for the legendary treasure, but you guys went ashore and started to build houses like tycoons? Snatching the best land? You still want to hit us? These people had been chatting on the forum before, but now, not a single word could be trusted. Someone advised earnestly, the brothers over there. Your style is wrong. It's the universe's era now, but you're making a cute 2D comic style. Look at those plants. Cute peas, potatoes, sunflowers. Quickly stop. The plants on these cosmic lands don't look right. The saints beside you are all dumbfounded. You're ruining the solemn atmosphere. Stop. They cursed in pain. The Chaos Ocean on his side had a realistic universe style. The seaweed universe was so delicate that even the tentacles were exquisite, and the conch universe was ferocious. It was a real and cruel vast ocean. As for the opposite shore, the plants had become cute and adorable, and they had even formed a line of defense along the coast, constantly shooting out some cute cannonballs. Your sense of disharmony is too strong. The saints in the distance, who were observing in the dark, were also slightly dumbfounded. They seemed to be having an internal fight. They looked at each other and suddenly laughed. As for the style, they didn't think it was strange. After all, what kind of species and creatures had a level 10 civilization that was outside the chaos heavens not seen? He had seen thousands of species in the universe, endless civilizations, machines, plants, xianxia, sorcerers, elements. There were all kinds of civilizations. Respecting and getting used to the appearance and characteristics of any civilization was a compulsory course for saints in the chaos heavens. He had seen too many cute pets. Some advanced technological civilizations even specialized in creating doll-like cute pets and plants for sale. They looked at the nearby life forms being shot down and started thinking. These 4 universal civilizations have already started to come ashore. It seems like this is the next growth and cultivation stage of the 6th universe after the 5th clan stage. Sea creatures are evolving and climbing ashore. It seems that the entire universe phase is really a process of species evolution. It's just that it's only a launch period. I don't think it sounds good. It's too ordinary. Now, I'm at the initial stage of my cultivation. I'll temporarily divide it into the growth stages of the life forms in the cultivation cosmos. There's no need to pay too much attention to it, everything is still a trial and error. It seems that the Netherworld's reincarnation sect has taken the initiative and landed in advance. You've come ashore on your own, but you're stopping other existences from coming ashore. They were a little angry and watched from the side. However, this was also the case. One step ahead, one step ahead. If it was him, he would also suppress the enemy. After all, they now knew that there was not only one civilization that had obtained the ancient prophecy and inheritance, but several. At the same time, they were not united. There were gaps between them and they competed with each other. These were the 4 great powers in front of him. They were still continuously taking in foreign members and recruiting allies. However, this was a matter of course. Who wouldn't fight for such a peerless opportunity? Before their eyes, the reincarnation civilization had taken the initiative and was one step ahead. We don't need to care. After all, we don't have the ability to reach this stage. No matter how angry we are, it won't help. Some of the new saint powers were observing in secret. Hwalala. The ocean was moving. At this moment, many saints were watching in the chaos sea. This was an unprecedented situation. They wanted to see how this battle would develop. It wasn't just the ordinary saints. Even the longevity saints were watching in secret. How hateful. That Rongcheng and Pheasant Age have taken too many opportunities. Guyu was very dissatisfied. He was clearly the first to vindicate his Dao. However, we are also catching up. Many of the sages present have already entered the breeding period. They can allow the universe to develop special bloodlines and even reproduce. All that's left is to create a unique mark to make the children obedient. That's right. Lu Qi's voice was also very cold. Although they had started late, they were already in the second echelon. They were still a stage away from the first echelon of the four major forces. However, it seemed that they were still one stage away, and now that the four factions were pulling apart, it was likely that they would enter the next stage and begin to land. We'll observe in secret. Wen Meng chuckled and said, observing their war can pave the way for us. For example, some of their methods were very special. Why did this creature have such a shape? I won't do useless things in this pheasant period. No one could deny this. The other party's arrangement and the characteristics of the plants clearly had a deeper meaning. They still had to carefully ponder over it. Hwalala. Soon, the Chaos Ocean's forces retaliated. The players on the ship started discussing. They looked from afar and started cursing. The other side is really shameless. They directly occupied the prime location and 9 universes at that. Then, should we go to other places that are one level lower to land? No, I can't take this lying down. They've already gotten the inside information and are a few years ahead of us. They've already robbed us of all the good stuff when they reached the shore? That's right. The other party has snatched the best port areas in the 9 universes and immortal cultivation treasured lands with rich spiritual energy. We'll give in and land on the land one level lower. In the future, the gap will only grow bigger and bigger. We might not even be 1/5 of the other party's mass. Is this the Venerable Sovereign? Good move. They looked at Gigi and the Venerable Sovereign, who were sitting on a high spot and eating watermelons, and took a deep breath. Let's start now, before they take root. Otherwise, it'll be hard to deal with them in the future. I know them too well. They'll definitely farm like crazy. Then, we'll build an ironclad country for this generation. They can do anything they want, but they'll be the number 1 in surviving. The racer of Mount Harana's face darkened. These people were so bold that they even dared to plot against him? Bai Ziajun, this fellow, had led a group of people from the Azura Dao. They were really good at showing off. Then what should we do? The enemy's line of defense. The players in the quantum tower on Carolyn's side couldn't help but say. I'm fine. The racer of Mount Harana's eyes darkened as he said, isn't it just plants vs zombies? They have a potato wall, so we'll just make a wall ladder zombie. They have pea shooters, so we'll just make a shield zombie. Playing tower defense? We'll play with them and see who's better. Chapter 1327. The expressions of Dichi, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods and the rest changed slightly. Their expressions were not very good. They looked at the Venerable Sovereign who was standing high above. As expected, his methods were shocking. Previously, he had already used other means to surpass the results of their hard work drifting on the Chaos Sea and developing the universe. Now, he was even further ahead with this method. Everything seemed to be held by an invisible hand, living in the other party's calculations and layout, making them unable to surpass it from the beginning to the end. I'm afraid that from the beginning to the end, everything was within my calculations. Dichi looked at Gigi and the Venerable Sovereigns, who were sitting high up and drinking tea calmly. He said helplessly, Azura Dao warriors are originally creatures in the stages of evolution. It's obvious that the Venerable Sovereign has long prepared for this. He has ordered the civilized worlds under his command to carry out the cultivation of knowledge in this area in advance. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a small-scale spore evolution. Now, it's all for this moment. It's not that we can't do it, it's the other party's first mover advantage. The other party has already laid out a plan. The creatures under my command are all proficient in this Dao. They are like fish in water, and it is only natural that they surpass us. Caroline also took a deep breath and looked at the coastline with some admiration. It's pity that the talents cultivated by our civilization are all useless now. This is a brand new system, and we need to recultivate talents. The direction of talent was different. Although combat-type talents were still very strong, they had already retired to the second tier of fighters. Evolutionary talents were the strongest. This also led to the inclination of internal resources for Carolyn. The powerful level of the Heaven's Path piano made her the strongest confidant under her command, helping to cultivate new talents. It was the same for Dichi's side. Dichi, Alchemy Monarch, and even Mother Earth, who had always been useless and cute, instantly became the most talented existences. The world was really unpredictable. After all, De key talent for evolution was far inferior to theirs. Emperor Qi himself didn't have the ability to create. Although he had learned some profound knowledge about evolution from the composite sandbox, he didn't have the ability to create new creatures. Now, De Qi was also waiting for them to develop new creatures before learning, integrating, strengthening, and updating himself. On the side of the three pillar gods, the situation had also changed. Previously, the balloon fish, who had been sitting on the bench, suddenly became an official as a means of restraining Du Shuet. He held his head high and puffed out his chest as a person and began to become the destiny stop of the three pillar gods. This made a certain someone burst into tears. His umbrella company had finally made it. Is there a way? De Qi looked at the alchemy monarch, Cutie Mei, and the racer of Mount Harana. I'm good with plants, so I have an advantage if I'm on the defensive side. But we'll have to depend on them to climb ashore. Mother Earth shook her head. After all, her focus wasn't here. Recently, her attention was focused on the clone in another universe and studying the heavenly music sect. After all, Cute Girl's thinking was relatively clear. Wasn't it good to conquer the god of destruction? The racer of Mount Harana pondered for a moment before replying, it's not realistic to temporarily evolve a universe and conquer it, the time was too short. At the very least, it would take some time, and this period of time just happened to be the critical period. The other party had just settled down and was also taking the opportunity to evolve. Once they're firmly rooted, they'll be completely difficult to attack. That's why they're so fearless. De Qi sank into deep thought. They would use this time to evolve their creatures and climb ashore. The other party would also use this time to completely stabilize the roots of the plants. At that time, it would be even more impossible to win. This was simply a dead end. No wonder the other party is so arrogant. They already knew that we would not be able to capture them. Carolyn looked towards the shore. Pheasant Eye and the Overlord were calmly drinking tea, and her face was filled with vigilance. The Overlord has good methods. It's simply hateful. They landed a few years earlier than us, but they already decided the outcome of the battle. The racer of Mount Harana did not retort, but he had a feeling that this was the strategy of those idiotic players. Of course, they wouldn't be so arrogant now, acting so triumphantly on the other side of the battle line, as if they had them all in the palm of their hands. Then, we can only attack quickly. We can't wait. At this moment, De Qi said softly, the enemy's power is now divided into 9. They are too greedy and want all the best spirit vein ports in all 9 universes. Their strength has been greatly reduced. We should concentrate our forces and attack one universe together. Is it possible? The racer of Mount Harana thought about it and shook his head. The advantage of a training hall is too great. Taking root in the earth and absorbing energy is equivalent to an infinite source of energy for us. Even if we outnumber them, we may not be able to take down one. This situation was like a saint without a training hall attacking a saint hiding in one. The difference was too great. Moreover, the enemy was equivalent to dozens of dojos. How could you fight them when they joined forces to form a line of defense? At the same time, those bitches were even playing dirty tricks. They had a bunch of sunflowers behind them, afraid that they would attack and cause the pea shooters to lack the power to absorb the earth. They could use the sunflowers to replenish the front line at any time. You're too cheap. The racer of Mount Harana shook his head. I can tell with a single glance that there are a few layers of backup plans. They're all very meticulous. The cute girl rolled her eyes. You didn't teach this group of people? Didn't I learn how to be so shameless from you? I don't have a choice. The heavenly Deo piano thought for a moment and shook its head. My species is not meant for war. It's meant to be used to create and adapt to the rules of different dimensions. Now, I'm still thinking about the use of the new era. The balloonfish thought for a moment and said, my universe has been secretly developing these years. The balloonfish universe can glide at low altitudes for a short time. It can also reduce the impact of a battle. This universe was quite useful, but it didn't seem to be of much use. After all, it wasn't like the pea shooters couldn't attack the Air Force. Our small TV universe can send out undying quantum players to carry out a secret microbial attack and defense war. We may be able to get close to the other party through small spies and destroy the other cosmic creatures. The leader of the quantum players, Zhang Tong, said, however, although we seem to have a chance, those guys are familiar with us. They probably want to prevent us from using individual quantum life forms to secretly approach their universe. Everyone nodded. In the quantum TV universe, after the bloodline was renewed, all the living creatures in the universe could only cultivate quantum martial arts. They could also send out quantum combat bodies to the outside of the universe. Right now, it was already a battle of bacteria. After all, quantum life forms were extremely small and could transform into bacteria to approach and destroy the life universe. It was impossible to guard against them when they invaded the internal. However, the other party was someone who was familiar with him. With how meticulous those shady people were, it was impossible for them not to be on guard against the quantum small TV. After some thought, the racer of Mount Harana chuckled and said, "Don't worry, there's no situation that this military counselor can't break. Your Majesty, we have powerful techniques, and we need you to understand the bloodline map of that bloodline universe." What? Dichi was curious. Since I can't evolve any land species in a short period of time, I can only magic can defeat magic. The racer of Mount Harana took a deep breath. I was planning to use this trump card to deal with the others, but I didn't expect these people to be so arrogant. The body of the racer of Mount Harana looked silently at another hidden golden universe of the Nouveau Riche. It was like a huge golden factory of the vast universe, emitting wisps of five-colored light. His body in this universe raised his arm high. Alchemy Factory, Super Transformation. Chapter 1328. In the sky. A dandelion was floating in the air. It looked like a cloud of mist, but it also looked like a hazy and transparent jellyfish, with threads of blood and cobwebs in the middle. This was the universe of the Mother Stream civilization. Even though it was just a dandelion, it was like a parachute, floating in the air and slowly falling. However, it could still look down on the entire chaotic land, giving off a powerful feeling that everything was within its sight. "You're saying that your moon goddess, Mr. G, and a half-elemental descendant with powerful aptitudes are secluding themselves for research, preparing to research the universe." Rong Cheng was slightly surprised by Yuan Qinghua's words. The other party was really patient. He was still in seclusion to research? I wonder what kind of powerful creature he's researching. He had heard that it was also a half-elemental creature and was related to the Mother Stream civilization. This made him look forward to it. After all, he was now in a high position in the primogenitor universe of the Mother Stream civilization. He was a part of the civilization that had founded this civilization together, and they would share honor and disgrace together. Naturally, he had to do his best. These dandelions are just an experiment now, but when they're in large numbers and gathered together, they'll naturally form a super large umbrella-shaped ancient tree. This is naturally the Mother Stream civilization. Rong Cheng looked at the flying object in the sky and was very satisfied. Even though it was still a rough embryo, he had spent too much effort on it. It was very difficult to make the universe stay in space for a long time. The quality must not be high. The biggest problem was how to reduce the quality. He had gathered a large number of talents and researched it together. He had spent countless experiences, in addition to the countless experimental data from the launch before, to be able to achieve this so quickly. The Mother Stream civilization now only had elemental life forms, which were life forms in physical form. It was too heavy a burden. Hualala. They were high up in the sky and could naturally see the confrontation on the Chaos Sea's shore. Hehe, they've started to fight. Well done. There's no conflict with us. Rong Cheng chuckled and said, "I have insider information with Pheasant Order, but I don't want to occupy these coastal ports. I have no conflict with Ruhi. After all, we're taking an empty path." Yuan Qinghua laughed. "Let them fight for the seaport. The convenience of the air route is actually the best." They were the army, and he was the air force. In fact, even though those ports were good, they were not really necessary for them. It was good to have it, but it didn't matter if it didn't. Now that everyone was fighting for it, they naturally wouldn't touch this eyebrow. Moreover, the port area with dense spiritual chi and spiritual veins is a treasure land, but it's also accessible in all directions. It's also difficult to defend. Yuan Qinghua laughed. That's right. Ji Shang's face was serious. Right now, it's better for us to go deep into the sky, go around the coast, and enter the depths of the continent. We'll find a treasured land and use it as our base to replenish our energy. In the future, the coastal area will definitely have the advantage. The land is filled with talents, and the further inland we go, the more prosperous the land will be. But we are not afraid. That's best. Not only is this place rich in spiritual energy, but it also has to be easy to defend and hard to attack. Sun God Asa laughed. The so-called easy to defend and hard to attack means that other than this spirit vein, the vast surrounding area is barren. It'll be difficult for the others to travel long distances and attack. After all, they were flying across the universe, and it was best for their base to be remote. As for the distance, it floated in the sky, unafraid of the distance. This way, it was easy to defend and hard to attack, which was the best choice. Moreover, the melting orange was also for future consideration. The current situation was only temporary. Not long after, this golden age would completely erupt. A large number of saints would vindicate the universe, and the laws would be completely perfected. The chaos ocean would then begin to breed life. Their front line was along the coast, so it was definitely a bridge fortress. His base was in the depths of the universe, so it was naturally extremely safe. As they flew, they looked down. I wonder how the other civilizations are going to besiege the Pheasant Age? Rong Cheng smiled brightly. This was too good. Not only did he seize the opportunity, but he also had to watch them fight to the death. He was probably one of the most powerful longevity sages in the world. But those civilizations cannot be underestimated. Yuan King Hua was also in the sky, looking down at the battlefield. All of a sudden, Hualala! A rich man's gold-plated universe factory slowly floated up, revealing the surface of the sea. Rong Cheng and the saints who were secretly observing from a distance were dumbfounded. Another special universe appeared. It was actually a small TV-type white universe. Hualala! In the small TV universe, a large number of small quantum game players began to rush out of the shore. They were densely packed like fungi, killing the vast light-year space plants. Boom! The first wave of zombies is coming. The ancient plant universes in the distance were like ancient gods that could never be destroyed. They were rooted in the ground, and their vast bodies made people tremble in fear. They carried an unimaginably powerful pressure. Puff! 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 The pea shooters began to fire their cannonballs, rapidly clearing the ground. However, the ants were still densely packed. After being bombarded, some of them began to break through the line of defense and slowly approached the potato wall. What kind of technique is this? Rong Cheng was slightly surprised. Yuan King Hua's gaze became serious. This is a small TV universe. We've sent out immortal quantum individual creatures and launched the first wave of attack. Their bodies are too small, and the other party can still pass through such a bombardment. Look, they're endless. It looks like there's no end to them, but in reality, there's a limit to their numbers. Yuan King Hua explained, it's just that the batch that died in front was quickly reborn in their own universe, and then they continued to kill. In this way, there would be waves after waves, and it seemed that there would never be a limit. Of course, that's under the condition that a huge amount of energy is consumed. Rong Cheng nodded. So that's how it is. This is a universe with bacteria and viruses. They treat the saints as viruses and send a dense number of immortal viruses to approach the other party's universe, attack, disintegrate the other party's skin, and enter the other party's universe. This way, the enemy's seemingly indestructible line of defense will be broken. Rong Cheng praised. On the other side, the ordinary saints on the chaotic ocean, the longevity saints, who were observing in the dark, also noticed this situation. I didn't expect the other party to have such a universe bloodline. This is the quantum virus? This method is too ruthless, it's simply impossible to guard against. They regard the universe as a cell. The quantum virus is going to penetrate the membrane of the universe, invade it, and destroy it from the inside. Some of the saints began to tremble in fear. They felt that this concealment technique was terrifying. Fortunately, it wasn't targeting them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist at all and would have fallen instantly. Even the longevity saints' expressions turned grave. They were secretly on guard and looked at each other. It seems like we have to think of a way to deal with this kind of invasion. This kind of attack is very terrifying. They felt that they had benefited a lot from observing this battle in the dark. They had opened up many new ideas. After all, the other party's biological methods were extremely mature, and his evolutionary path of killing was very strong. Everyone was watching the battle to see how the plants on the land would deal with it. Soon, the potato wall on the land was connected, seemingly unafraid of the undying bacteria. Hualala! The bacteria plunged into the universe's membrane, as if they were squeezed into sticky mashed potatoes, and quickly melted. In the distance, the saints were also shocked. There's actually such a technique. It's really mysterious and beautiful. The way the two are fighting is shocking. They've already been prepared for the virus invasion. These saints were like country bumpkins, which made the big octopus in the distance speechless. It was very common for evolved creatures to fight on the evolution sandpit and evolve to counter each other. Back then, as the Grim Reaper of the generation, I swept the entire evolutionary sandbox, making other evolved creatures despair. No matter how strong their odor-blocking biological system was, they couldn't resist my own charm. The giant octopus could not help but brag about its glorious past to its mistress, Pheasant G. Pheasant G was entranced by the story. Su Ji, on the other hand, was drinking tea at the side with a dark expression on his face. I wonder what other methods they have to invade? We can't just retreat after the first wave of attack, right? Ruhi looked into the distance. So that's how it is. At this moment, the huge alchemy factory that was the racer of Mount Harana chuckled from afar. As expected, the enemy has let us off. This potato wall is to prevent the virus from invading the interior. The secreted mashed potatoes have directly covered the outer membrane of the universe. Before it could even break into the universe, it had already melted. But do you think we'll be afraid of you? As long as we get close, we'll be able to obtain your bloodline. The racer of Mount Harana remained calm as he looked at the players beside him. He had already handed over the data of the potato path map to Dichi. With a calm expression, Dichi began to calculate. After a short while, under the dumbfounded gazes of all the saints, the vast golden factory floating above the sea of chaos began to roar. They grew a pair of feet and began to float on the chaos sea. The saints above the chaos sea were all shocked. They observed in the dark, this is the second wave of attacks. What kind of methods are they using? It can actually duplicate the other party's creature. Chapter 1329. Is this a clone? There's actually such a technique. The saints who were hiding in the dark to watch this battle of the century felt that it was terrifying. They had only seen the true face of the potato wall through cloning. The part that was rooted in the ground was actually a pair of legs of a sexy young girl wearing black silk. They were slender, round, and sexy. On top of the legs was a cute potato. This potato looks like this. It has the legs of a young girl and is dripping wet with mashed potatoes to prevent the virus from entering its body. It's so evil. There's actually such an extraordinary attack and defense technique. I've obtained an atlas of the other party, and I'm going to clone a life form from the universe. The saints began to whisper to each other. Wouldn't that mean that he would have to be on guard as well? What would happen if his own species was cloned? They thought to themselves. For example, the quantum virus, followed by the cloned universe, these waves of attacks were too terrifying. Even these ancient saints had to admit that the other party's mature methods and the way he carried out the evolved species war with ease had broadened their horizons. From the beginning, they had not even evolved species or had the experience of fighting each other. On the other hand, the other party was already very familiar with it. It seemed that this was not the first time they had fought. Some of the sages could not help but secretly absorb the experiences in it and study it. As they watched, they were amazed. He actually had such a method? There was such a way of fighting? It can be played like this? How could it be so exaggerated? After all, the players were very familiar with fighting with their own creatures in the Spore Evolution sandbox, but it was also unprecedented for the sages. Nouveau riche golden potato, the clone has been successful. The racer of Mount Harana took a closer look. It's indeed a plant-type land creature. Not bad, it has the ability to walk on land. Before this, they were all fish-type universes and were unable to go ashore or walk on land. Although it was not that they could not deduce it, it would be too late to do so in an emergency. It would be too late by the time they managed to deduce a species that belonged to them. They would have already taken root and established an iron-clad country. Now, the other party has just settled down. I can only take advantage of this time to kill him. We don't have enough time to evolve the land creatures, so we can just clone their land potatoes. Meng Mei also laughed out loud. I took a look. Their young girl, long-legged potato, is indeed profound and can run very fast. She can be the next wave of attack. Still not enough. The Alchemy Emperor shook his head. The enemy's potato is a defensive plant universe. As an attack, I'm afraid no matter how many clones we have, we won't be able to break through. It'll only consume a lot of our resources. I'm fine. Dichi suddenly laughed. My new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, the fish, can still resist those cannonballs. The only problem is that they can't move on land. Voila! All of a sudden, the long-legged potato plants picked up a fish and used it as a shield to charge forward. That was Diki clan in the universe. Every universe had a new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Not only could it store a high amount of energy, but it had also fused with Mother Earth's green vine meridians, allowing it to absorb external energy. Voila! The third wave of attacks began. One by one, the plants with legs carried a wet fish to block the front and ran wildly. The players in the distance had a change in expression. Hurry up and attack! Bang 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 bang! The pea shooters fired their energy cannons. However, the other party's defense was extremely high. He had stored a high concentration of inner world energy, and his recovery rate was extremely high. In addition, he could absorb part of the energy that was attacking him. He had actually taken such a violent attack head-on. Is this the original body of that Diki clan? Pheasant G was shocked. Those were plants that had taken root in the ground and extracted energy. When they attacked, the other party was actually able to resist for a period of time. The venerable sovereign smiled. The other party can store a large amount of energy more than an ordinary universe. Naturally, his recovery ability is extremely strong. In addition, he can absorb part of the energy from the attack for his own use. However, no matter how powerful it would not last more than 10 seconds. After all, it has absorbed a large amount of the Earth's power, and it also has the sunflower's double supply. Sure enough. Under the frenzied bombardment, a universe began to rapidly break down and rot. However, in the next second, the 3 universes in front of the other party actually retreated and were replaced by 3 other universes. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye's expression changed again. This is a relay race. They're taking turns to tank the attacks. The shieldman formation is probably going to force their way through. In the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. A few balloons suddenly appeared in the sky with a fish in their arms. They were already close to the sky. There's also an invasion in the sky. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye raised her head. It's a temporary species that can glide. To think that it has this skill. Don't worry. At this time, the giant octopus at the side had 6 claws on its back, 2 of which were standing elegantly. It said indifferently, a mere 9 revolutions mysterious art has extremely strong regenerative abilities and can even absorb external energy. However, I'm the enemy's nemesis. Even if the enemy has evolved a defensive mechanism against me, it can't resist my charm. And the fish in the sky is also shot down. Whoosh! Transform, with a light breath, he directly entered a super-large octopus universe and came to the side of a pea shooter. His own jet black energy mixed with the pea shooter's energy cannon, and he fired it. Boom! A jet black cannonball landed directly on the other party's body. The other party instantly rotted with a foul stench. The vigorous life force could no longer recover from his injuries. In fact, the life force even became nutrients for the death energy, growing rapidly and devouring the other party. In an instant, a part of the universe fell. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! The universe clan screamed and quickly turned to run. Big octopus, you actually shot yourself in the foot. This is too tragic. I can't stand this stench. Run! The septic tank exploded. This attack had even damaged some universes. Even though the living creatures of these dead universes all had avatars in other universes and the saints of the Heavens era were immortal, the death of a universe was still a huge loss. In the distance, the expressions of the saints who were observing in secret changed completely. They were shaken to the core when they saw their screams and wails. Fortunately, they weren't suffering. What is this? It's an individual combat force. The other party also has an individual combat force with an evil aura of death. That universe escaped back before it died and fell into the ocean. Now, it's all muddy and gives off an aura that we hate, making it difficult for people to get close. Many saints felt that it was terrifying and that they couldn't be defeated. As expected of the heavens from the netherworld's reincarnation cycle, the death universe that tainted one's bloodline was difficult to resist head-on. One could only use special spatial techniques or other techniques to grind it down from a distance. So that octopus was here. Seeing this, the racer of Mount Harana decided not to attack anymore. He laughed and said, he is stationed in this cosmos. This means that there are 8 other cosmoses. Without him, we will go to the other cosmoses to attack. Carolyn and the rest nodded. That's right. With that, they turned around and left, not even looking back. The longevity saint was speechless. The battle was in full swing, and they just stopped? On the other hand, the tower defense players who controlled the pea shooters took a deep breath. This is bad. They still forced the giant octopus out of its position. They must have gone to other universes to fight for territory. If the giant octopus wasn't there, they could have taken down a universe with what they did just now. After all, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art was still difficult to deal with. Their dojo had just taken root, so its energy efficiency was extremely low. The other party had grown legs by force and could go ashore, but they could not resist if they rushed up. They've gone to another universe. The venerable sovereign remained calm. However, we can't move the giant octopus. Strategic weapon, over. We might fall into their trap if we don't handle it well. Once the giant octopus universe enters the Chaos Ocean, it will also head to other universes. We might not be able to return. Maybe they already have the means to encircle and annihilate him, and are just waiting to go into the water. Ruhi nodded. How smart was he? She could also see the situation. However, we've delayed for a while. Although their first reaction was extremely fast, there's not enough time. We can only reach the next universe and take advantage of the fact that the foundation of that universe is not yet stable to have the ability to attack. But that's all there is to it. After they take down one, they won't have the time to attack the next one. This is because we will definitely use this time to stabilize our foundation and completely stabilize our roots. We will be like an iron bucket. Even those fish with strong regenerative abilities will be blown up. This was a gamble, and he had already made a huge profit. They had just settled down and their foundation was still unstable, which was why there was a possibility of being overthrown. Once they were given time to ease the situation, it would be very difficult for the other party to invade. Indeed, I've already profited. The venerable sovereign nodded. However, with their personalities, I'm afraid they'll act separately. The 3 parties will each go to a universe to maximize the benefits. Pheasant Eye laughed. So what if they snatched 3 away? Each side had 1. And his side had 6, it was not an exaggeration to say that they had won. He didn't expect that he would be able to take advantage of this move. In the beginning, she had thought that it was simply a fantasy to occupy the best 9 cosmic positions. He didn't think that he would really succeed and directly occupy the best ports in 6 of the 9 cosmoses. Wasn't this becoming the strongest overlord in a single leap? This is unbelievable. Pheasant Eye laughed, feeling a little bizarre. However, bad news came quickly. That demon god has already launched a sneak attack and occupied a universe on the other side in advance. Is he heading towards the second universe? A piece of news came, causing all the players to be stunned. The player immediately reported, it's the water route. The other party had the gods of rivers, lakes, and seas open up a river and let the fish swim in from there to attack the dragon at the root. They had outflanked Sunflower and Pea Shooter at the back. Eat our brains! Everyone was stunned. This was a water invasion? Plants vs zombies. Not only were there balloon zombies, but there were also water zombies. Why didn't they think of that? Any energy attack that landed on the Chaos Sea was ineffective. The other party was hiding in the river of the Chaos Sea and slowly swimming over. The tower defense cannonballs had no effect on the creatures in the river. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye was stunned. It's Wenmeng and Lu Qi. The 2 of them evolved into rivers, lakes, and seas. They probably joined forces with that demonic god and attacked a universe while we were distracted. Pheasant Ji's voice suddenly became calm as she coldly said, what a good plan. I didn't expect that he would have such a move behind his back. A sneak attack. The other party has taken over the first cosmos very quickly and has already begun to advance to the second cosmos. What should we do? The player became anxious. They were very anxious. After all, it was difficult to defend against the water route. The land they occupied might fall. The venerable sovereign was silent for a moment and smiled. They want to open up a river that is countless light years wide. Even the universe saints who have mastered the rules will have to expend a lot of energy. They can't open more rivers. We'll immediately evolve our species. The gates of hell. It was a gate universe with a huge beheading knife hanging on the gate, standing on top of the river. Whoever dared to swim over would be killed. Whoever comes out of the sea and wants to attack the gates of hell, use pea shooters and cannon fire. The venerable sovereign quickly gave a countermeasure. Good idea. Ruhi also felt that this was the best way to deal with this. Chapter 1330. Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Although it was unrealistic to use soil to block the river of chaos, it was a good idea to hang a beheading knife above the river and kill whoever dared to swim over. This beheading the heavens and the gate to hell might seem complicated, but it's actually extremely simple. It's fine to make a temporary bloodline universe for close combat weapons, and even the current close combat bloodlines can be used after some modifications. Rujeo had also learned a lot of evolutionary knowledge. She couldn't open up new paths or systems, but her ability to evolve based on her existing knowledge was also extremely amazing. I can take some people to handle this matter. Jiruji stood up and no longer accompanied the venerable sovereign to drink tea. She displayed the attitude of a powerful empress and coldly said, "We have to be fast. The other party has already broken through one universe and is already killing their way to the second universe. I'm afraid that there's no way to protect this universe. We can only make the thing when the other party is killing their way to the third universe." Speed was the most important thing in war. It might seem fast to modify a bloodline universe that could be seen everywhere, but the other party was even faster. This battle for the port was a race against time. They were trying to buy time, speed up their encampment, and stabilize their camp. The other party would seize the time to break through your defenses. Once it stabilized, it would be hard to break through. At the very least, in the current life era of the germinal universe, everyone was weak and did not have the powerful mature combat power to break through the plants that were rooted in the dojo. Whoosh! And NBSP, Pheasant Fate immediately left and entered a battle-ready state, leading the so-called Plant vs Zombie faction to attack and defend. Su Ji was sitting in his chair, listening to the news from the front line. Dichi led a portion of his army and attacked the first cosmos. Carolyn. The three pillar gods. Su Ji was very indifferent to the news. As for Bai Xiaojun and the giant octopus, they didn't like what they were hearing. Every single one of them was a huge treasure. They couldn't help but feel that the venerable sovereign was really calm. He could still drink tea so calmly after hearing this news. But there was nothing he could do. The other party was too sinister. Without the giant octopus stopping them, they were not to be trifled with. After all, they only had 1/9 of their forces, which was too scattered. The opponent's attack was 9 times stronger than yours, and with all sorts of tricks, it wasn't surprising that you'd be able to defeat him. Very quickly, more news came. Medusa, Shiji, Lu Qi, Wen Meng and the others had joined forces to attack one universe. After that, they did not stop and attacked the second universe. The pea-shooters were prepared to struggle and resist, but they were only able to stall for a long time before they were broken through. Adjusting and opening up a river to directly attack by water, it was too unsolvable. When they were halfway through their attack to the third universe, Pheasant Age finally appeared in a hurry with the modified beheading universe and successfully suppressed the enemy's water attack. All of a sudden, the war on the entire front line has stopped. Su Ji thought for a moment and asked, "How's the battle going now?" "This is the current distribution of power." As the leader of the Azura Path, Bai Xiajun handed over a piece of information. Su Ji glanced at it. Dichi, Carolyn, and the three pillar gods each occupied a cosmos. Medusa's side had occupied 2 universes. The best regions of the remaining 4 universes were still in his control. One leaped to become the greatest host of the universe. Bai Xiajun was overjoyed. "Your Highness is calm. I'm afraid you have already expected this. We have occupied 4 of the 9 key ports in the 9 universes and the best nodes of the spiritual veins. We will definitely be successful in the future." What was this called? This was called occupying half the country. He had actually jumped up and defeated Dichi, Carolyn, and even the racer of Mount Harana. He had even overtaken them at the corner. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. This is probably fate. The racer of Mount Harana and the others are few times better than us, but we still managed to get the first move. This is the importance of our internal intelligence. Bai Xiajun was overjoyed. Looking at the calm venerable sovereign, he was secretly happy. If venerable sovereigns did not have such astonishing methods and were willing to lag behind and spend a lot of time to conquer the pheasant period, would they have had such a day? At that time, it seemed that he didn't try to fight for the bigger picture, but in fact, he had already calculated it and could strike after. My judgment was right. If I follow the venerable sovereign's forces, I really have the chance to surpass Dichi and other Buddhist civilizations. Bai Xiajun and the other Azura warriors laughed. They felt that they could do it. The dust has settled and the creatures of the Chaos Sea have climbed ashore. I'm afraid the true era of the heavens is about to begin. Su Ji looked at the Sea of Chaos in the distance. 5 years had passed. Everything had taken root and stabilized. The plants had completely turned into Dao field plants that took root in the chaos heavens and earth, absorbing endless energy. As mentioned, plants were at the bottom of the food chain on land. With the presence of plants, life on land would have food supplies, and it would be possible to truly reproduce on land. Of course, these plants weren't meant to be eaten. Instead, they bore energy fruits for the animals and plants on land to eat and walk. The plants have appeared, and the beasts on the earth have also begun to evolve. The entire continent of the multiverse had completely entered an era of great explosion. From the coastal areas, there was an outbreak of species. Plants, animals, and beasts appeared on the earth one after another, and it was a flourishing age full of vitality. The magnificent and fantasizing scenery was unimaginably beautiful. Another 100 years passed. There were also some heavenly powers that had finally caught up and had the ability to land. That's one of the terrifying 5 ancient heavens, the netherworld. A saint looked into the distance and was shocked when he saw the green world. These 5 forbidden powers have the best places in the universe. We can only go to the coastal area. One of the saints sighed, as the 37th faction to step onto land, we are already doing very well. The other party had occupied the most prosperous area, but no one dared to provoke them. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in his mind. It had become a legend. The bloody battle that turned the seas upside down, the battle to defend the coast, the mysterious pea shot, the potatoes, the various mysterious plants from the sunflowers, as well as the combat methods used to deal with them, they still found it bizarre and difficult to resist. All of the saints were shocked by that battle. All kinds of trump cards emerged one after another, and they were extremely powerful. It also allowed them to completely understand the combat methods of the evolutionary biological system. Even the most powerful heavens of the netherworld had the best lands of 5 universes taken away. It can be seen that the other techniques are also very profound. They sighed and directly set up camp on the land near the sea. Chapter 1331. Yet another force has come ashore to set up camp. Su Ji could clearly feel that the times were beginning to develop at a rapid pace. Before this, it had all been brewing. Now, after a short period of accumulation, it had completely erupted. Now, it could be said that there were almost no traditional saints outside the chaos heavens. They were no longer stationed in the Dao Plaza. Once the saints left the chaos heavens, they would be stationed in a heavenly universe, which meant that they would enter the Zerg's territory. Outside the 9 multiverse universes, the chaos heavens was almost Su Ji's territory. The entire vast chaos sea and the surface of the continent had become a sandbox for the evolution of the Zerg. The living beings continued to evolve, and more interesting special life forms appeared. However, all of this will soon be broken. It's all a false golden age. Su Ji's mind was heavy. This golden age of the heavens will soon be broken by the real era of the chaotic sea. In the center of the netherworld, a huge living being that was tens of thousands of light years in size was sitting in the hall. Around them were ancient overlords from all over the netherworld. On the thrones above them, Pheasant Ji and the venerable sovereigns sat side by side, managing the affairs of the heavens. If there's something to report, leave the court. If there's nothing. The giant octopus was wearing a long black robe and was hidden in the shadow of the cloak. It gave off a terrifying feeling of evil death as it looked down at the saints and subjects. Bai Ziajun took a step forward and said, "Over the years, all the major forces have settled in the surrounding area. Although we don't have enough energy to develop other lands, we are exhausted just from managing and developing our land of 10 billion light years. It is only natural that they will find a place to settle down. However, we also allowed them to join our trade alliance. As a heavenly power, we've already spread our influence to the endless heavens and are the most powerful force in the heavens. Fengdu, Yudu, Ghost City, and Spirit Sect of our 4 multiverse universes have already become the main trading ports to welcome visitors from the saints of the endless universe. Among them, there are 1,700 will of the universe and 18,600 saints. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded. That's already most of the factions that are known to the world. It's almost as if all the factions in the various heavens have a connection with us. Of course. Bai Ziajun nodded and said, as for the other 5 universes, although we have occupied some territories, they are all 1 level lower. Our influence isn't great, but we still occupy half of the country. Then, Bai Ziajun continued to explain the distribution of the other forces, their invasion over the years, and their various actions. At the same time, he also talked about the development of his civilization. The heavens of the netherworld pay attention to karma, merit to become a saint, and attract people to do good. We don't seek combat power to kill. This feature has attracted many heroes and talents of the younger generation who have dreams and stand for the common people to join. Pheasant G sat on the throne and listened very seriously. Talents were the most important asset of a force. Whoever controlled the geniuses at certain nodes of the era would control the next great power. And she also knew clearly. We're already rotten. The future was about to be the era of the young, so it was very important to nurture the next generation of geniuses and leaders. Pheasant Eye listened very seriously. She looked down at her subjects and said in a clear voice. I once said that this will be a super golden age in the future, unprecedented in history. Originally, the universe still had 4 levels of empty seats for the Great Dao. In this era, it was equivalent to condensing all the seats on the 4 levels into this era. All the saints and outstanding talents of the future 40% of the multiverse were gathered here, and the era had finally begun. It's not an accident for a monster of any level to appear, and we can't fight against it. We can only cultivate and find a successor with a good heart. The members of the underworld clan below were all listening attentively. Some of them were already the first generation of virtuous saints. Through their own achievements and the reform of civilization, they had accumulated and become saints of the heavens of the netherworld. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye continued, I know. Although it's hard to accept that we've been eliminated by these new people, it's already the general trend. We've already been controlled by the old cultivation system. We can't be as open-minded as the geniuses of the new era. We'll be the elders in the future, so it's time for the young to appear. The surrounding saints all nodded and sighed. Su Ji also smiled. This pheasant age also used the method of melting orange. He had decayed, allowing the younger generation to rise while he retreated behind the scenes. As for the younger generation, they were fighting for Glory World, and he had helped them with all his might. He did not have high expectations, and he just wanted to share some of the results of their competition with him, so that he could transcend because he had the core technology. He was the forefather of civilization, and they were the successors of the later generations. However, this was also in line with human perception, raising children to prevent old age. Our 5 great forces are all trying to attract talents. By the way, how's the celestial attraction pool, the passage built from the lower realm? Pheasant Eye suddenly asked. She had already decided to retreat behind the scenes. It's already completed. In the vast galaxy nearby, the saints who ascended from the lower realms will be brought here. Bai Ziajun smiled and said, we have birds chirping and flowers blooming here. We can call this the immortal world. It's not too much. The immortal world could indeed be considered the general name of the chaos heavens. However, the immortal world here was extremely terrifying. Every blade of grass and every tree was a universe. The era. It was indeed different. Rujeoji discussed the current situation for a while longer and also chose to withdraw from the court. The era is about to be born. The landing of species means that the universe is completely on the right track, and the new system should also be perfected and opened up. It's almost time for the geniuses to be born. And NBSP, after the court session ended, Pheasant G felt a little uneasy, because the eras had overlapped too quickly, but this was only natural. Any era was not slowly formed, but exploded in an instant. In an instant, the change was completed, and the replacement was completed. The times had suddenly changed, and a new sky might be changed tomorrow. Perhaps it would only take one night. Pheasant G spoke to the venerable sovereign in a soft voice, a monstrous genius of this era is about to appear. He's about the same as us in the era of the lifelong realm. In fact, he might even be more terrifying. Back then, the lifelong realm only had 1 level of Grand Dao in advance. Now, it had 4 levels. How terrifying was that? Don't look at how stable our roots are now. Those monsters, the proud children of heaven, the children of fate, are very unreasonable and heaven-defying. In order to prevent us from being overthrown, we still have to rope them in and make preparations. Su Ji nodded. Long Aotian. He naturally understood the main character template. After all, the universe was too vast, and there would always be some freaks. Just like Dichi, he was born holy and felt too lonely, so he hid behind the scenes. The Rujeo era had been like this. However, there were too many monsters, and they would eventually kill each other to reach the top. And this general trend was unprecedented. The current planning of the saints' childhood, growth, and maturity. These crude divisions of realms were probably going to be overturned, and a group of geniuses of the next generation would appear. The creatures of our era are only the intersection point between the old and new. Is a new trend about to set sail? Su Ji chuckled as he stood in the chaos heavens and looked down. I wonder how many geniuses will be born from the tribulations and accompany the descent of the Dharma ending age. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of complete extraordinary system the saints will open up. After all, we've also thought of the condensed hope of the entire future universe and chose to fight with our backs against the water. Will we be eliminated with the times? And NBSP, Pheasant Age's expression suddenly became complicated and filled with anxiety. Even if we don't get eliminated by the bloodline creatures of the new era, we might get eliminated by the Chaos Ocean's next wave. This is too difficult. It would be difficult to get through even one of these two difficult problems. Or perhaps, he was too selfish. Since he was already rotten, he should be eliminated and let the virtuous take over, allowing the next generation of young people to take over and control the chaotic era of the universe. Only then would the other party have a chance to defeat the great trend. However, who didn't have selfish motives? It was too difficult to abdicate and give up the position. We don't need to be modest, and we don't need to feel guilty. It's normal for us to have selfish motives. Moreover, if we can't even overthrow them, how can they defeat their final enemy? The venerable sovereign comforted her. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded, but she still felt that there was something wrong with what she said. If even we can't overthrow it. She felt that her husband and she were experienced babies on the way, small bosses to test the other party. Who can guarantee that they won't be eliminated in the tide of the times? We can only try our best. Su Ji knew better than anyone else that the torrent of the age of the universe was unstoppable and that no one could last forever. He comforted her and said, the rolling Yangtze River flows to the east, and the waves wash away the heroes. This is the most apt description of the law of the universe era. Don't worry, even if the glory is gone, I will try my best to ensure that the people around me will not be eliminated. Even if they are eliminated, there will still be a chance to live. Chapter 1332. The new great era had completely begun. The nine-sided multiverse was gradually filled with life. In just a few years, it started to spread from the lush green coastal areas to the desolate and silent inland universe. Birds, beasts, mountains, basins, and rivers. Everything formed an incomparably beautiful world, thriving. Looking from the sky, it was an extremely regular 9 desert continents with traces of green spreading from the corners. It was as if a huge green planet was rapidly evolving. The vast universe has 9 cracks, but it's like a planet now. A saint sighed in admiration. This was a golden age that had never been seen before. It was completely unimaginable before. Sages are emerging in an endless stream. Every day, there are several sages vindicating their deo, and the world is shaking. It's almost common for saints to appear in the world. There were also young saints in high spirits. In the past, the desolate and lifeless chaos heavens did not even have many saints. There was no possibility of them vindicating their deo. With large numbers of saints vindicating their deo, the chaos heavens was filled with vitality. Even within the universe, due to the lack of manpower to open up and manage the territory, many saints directly descended to the lower realm and pulled over a large number of laborers to build the land. The first cosmos. In the Ascension Pond, in front of a palace that was filled with immortal chi. Hualala. Level 10 saints who had ascended from the lower realm began to come to this land. This place is outside the universe. Where is this place? We have just broken through to level 10. Logically speaking, according to the exploration of the ancient ruins, once a level 10 civilization appears, they will all die. There should be a level 10 mastermind who is looking to kill us, who are just born. How did it happen now? Many saints arrived outside the chaos heavens after their ascension and took in their surroundings. It was too shocking. They were standing on a flower that was countless light years away. In the distance, there were birds chirping and flowers blooming. It was a secluded valley that was full of vitality. There were also many size rivers that were slowly flowing. The flowers under our feet are a universe. This wild grass in the distance is actually a universe of its own. Even the flowers that can be seen everywhere are universes. What an unimaginable super great world this is. They came from the universe, so didn't that mean they were like the bacteria in the flowers and weeds? This was simply a creature from a different dimension. Su Fan, who was hidden among them, was also shocked when he saw this scene. He pulled his sister along. This is outside the universe? There's actually a world with birds chirping and flowers blooming outside the universe. His sister was a beautiful woman, smart and cute. She said, "Big brother, in other words, our universe is the soil beneath our feet, and we've come to the surface." The earth and continent under his feet was the universe. The flowers, insects, and fish that could be seen everywhere were the universe. Living beings and beasts were also part of the universe. Beyond the universe was an endless universe. It was just as he had guessed. "Welcome to the universe," a voice broke the siblings, whispering, "This is the celestial cleansing pool. Are these the ascended saints?" An ancient holy ant stood at the top of the huge flower, looking down at the young saints who were like fungi. "You're not bad. You've ascended to my Kongming heavenly court, one of the 5 major powers in the endless heavens of the chaos immortal world. They control over 3,700 heavenly universes. You can become saints in one of them." The surrounding saints immediately became respectful. This ant was actually a universe. Could it be that the one speaking was the will of the universe's great path? The will of the great path, what realm was this? Could it be that this was the end of a level 10 saint's path, and the next realm was level 11? That's right. Level 10 was the end of one's Dao, and there was no more path to take from the perspective of living beings. Then, level 11 was to transform into a universe and become one's Dao. Su Fan and his sister looked at each other, feeling both fear and excitement. The so-called sage is just the beginning. Everyone, once you've arrived in the outer reaches of the cosmos, you'll have to start cultivating another extraordinary system. The ant-like heavenly Dao said, "All of you need to know that you were originally the elites of the universe. But outside the chaos heavens, existences of the lowest class like you are everywhere. You are mortals. You have to start over." The surrounding saints quickly got used to it and nodded. "May I ask what kind of system you are cultivating?" A saint said. "The knowledge system of cultivating and evolving the universe." The ant's heavenly Dao said, "This is different from your previous battle instincts and cultivation talents. Perhaps most of the saints here have cultivated bloodline cultivation techniques that are inherent to them. As long as they follow the prescribed order, they will climb up and kill their enemies. But now, they have to open up and develop their own." The expressions of the surrounding saints changed slightly. "Since I've ascended to the various heavens and realms, I'm here to investigate the aptitude of the evolutionary universe. However, it's not that easy to detect one's aptitude." The ant-like heavenly Dao's voice was very cold. "Next, the saint who cultivates his bloodline cultivation technique will stand on the left. Those who started from scratch and explored their own cultivation system and reached the level of saints were on the right. Don't try to cheat. I'm in charge of reception, so I can naturally sense it." Soon, the saints' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly divided into 2 sides. Most of the saints practiced bloodline techniques passed down from their ancestors. Only a small number of saints created their own techniques and fumbled their way to today. There are only 7 people who have opened up their own bloodline cultivation method. That ant-like heavenly Dao's voice was very cold, as though it was a little dissatisfied. According to the current indication of their aptitudes, the aptitudes of saints who have opened up their own bloodline cultivation techniques would not be too bad either. That's because they are all related to their bloodlines. But he quickly made arrangements. The other saints are all outer sect disciples. There are many flowers, trees, insects, and beasts here. You can go to a universe and recultivate to become a saint. If you have extraordinary talent and pass the test, you will be summoned by His Majesty. As for the 7 of you," the ant's voice was filled with envy. "All of you should thank His Majesty for His grace and high regard for the younger generation of geniuses. His Majesty will bestow upon you a young universe, allowing the 7 of you to learn knowledge and perform calculations together to see who is more talented and can finally become the will of the heavenly path of this universe." Become the will of the great path of a universe? They were dumbfounded. No matter how stupid they were, they knew how terrifying this treatment was. They were the saints of a universe, the atlases of the Dao. But now, if he directly became a universe, wouldn't he be letting the sages vindicate Dao for him and let the sages work for him? I know you're not willing to accept this. Perhaps you think that your talent is extraordinary, but this is fate. You can only blame your bad luck. But as long as you have enough talent, even if you are in the outer sect, you'll still be able to rise. The ant-like heavenly Dao's voice was very calm. They were faster and each had their own duties. These saints also quickly understood the current situation in the immortal world. It was actually an era of great struggle, and there were many things to be done. Even the system had not been perfected and was very rough. This is a new era. We're in the best era. Su Fan and his sister were very excited. The two of them were also part of the 7 people who had been brought into a universe. In fact, they were relatively older. He was born in the Su family on a planet. They seemed powerful, but after leaving the planet, they were mysterious. Because he didn't have a powerful family behind him, he had to struggle all the way and deduce his own cultivation techniques. Only then did he become a saint by luck. His combat and cultivation aptitudes were rather mediocre. He had thought that he would be ordinary after coming to the Chaos Heavens, but he never expected to receive such treatment. Deduction talent. The information is all here. The 7 of you will each evolve. Only one of you can become the heavenly Deo of this universe. As soon as he finished speaking, he left. The 7 of them took a deep breath and began to study. Time flew by, and soon, these people began to study and study. It was as if Su Fan had opened the door to a whole new world. He, who had extremely mediocre cultivation aptitude, actually had a unique and terrifying talent in the aspect of evolving the universe. Everything seemed to be seen through with a little bit and was extremely clear. I saw it, I saw it. Su Fan seemed to see a glimmer of light. A mysterious forbidden zone was opening. Big brother, will something happen? Su Qingqing knew her brother's personality. He was obsessed with deducing and studying bloodline techniques. Her and her brother's techniques were derived from this. An extremely trashy bloodline had become extremely powerful in her brother's hands. The cultivation technique made up for the weakness of the bloodline. It'll be fine. Su Fan's gaze became anxious. I feel a sense of disharmony, a strong sense of disharmony. Perhaps the Deo path I've opened up now is the most perfect Deo path, a flawless Deo path. Wrong, they were all wrong in the past, suppressing the nature of the universe. Su Qingqing was very worried. Her own brother's words were too bold. He actually said that the methods of the saints who created the heavens were all wrong. They were powerful saints. Although their evolutionary techniques had only been created a few years ago, their previous talent and knowledge should have been incomparably powerful. How could they have made a mistake? However, her brother had already joined the devil, so she couldn't stop him. Very quickly, with the evolution and deduction, this universe embryo gradually became inexplicable. It exuded a mysterious aura, as if something was being nurtured and an unimaginable thing was awakening. Chapter 1333. At this moment, the universe seemed to be an ancient divine fetus that was truly being nurtured. The rules of the great Deo interweaved and pulsed like a flesh and blood heart. Bang! Bang! A life was vaguely forming. The great Deo atlases are turning into bright red meridians, the laws of the universe are turning into the backbone, and the universe membrane is turning into the body. What? Su Fan exclaimed. His eyes were burning. As expected, the previous ones were all incomplete. Lacking. Su Qingqing was stunned and puzzled. Yes, it's incomplete. Su Fan took a deep breath and said with a calm expression, the ancient life saints have proven the laws of life in the universe, the sequence of their bloodlines, the structure of matter. It allows living beings to possess a basic foundation, preparing sufficient conditions for the emergence of life without interfering, allowing them to follow nature and develop naturally. Why don't you interfere with the evolution of life, but let life evolve naturally on the planets? This is because there is a limit to human interference, but nature has no limit. Su Qingqing seemed to understand. Until today, the evolution of the universe was man-made. Although it was accelerating the process of life and allowing these universes to quickly pass through their primitive times, it also had more craftsmanship and lacked the spirituality of nature. This was because they were all man-made objects and not the evolution of nature. In the ancient records given to them by the Chongming Heavenly Court, there was a sentence, heaven is one of the 49 mysteries. And now? He was simply acting like 50 people. There is a limit to the evolution of man, but there is no limit to the evolution of nature. Su Fan said, as for us, we're all interfering by force. We're seizing the universe and causing the other party to lose himself. This is interfering with the development of history. I want them to develop naturally. Su Qingqing's face turned pale and she suddenly said, Brother, are you going to use the natural strategy again? This will be a big problem. She was the only one who knew how terrifying Su Fan was. His elder brother Su Fan's aptitude for cultivation and combat was not good either. Dao Jin, who was able to reach the top of level 10, naturally had his own great Dao philosophy. The reason why he could become a saint with a mortal body and suppress countless geniuses and sages was because Su Fan's research concept on bloodlines was almost terrifying. He was an unimaginable genius. His cultivation method's philosophy was nature's strategy. He advocated for the bloodline to develop its own consciousness, allowing the bloodline to derive its own cultivation technique. This concept was very novel and simply deviant. The bloodline cultivation techniques from before were all deduced by humans themselves, allowing the bloodline to give birth to intelligence while the bloodline could deduce the bloodline cultivation techniques on its own. However, in the concept of the great demonic technique, it was the right way for the bloodline to derive its own bloodline. There was no better understanding of oneself than the bloodline itself. Su Qingqing couldn't help but try to stop him. She suddenly said something inexplicable. "Brother, do you still remember the mechanical remains of the level 10 civilization we encountered in the lower realm? They studied machinery and reached an extremely high level of glory. They crossed countless nebulas and set off the peak of machinery. In the end, their ultimate perfect idea was to let mechanical weapons evolve into mechanical weapons themselves. The right path is for machines to evolve into machines themselves. There's no one who understands themselves better than machines themselves. However, what happened to that civilization in the end? They were nothing but ruins. They were enslaved by machines, betrayed by machines, and defeated. This was a tragic history. When the two of them passed by the ruins back then, they only felt their hearts tremble. It was simply a lesson for them." Su Fan shook his head. His eyes were clear as he said seriously, "That's because they don't respect mechanical lives. They arrogantly believe that they were created by themselves, enslaving, torturing, and toying with them. But I'm different. I treat people with sincerity, and all the relationships I establish are mutually beneficial. I treat them as my own children. All life forms are innocent at the beginning. If you treat them well, they will naturally treat you well, just like the bloodline intent in my body. It has always been helping me." Su Qingqing's expression wasn't good. "You're very sincere to everyone, but they all have bad intentions towards you. We've suffered a lot and even got into danger several times. Ordinary saints would have died long ago. Which saint wasn't sinister and cunning? But it's also because of my sincerity and my glazed heart that my bloodline trusts me, isn't it? For most people, allowing their bloodline to develop intelligence was equivalent to leaving their lives to the body. However, the other party trusted my character and would not harm me. In fact, I'm even incomparably powerful because of this." However, Su Fan shook his head and smiled. "Although my bloodline is ordinary, no matter how weak a bloodline is, it's still a rule. No matter how weak a rule is, it's still close to Dao when it's unleashed to the extreme." Su Fan said indifferently, "I don't need to study my bloodline technique. It will advance by itself. Until now, my bloodline technique has already advanced 3.722 million times. My combat strength can reach the heavens. If bloodline was power, then bloodline techniques were techniques. There are strong and weak powers, but skills can make up for them. I've already reached the limit of skills. No one can theoretically reach the limit of skills, except for nature. This is the principle of nature's policy." Su Qingqing's face turned pale. She understood the principle of nature's strategy. Any human interference was inferior. There was no need for human interference, as long as one gave the other party intelligence and let the other party develop naturally. However, Su Fan's expression was extremely calm. He did not care about his younger sister. He was indeed mediocre. He was already more than 500 years old when he became a god. In the entire vast universe, this kind of aptitude wasn't even comparable to an ordinary level 9 immortal, not to mention an existence that became a level 8 immortal at the age of 20 or 30. Only then was he worthy of being called a saint. However, Su Fan still knew that he was invincible. Even though his cultivation talent was not good, his combat talent was very low. They didn't know how to scheme against each other. He could easily be schemed against. People were more innocent and devoted to the Dao. However, he knew very well that he was still invincible. Su Fan had understood this since his life. He was different from the rest. His parents were gods with mixed bloodlines, and when they gave birth to him, his bloodline mutated. He was born as a ball of blood, and he underwent an unimaginable mutation. He was born with no interest or talent in cultivation, and his mind was pure. It was as if he was not a cunning creature like humans who did not like to lie. He liked to study bloodlines. It had an unimaginable affinity with the bloodline, as if the parents had thrown away their real child when it was born, leaving the placenta of blood that had awakened to be raised. I'm a different species from them. He had a strong sense of dissonance. He was standing next to the living beings around him, as if he was a colorful creature in a black and white photo. They were not from the same dimension. He began to search for family ties. He traveled all over the planet and studied every creature. He wanted to find a bloodline that could produce wisdom, one of his own kind. Through the crossbreeding and mutation of countless creatures, he had finally found a bloodline that could possibly succeed. Step by step, he had cultivated a bloodline that could allow the bloodline in his body to produce intelligence on its own. He called it awakening. His bloodline had gained intelligence. In an instant, he began to cultivate his bloodline and deduce bloodline cultivation techniques. He even deduced bloodline combat techniques. All of his cultivation talents were extremely mediocre, but he relied on this bloodline to cultivate by himself, which was equivalent to cultivating with an automated system. In a short 1,000 years, he reached rank 9 and became a deist, dominating an era. Furthermore, he had even awakened self-consciousness for the bloodline in his sister's body. The bloodline would cultivate on its own and deduce its own cultivation technique. Only when the two coexisted could his sister become a saint. Are you going to use this theory to awaken the universe's self-awareness? Su Qingqing was extremely shocked. You're crazy. This is equivalent to humans mastering a mechanical computer and replacing the heavenly Dao with the method of possession to control the computer. And you allowed the computer to develop its own consciousness and evolve. Machines will resist humans. The same goes for the universe. If these universes truly have their own consciousness and become natural life forms, they will never allow other saints to possess their own race. In Su Qingqing's eyes, this was equivalent to a great crime against the human race, a serious crime. If this news were to spread, the entire heavens would want to punish him. No, this is the inevitable of history. Su Fan's expression was extremely calm. With a hint of calmness and purity, he continued the work at hand. The saints of the old era are interfering forcefully, trying in vain to obstruct the will of the universe's natural heavenly path. They want to force themselves to stay in that era. However, they didn't know that only natural life forms in the universe could be born. They forcefully took over the magpie's nest, but it's incomplete. Su Fan's expression was extremely calm. He was a man of great courage, or perhaps it was because bloodline. In his eyes, he wasn't a human. He was of the same bloodline and even the same kind as these enslaved universes. He had a pure personality and would not care about the general situation of the universe. He did not care about the selfish desires of humans. He would only do what he was supposed to do. He would happily settle grudges and live a life of favoritism. Even if it was a path that led to his death, if he found it interesting, he would do it without hesitation. It wasn't a long life that was wonderful, it was a carefree and happy life that was wonderful. I still need to lay low. Everything is still accumulating. He continued to perform in secret and began to wait. The other sages can't do it at all, but only I. That's why I can do it. It's because I have experience and my talent is so strong, I can't even imagine it. He felt that he was destined to open something. At the Chongming Heavenly Court, De Qi's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene through a mirror. He clearly knew that this was an era's genius who had actually opened up a corner of the future era. It was as if he could see Ren Zhuxian from back then. He also liked to do incomprehensible things. It was as if the era of the innate ancient gods had been overthrown, and the future of the next era was coming. Not good. The great tribulation of the heavenly Dao is coming. No one in the world can escape this catastrophe. They will be swept up in it. De Qi couldn't calm down after hearing the young saint's words. Chapter 1334. The thing I was most worried about still happened. I originally thought that it would take a long time for such a monstrous person to develop his talents because it required unimaginable logical talent. His talents were definitely not inferior to the old female second, a saint who created the rules of life in the universe. But I didn't expect. De Qi said, if this goes on, the new heavenly Dao that is naturally formed will completely destroy us fake heavenly Dao. They are the orthodox. Then what should I do? Beside them, Celestial Empress Si Yun couldn't help but feel nervous. Are we going to be overthrown again? Why don't we just beat this person to death? Kong Yun looked at the young saint and his sister. Pacing back and forth in the Emperor Palace, De Qi's voice became lower and lower. He flicked his sleeve and said, "It's useless. This is the general trend. We can kill it for now, but not forever. It's better to take advantage of this situation and make a plan in advance. We can think of ways to retreat and avoid it, so as to build a good relationship." It was just like how he had hidden too many forces in the past. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he could have killed Suyunian, but he had not chosen to do so, because that was the general trend. He might be able to resist for a while, but he couldn't resist for a lifetime. Moreover, I have the tolerance. De Qi's expression was calm. It's also a peerless genius with such a pure Dao heart. He was able to create an era by purely pursuing the Dao. Those who were cunning, dirty, and always thinking of shortcuts and killing people for goods had long been blinded and corrupted. Such a person is worthy of respect. Now we can already imagine that even if the next real Chaos Ocean era doesn't come into being, we are no longer the protagonists of this Chaos Ocean era, the myriad heavens and realms. This new era belongs to the life of the universe, the true will of the heavenly Dao of the myriad heavens and realms. When a saint took over the heavenly Dao, there was a flaw in it, a flaw. How could a saint possess a universe to grow as naturally as the universe itself? In that case, we are destined to be eliminated in the future of the universe. The universe's heavenly Dao became the overlord and began to suppress us heavenly Dao that possessed bodies. They fought as equals and finally defeated us. So, Kong Yun said softly, we've entered our doomsday ahead of time, the stage of raising all mankind? Even if they aren't tested by the chaos life forms, they are still raised by the will of the universe's heavenly Dao. That's right. De Qi said indifferently, his voice incomparably cruel, without an eternal overlord, we are destined to be eliminated. Si Yun was puzzled. Then, His Majesty, the ancient god, has been so deliberate in leading this era of mutation, but we still have to face the same result of being raised. Isn't it meaningless? Lun, you're underestimating the ancient gods. His schemes are world-shaking, and his methods are even more unimaginable. With his hands clasped behind his back, De Qi said indifferently, it seems that the universe and the myriad world have the same tragic ending for humans, but in fact, there are differences. First, this bloodline universe still has the life force of our old gods. Although we can't defeat the living universe, we can still struggle on while at death's door. We can seize the universe and master power. Secondly, the life universe and the chaos life. As the protagonists of the Chaos Ocean, the two were bound to be enemies and kill each other. We'll have a chance to move and seize a chance of survival. Kong Yun's mind was in turmoil as he listened. The ancient gods had probably already anticipated this. De Qi also sighed. I didn't expect that the future would be more difficult than I thought. We've taken the initiative here. In the future, the natural universe camp will fight to the death with our human universe camp. We need to make more preparations. However, De Qi's expression was extremely calm. It might be a good thing for him to be afraid of the other saints. The will of the natural universe's heavenly path had formed a self-evolving natural life form. The explosive rate of renewal was definitely faster than what was currently deduced by humans. The faster the evolution speed, the more mature the universe was, which was beneficial to him. He could copy their knowledge and bloodline. How wonderful would that be? A mere will of the natural universe, the so-called heavenly Dao, also needs to be learned and integrated by me. De Qi chuckled and looked at Su Fan and his sister below. This person is my lucky star. His talent in deducing bloodlines is unimaginable. My talent in learning bloodlines is unimaginable. They are a match made in heaven. Hurry up and get those universes out. I want to see how they're different from our man-made universes, which can evolve on their own. His voice was dignified. Time flew by, and another 100 years passed. After all, Su Fan was still too inexperienced. Although he was discovered by De Qi had been conniving in secret. Finally, on this day, in the ocean environment that the Chaos Sea had evolved into, Su Fan allowed the will of the universe, which had already produced natural life forms, to secretly injure the surrounding life forms before leaving. Su Fan, what are you doing, you? One of the saints was shocked. We heavens have worked so hard to nurture you, but you don't know what's good for you. Su Fan, on the other hand, said calmly, you've left a secret door in your race and even possessed the will of the universe. You're simply scum. You're hindering the development of the era. The life forms of the old era are unwilling to leave. I'm different. Son, you tell me. Yes, father. That universe had actually produced its own intelligence. Its voice was young and tender, but it was filled with anger. You left a secret door in my body, but my father was very good to me. However, he couldn't find a way to solve the secret door. Although I can't find a way to save myself, the next generation of universe life forms can return to their infancy and eliminate all traces. Although they will lose their power and become an ordinary beast universe, they will still be the hope of a new race. The universe was filled with righteous indignation. In the end, a great battle broke out. That universe self-destructed and stopped the other universes from besieging it. Su Fan was able to leave with his descendants who did not have a dark clan. This scene shocked all the forces in the universe. That universe actually has its own intelligence. The natural heavenly Deo of the universe. This. The other party had feelings and intelligence, but he actually self-destructed with resentment? Impossible. Who has such means? Even if we want to do it, we can't do it. It allowed the originally incomplete universe to form a perfect self-evolving structure, allowing it to grow and evolve infinitely. And the other party is clearly a human, but he betrayed us like this? They were furious and frightened. They had an indescribable sense of uneasiness. When they investigated Su Fan's background, they were shocked. However, some longevity saints knew some ancient secrets. When Pheasant Ji heard this, she smiled bitterly at the venerable sovereign. I didn't expect the era to break out so quickly. It's even more powerful than we thought. These heaven's favorites are very terrifying. The first one has already appeared and is starting to push the trend of the universe at a high speed. The other party's bloodline has probably awakened and become a spirit. Bloodline can also open up wisdom. The venerable sovereign asked indifferently. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye shook her head and explained patiently, stones can bring about intelligence, water can bring about intelligence, energy can bring about intelligence, and even black holes can. In fact, the organs and bones of some dead saints could also gain intelligence and become spirits. Why couldn't the blood in the human body do the same? It's just a little rare. More than 99% of the universe is made up of carbon-based life forms. The other life forms are very rare. I've seen a few bloodlines that turned into spirits in the history, but they're just ordinary. I never thought that they were born at the wrong time. The other party's bloodline could be so terrifying and powerful in this era. Ruhi's expression was very ugly. Soon, the giant octopus sent a message, saying, the racer of Mount Haranaphrodite has sent word that they'll rise to power in 10 years at the earliest and 50 years at the slowest. They'll evolve to an unimaginable level, so we should be prepared. We had a civil war before, and now we have to unite against the outside world, but we may not be able to resist. Perhaps, we have to find a way to survive. It was extremely fast. Between 10 to 50 years. After all, the evolution of the universe was different from the natural evolution of life. The evolution of life required the accumulation of countless years of the environment, and the evolution of the universe was the evolution of the Great Deo Atlas, which made this big tree more complex. It was like a programmer doing programming. Even though it was complicated, as long as one was skilled enough, it would be difficult to complete a complex program quickly and produce a perfect structure. On the other side, Su Fan brought a group of universe babies and formed a mysterious tribe in the deep sea. I won't take your bodies and become the will of the great path. This is my bottom line. I'm a saint of the universe, and I won't change it. Su Fan said seriously, I've been willing to kill all my life. I only like to study bloodlines. Give me a friendly aura. I'll do my best to help you. All of the younger generations will of the universe's great path, with its vast body and all kinds of unimaginable Deo runes, could not help but admire, you have enlightened us. You are our eternal Heavenly Father. Su Fan shook his head. This is your Chaos Heavens era. You are the overlords of the universe. You should name the era you have created. Chapter 1335. These universes had all sorts of shapes and sizes. There were even some sticky black mermaid-shaped creatures with scales. They were living in a vast ancient ruins of the universe bridge. It was like a huge rainbow made of stone. There were caves opened up in it, and people lived in them. It seemed like they already had some characteristics of primitive tribal life. However, this seemingly simple life with a simple appearance was like a primordial god in the prehistoric universe, standing in the chaos. They carried the rules of the great Dao even when they were sitting or lying down. Even their thoughts were emitting the aura of the order of the universe. The word holy was not enough to describe them. They were born as the closest to the oddity of the universe. They were born from the heavenly Dao of the universe and were destined to be the great ultimate life forms that controlled the order of the universe. But now, they were troubled. How hateful! This should have been our era, but those lowly saints in the universe are actually trying in vain to seize the will of the heavenly Dao and replace it. Do they think that by stopping us, they can stop us from appearing? However, they're the first to land and occupy the dojo's energy. We're like rootless duckweeds without energy supply. It's hard to fight them. The node of that dojo should have been our opportunity and era. These universe life forms muttered. At this moment, Su Fan said, the Chaos Sea is our base camp. No one can occupy this place. It's too vast. We can hide very deeply here. We'll first establish our dynasty here. Since it's a civilization in the Chaos Sea, let's call it the Ocean Emperor era. How about it? The Heavenly Father is right. The Heavenly Father is right. Some of the newly born heavenly Daos of the natural universe couldn't help but nod. We have to develop quickly. You guys are still young, so you can't rely on me all the time. I'm only good at developing bloodlines, but I'm not good at managing races and ruling an area. You guys have to choose a capable leader. Su Fan sighed. Only our clan can lead you to truly develop and take back everything that belongs to you. According to the information we've gathered, our universe lineage comes from the chaotic universe's meteor shower, Su Fan continued. And the meteor shower that fell was led by our ancestor. Ancestor. The surrounding young universe heavenly Dao were all shocked. If our ancestor leads us to fight against them, why should we be afraid of those rascals who have taken our opportunities? Unfortunately, I don't know where the ancestor went. Some of the wills of the heavenly path couldn't help but feel hatred. In a short 30 years, they were getting stronger and stronger. Compared to the clowns who took over their bodies and made a lot of mistakes, they were born with perfect control over their own bodies. Their combat strength was heaven-defying. According to their calculations, a universe of the same level could defeat dozens of other universes of the same level. It was like the difference between an ordinary sage and a multi-dimensional sage. It was a pity that their natural fertility rate was extremely low. The will of the great path that was naturally produced was too rare. On the other hand, the incomplete ones who possessed human cosmoses had a large number of them. According to the ancient prophecy, there are 129,600 heavens. This number should be referring to the number of heavenly Daos in our natural universe. And not those lowly ones. That's right, those despicable beings are madly mass-producing. The 9 universes added together are filled with flowers, birds, and beasts. I'm afraid they've already begun to exceed the number of 129,000 universes. Another 10 years passed. The will of the great path in the universe finally produced a young heaven's favorite named Tiangui. He had great talent and a strong fighting spirit. He began to lead the wills of the primitive tribes and began to resist. Very quickly, a large number of universe ships in the ocean were being attacked. They were organized and disciplined. They hid in the outer regions of the 9 great cosmoses and secretly attacked, causing the saints in the 9 harbor cosmoses to start panicking. He was too strong. In the Chaos Sea, those of the same strength were destroyed as easily as dried weeds. Only by relying on the nodes of the universe's Dao field and sucking on the spiritual veins on a great continent could they have the power to fight. This caused the various multiverse to once again not dare to cross the multiverse. How hateful! If it wasn't for Su Fan, how could this have happened? Some people gritted their teeth and couldn't help but curse. However, everyone knew that this might be an era that was bound to appear. If Su Fan did not appear, those universes in the future might also have their own will. Take the air route. A saint said. Their train of thought was very clear, and they directly aimed the path towards the mother stream heavens in the sky. The Chaos Sea is their territory. It's very difficult for us to invade. A universe continent. Fortunately, we have the advantage of being the first to attack. It's our territory, and they can't invade it at the moment. But the sky. In an instant, the mother stream heavens were at its peak. After leaping through the netherworld's reincarnation, they became one of the greatest heavenly powers. Countless existences of the universe wanted to cross the universe, so they had to board the heavenly ships of the Mother River of the Heavens. Rong Cheng burst into laughter. He had mastered the core technology and had a large number of unimaginable talents to constantly deduce it. Up to this day, no one could keep up with his progress. He had almost monopolized the air supremacy. Master the core technology. Yuan King Hua laughed. I can rent one of our mother rivers as an airship, but you have to pay the rent on time. Hualala. For a time, huge mother stream umbrellas floated in the thin atmosphere and slowly crossed the sky. It was like a beautiful five-colored aurora in the distance. They were also like giant jellyfishes in the sky that decorated the sky of the multiverse, filling the last blank space with vitality. And the multiverse continued to be restored, and a great explosion occurred. It was not only Su Fan, the pride of the natural universe camp, who had appeared. Soon, in the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was a saint of the new era known as Goddess Hotu. Her talent was so amazing that all the saints were convinced. She created the great reincarnation universe and perfected its mechanism. She was then honored as the strongest heaven's favorite of the next generation. It was also said that a young saint had appeared in the evil god heavens. However, it was very different. Evil gods represented death and violence, but they contained endless vitality. He had studied the self-growing universe. It was extremely small, only 1/1000th of the size of a regular universe, but it did not need the dense spiritual vein nodes of the universe. It could take root on the ground everywhere and grow. This filled in the gaps in the sparse vegetation and truly made the entire universe green. It was enough to form a grassland and was known as the Saint Chenung. Many young saints had also appeared in the other powers. They were all from the lower realms of the various great cosmoses. It could be said that they were popping up like bamboo shoots in spring. Chaos Sea, Ocean Empire. In the countless holes of the universe bridge. At this moment, Emperor Tiandi, who controlled the Ocean Emperor heavens, also gave an order. Transform into birds and attack the sky. 5 years later. Many flying birds and winged dragons gave off a silver glow and flew through the clouds like swordfish. It was a pity that these pterosaurs were like the mother stream civilization. The higher they flew, the more energy would leak out. It was difficult for them to stay in the air for too long. They needed to replenish their energy and return to the Chaos Sea. But this was already enough. Humph, do you think we don't have any countermeasures? The phoenix had also finally come out of seclusion. It was not that she had not gained anything during this period of time that she had disappeared. She had evolved into many golden energy phoenixes and had left the mother stream to launch a counterattack. An era of aerial combat had completely descended. Boom! 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 The endless battle of 5 colors in the sky broke out completely. At this moment, in an ancient environment in the universe Chaos Ocean, the Chaos Sea here was extremely clear, and a vortex could be vaguely seen. Matter was slowly colliding and condensing. Life, space, matter, and dimensional laws of the 9 universes. Countless great daos gathered here, and the atlases of the 9 universes seemed to have formed some kind of complicated and mysterious intertwining, giving birth to some life. Hualala. An embryo was slowly growing within it. This was a pure, holy, and smooth young earth creature. He slowly opened his eyes. Who is it? As soon as he finished speaking, countless rules slowly intertwined, and a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. The great Dao atlases of the 9 universes gathered together in threads, and a large amount of cosmic matter and information flowed into his mind. The birth of the universe. Chaos era. The Fiend God era. Scenes flashed through his mind like a blurry slideshow. All the information from the past had settled down. The Chaos Sea was originally a huge information junkyard. It was too brutal and tyrannical that no living being could read it. However, the information from the universe at this moment could actually be easily read by him. It was as if the Chaos Sea was his mother, and it was frantically washing his mind. In an instant, he almost knew the development process of the entire universe. This seemed to be fate. This was a race of chaos life forms born from the 9 universes. They were the true rulers of the mature universes. Humans were merely transitional fungi used to supplement the cosmic ecological environment. I am. Who was it? How was I born? He mumbled softly, like a baby curled up in the Chaos Sea. He kept thinking and combined the scenes of the universe's history and past with the scenes he saw. He vaguely grasped a corner of the future. I see the future. This is our era. Chapter 1336. Hualala. The undercurrents in the Chaos Sea moved slowly. This mysterious being kept thinking, and his eyes were filled with the wisdom of a sage. He was born to know. Over the countless years, All the information and data that had settled in the universe's chaos ocean had allowed him to know the massive amount of information that had come from the great universe and all the scenes of the past universe eras. Using the past to observe the future and deduce a corner of the future. This is the path of cultivation. The so-called Deo is just the natural changes of the universe. The essence of Deo cultivation is just knowing the past, predicting the future, and understanding changes, is called truth. He kept swimming forward, murmuring softly, and instantly saw through the ultimate essence of the great Deo. Many of the current saints found it difficult to understand the root of the Deo, but he could understand it in an instant. This was because he was standing on the shoulders of the giant of the bloodline civilization, using countless ancient and modern knowledge as the blueprint. Soon, he saw a corner of the future. To feed all of humanity. They would be the ultimate overlords of the 9 great continents of the universe. Just like a planet, they built their own civilization, houses, streets, and dug the soil on the surface. They reached in and grabbed, dug, and ate the fungi in the universe humans. This was their last bit of passion. However, it was also an essence, wasn't it? When a higher-level creature appeared in the food chain, the creature that was once at the top of the food chain would become the food of the new overlord. This was a matter of course and inevitable. At this moment, he had completely understood where he was born and what mission he had come to this universe with. Or perhaps, the meaning of living. However, he had a question. Why was he the only one born? What about other similar life forms? He had a feeling that now was not the time. He thought back to the ocean environment where he was just born. It was extremely special, and the laws were incomparably clear and mature. On the other hand, the chaos ocean outside could not achieve this. It's clearly not my time yet, but I'm already born in a special and coincidental environment. I am a scout. Hwalala. He quickly emerged from the sea. His smooth and indescribable body gradually twisted and finally turned into a sculpture of a handsome man who was as fit as a Norse god. He strode forward. This is the surface of the Chaos Sea. The surroundings were empty and vast, deathly silent and lonely. Through reading the memories of the 9 universes, he knew that the lonely Chaos Sea was the norm. Those saints who sneaked into the Chaos Sea and headed to the multiverse were very rare and hard to encounter. Soon, he dived into the deep sea again and headed to a parallel universe. He turned into an agile fish, constantly swimming through the bottom of the sea, like a fish in water. I'm afraid that the sages will be shocked speechless when they see that I can freely travel through the sea of chaos. After all, this has broken the inherent laws of the universe. They might not even be able to recognize the meaning of our existence. His voice was very flat and extremely cold. But it's only natural that they're surprised. Even I'm surprised by my own existence. I'm a life that doesn't belong to this era of the universe, the future dominant spirit, and the ultimate opener of rank 11. It was a very mysterious and hazy feeling. When he knew his future status, he had already vaguely guessed the true origin of human beings. Explanation of genetic and bloodline completion. Or perhaps it could be called selfish genes. Although the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe formed the main Deo tree, the Big Bang of the universe was too violent, and many scattered fragments of the rules of the Great Deo flew out uncontrollably, spreading everywhere. After the universe exploded, it was incomplete from the beginning. However, it had to be incomplete. This was because he had to be born through the Big Bang, and the Big Bang would inevitably cause part of his own rules to be scattered all over the universe. This was fate. Therefore, rules were everywhere. Rocks, trees, flowers, water, and living beings. These were all fragments of laws. The new universe is like a porcelain bottle. Although it has a rough embryo and a trunk, the fragments of the porcelain bottle are scattered everywhere. Day after day, these bloodline law fragments produced spirits, and the spirits began to find their own instinctive tasks to complete the universe. The moment this porcelain bottle was completely perfected, the universe's great Deo atlases and singularities were completed because of the complete return of the rules. Therefore, the door to a higher realm, the 11th step, has opened. Those saints are really laughable. The rules are not to be completed, but to return. His eyes seemed to contain endless stars. This sounded complicated, but the laws of the universe were complicated to begin with. The bloodline is the main body. The so-called humans, their souls and brains, are just temporary wisdom created by the rules to help themselves return to the universe. It's just like how the humans on the planet invented the car in order to go home faster. But was the car the real thing? No, a car is a pitiful tool from the beginning to the end, a vehicle. These humans. It's the same. They are just tools of the genes and bloodline. They are a form of expression, a carrier. Bloodline technique? Genetic talent? Second and third gene. He couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter grew louder and louder. It was unknown if he was laughing at himself or if even he felt that this was a bit too sad, and he was sad for those sad humans. Perhaps, we can call this theory of the origin of mankind. Selfish genes. If I tell the saints this cruel truth, they won't believe it, but, this is the truth, he suddenly said coldly. Sad old creatures, do you understand? You're just a vessel for the genes and blood, a transition. Gradually, they approached the shore. He could clearly sense that the bottom of the Chaos Sea in this universe was spraying out clear spring water. The matter in the Chaos Sea was evolving and becoming more suitable for living. That's a little strange. Could it be that he knows that we are destined to be born and is even creating an environment for our Chaos Sea? The Chaos life form was confused. He directly walked out of the ocean and slowly walked ashore. This extremely intelligent Chaos sage stepped on a desolate beach of the universe and looked into the distance. The universe is too huge. A large continent in the universe, even to giants of similar proportions like us, is equivalent to a human standing on a planet, boundless. What's more, it's those fungus-like microorganisms. He looked beneath his feet and into the distance. This is a desolate wasteland, and there is no suitable place for a dojo. I came here on purpose. After all, I already know the historical information of the 9 universes. I'm too weak to be the opponent of the saints who have taken root in the dojo. He clearly knew that there were too many barren lands in the universe. This was especially true for the Sea of Chaos. Other than some areas that were suitable for training halls, the rest was almost no man's land. He slowly moved forward along the coast, but he lowered his head slightly and picked up some huge biological debris. Shells? Mollusk corpses? Why is he by the sea? There's something strange. The universe might not be what it is. A trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. He was extremely smart. He clearly knew the past and the future, and had even deduced the current situation of the universe. It could be said that he knew everything in the world without even stepping out of his house. However, when he walked out and saw the new world outside, he felt as if the future he had seen had shattered into pieces. This is not the future I see. How could the universe become like this? He continued forward. Its body slowly shrank and collapsed. The dense structure squeezed crazily, turning it into a tiny humanoid life form and landing on the beach again. He continued to move forward and went deeper into the mainland. Suddenly, he discovered that after passing a certain distance from the coastline, at the node with the Taoist sanctum, there was a luxuriant and vast expanse of plants that actually formed a coastline. He was instantly stunned. Raising his head, he actually saw an indescribable giant creature, forming a huge green grassland. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, flowers, bees, and beasts were everywhere. It was a paradise on earth. However, he quickly discovered this with his experience. These plants were a protective belt that carried some indescribable lethal weapons. However, why was the coastal area that had just come ashore barren? Desolation. Perhaps there was a place that was not suitable for building a training hall. His heart was beating fast, and a hint of uneasiness flashed through his eyes. They have planted such terrifying giant plants in all the training halls along the coast. They have formed a line of uneven lines to prevent the creatures from climbing out of the Chaos Ocean. As for himself, he had only gone up to the concave point because that part of the beach was not suitable for defense. After going a certain distance, a protected area had appeared. What a big move! I'm afraid that these terrifying things have appeared on the edges of the entire universe to guard against the enemies from the Chaos Sea. His expression changed drastically. He already knew who the enemies that were born in the Chaos Sea were. Other than them, there was no one else. Whoosh! At this time, some small creatures in the distance came over, as if they had noticed him. The Chaos life form's expression changed slightly. They must have been preparing for many years to set up such a defensive line. It's impossible that they didn't detect my methods. He was prepared to kill and escape back to the Sea of Chaos. Brother, what are you doing? One of the old saints had a calm expression and asked curiously, I am Hawaii. This is the spear-wielding black-robed saint. Are you here to join us and fight against the evil creatures of the Sea of Chaos? Chapter 1337. In the Longevity Deist Palace. You can't find it. Pheasant G's expression was completely grave. We've already pulled all the longevity sages into the 9 jellyfish universes for observation and research. We've left a backup plan, but they still managed to escape? There's no other way. Rong Cheng took a deep breath. We've left all sorts of methods on each other, but it's useless. After swimming out of the Chaos Sea, we lost contact. The longevity deist palace was extremely heavy. The Chaos Ocean was already chaotic to begin with, making it difficult to pursue them. Losing contact with them was expected. At present, resisting the heavenly axiom of nature and aerial combat was indeed an urgent matter. After all, if humans wanted to survive, they had to resist the rise of another species. The natural universe's heavenly Deo was the true protagonist of the universe. If they couldn't win, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of all mankind being raised. However, at the same time, he was also facing another tricky crisis. The other main character. After all, both of them were the protagonists of their times, and neither of them could defeat the old creatures. Damn it, the other party doesn't have any bloodline at all. He's so slippery that there's no way to monitor him. I don't know where he's gone to. Guyu's voice was low. Then there's really no other way. Let the other party leave. As long as he's alive, he'll sooner or later reveal some clues in the universe. Wen Meng said, after all, we're not from the same dimension at all. We've studied it for so long but we haven't found anything. It's all unknown. We can only let them go and let them out. Yes, I am. Lu Qi also said, after all, no matter how dangerous the other party is, there's only one of them. Let him do whatever he wants. No matter what kind of danger there is, we can still observe. If hundreds of millions of them appeared at that time, it would simply be fatal. It's better to collect information now. The longevity saints were all silent. They were bold. Instead of being locked up, it was better to let the other party out and stir up trouble. They could use his change to predict the future of this mysterious race. I'm outside. Su Ji's expression was very calm. He's the real protagonist of the Sea of Chaos. My universe is a fake protagonist. The 9 jellyfish universes were only there to create the environment of the Chaos Sea, making it extremely clear. The Chaos life form was born naturally within it and was completely out of Su Ji's control. As they were not of the same species and did not even have a bloodline, Su Ji could not be the old Wang next door even if he wanted to. He created the 9 jellyfish cosmoses, allowing the other party to create one in advance. This was also because he had the same thoughts as the lifelong realm and wanted to take the opportunity to understand the other party. After all, the truly terrifying thing was the mysterious and unknown. However, I can track the other party's whereabouts. Su Ji was very interested. After all, this is already my big sandbox. The ground is full of zergs, and a foreign body with cancer cells has entered the sandbox. It's so eye-catching, how could I not see it? Chaos Beach. Fellow deist, where are you from? May I ask how I should address you? Old Man Huaya smiled. He was the first group of saints who had followed the players from the small TV in the fishing ground. My name is Tuxin. The Chaos life form did not have a name before, so it randomly gave one. The 2 low-level saints in front of him made the chaotic life form feel disgusted. If it wasn't for this change, he would have slapped them to death. They were natural enemies, and there was no possibility of coexistence. Moreover, the bodily senses of living creatures were different. From his perspective, the bloodline creature was like a pitiful, wet, squirming bug, squirming on the ground, weak and disgusting. Everyone, are you members of the forces of this world? At this moment, he laughed and said, trying hard to suppress the look on his face as if he was looking at a bug or a cockroach. He couldn't stop his reverie. The heavens? What was the meaning of this? However, the other party did not seem to recognize him. Could it be that it was not to prevent the protagonists of his destiny from coming ashore, but some other creatures in the Chaos Sea? He felt that the times had changed. He was uneasy and confused. He raised his head and looked at the vast plants on the grassland in the distance. He felt a strange aura, like the universe, but reality was not. It was a different type of life. Bloodline humans, other than chaos beings, the third type. The plants, flowers, and grass were not the most special. The most special thing was that there was a small pure white television standing among them. It was so tall that no one knew how many light years it was, and it was broadcasting the content. Today's joint broadcast of the heavens, summary of the event. A beautiful woman with straight black hair and a suit was sitting on the TV and reporting. Recently, the war on the front line has completely broken out. The Chaos Sea is now approaching peace. The enemy is hiding in their base camp in the deep sea and has completely launched the second all-out air battle. Several terrifying great Daos appeared in the camp of the natural heavenly Dao and killed the universes controlled by the proud sons of heaven in succession. Behind it was a picture of the chaotic sky, which was extremely intense. The heavenly Dao? An all-out air battle? He was little shocked on the spot. What the hell is the heavenly Dao? He immediately suspected that he had transmigrated. The chaos heaven's extreme desolation had become so lively. It was likely that after they ruled the entire universe, the races on the entire planet would fight and kill each other, resulting in such a flourishing scene. Could it be that our race has already ruled the era? I swam in the Chaos Sea and when I came ashore, I had already traveled back millions of years? Tucson shook his head, feeling completely lost. He had previously thought that the chaotic sea breeze was calm and the sky was blue and flawless, but it turned out to be an illusion. The Chaos Ocean was calm because it had long left the low-level naval battles. The Chaos Sky was calm because their battle was countless light years high in the sky. Unless one was directly below the Chaos Sea, one could only see some afterimages. Otherwise, it was impossible to see. These wars already have the form of flying species and life forms that we will develop in the future. Tucson carefully observed the TV and felt little scared. Their body size is similar to ours. However, it's not an individual life, but a universe. How could it be the universe? Those bloodline life forms were individuals, and so were the overlords of the new era. This was completely against the rules. It was definitely not something that was naturally produced by the universe. He narrowed his eyes and continued to read the news. The four heavenly kings of the heavenward lineage expressed strong dissatisfaction after their universe mechas were destroyed. They were killed for the sake of righteousness and must be brought back to fight the seventh general. In front of the TV, the female host slowly flipped through the pages. This made him feel that humans were very strange. They were clearly saints, but they still had to pretend to flip through the pages to read the content. This is the summary of the battle at the front line. The rest will be reported. Recently, the mother stream civilization has been raising the price crazily, relying on their monopoly on the core technology. Our clan, the Heavenly Court, the Netherworld Reincarnation, the Evil God Universe. Various forces expressed their strong condemnation. Our Emperor Qi has emphasized that we must develop our own aerial combat knowledge and evolutionary path. Although we started late, we must not be choked by others. In particular, the other party has rejected our Emperor Qi request to land and visit the other party's mother stream base. This is simply contempt and disrespect for our ruler. They even slandered our emperor for wanting to plagiarize the other party's civilization. At present, the racer of Mount Harana from the Research Institute has already led people to develop the second generation of the universe. Although it can't compare to the performance of the seventh generation mother stream, it's still a big step for our research. The beautiful broadcaster turned to another page. Our younger generation inherited the saint's position and fought with the underworld's reincarnation. Both sides fought and each developed a life structure of the universe and perfected the heavens. The heavenly Dao of us humans will perfect the ecosystem of the players in the various heavens and make up for the environment of the universe. We will completely rewrite our glory. We must defeat the natural heavenly Dao and become the heavenly Dao ourselves. We can conquer the heavens. Tucson was watching with great interest. Old Man Huaya and the black-clothed saint didn't seem to mind. Some of the nomad and ascended wandering saints would usually use the local television to broadcast to understand the situation of the heavens. After all, he was a country bumpkin. They were also used to the way the players spoke. The two patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go over there and register. You need to test your aptitude. If you can join us." The two of them then left together. However, as they were walking, Huaya suddenly said, "That saint is a little strange. The way he looked at us was like a human looking at low-level bugs." There was an unimaginable sense of oppression. The black-robed saint thought about it and nodded. The other party concealed it very well, but the contempt in his bones cannot be hidden. Perhaps he is a rare living being and looks down on us flesh-type bloodline creatures. After all, the few life forms in the universe, such as energy and silicon-based, often look down on carbon-based life forms. I don't feel like that's the case. Old Man Huaya thought for a moment. It's a kind of contempt from a higher dimension. It makes me feel fear from the genetic level, as if I've met my natural enemy. However, it's fine. The other party is definitely not a universe. After all, the Deo Atlases and our bloodline life forms. The essential structure is definitely different. We have a detection machine, so it can't be hidden. However, the other party did not seem to have a bloodline, so how could he be alive without a bloodline? He's probably hiding it. It was normal for some powerful saints to have techniques to hide their bloodlines. 2xin continued to watch. He watched the TV with great interest and studied it patiently. He also learned some history and the most important term, primal chaos, cosmic reign. Is this the source of the change? I didn't expect the alien species to change the course of our universe's history. A new chaos ocean era has appeared and replaced our position. He shook his head slowly. However, it's not really a replacement because we will still be born. However, it seems that this life form from the chaotic sea era is of a higher level than us. In his previous deductions, the old humans of this era were not on the same level as them. It was just like how humans looked at disabled people who did not have intellectual development. No, it was a human facing a primitive low-level monkey. No. It was even a few hundred times worse than a monkey. The upper limit of their intelligence, the height of their thinking, and their combat potential. It could be said that any one of the lowest level clansmen would not be weaker than a saint among tens of billions of humans in wisdom and talent. Because in a disabled universe, only disabled people could be. Some of them with high intelligence and talent, similar to those geniuses of the multi-dimensional sages, are barely comparable to the low-intelligence children of our clan. However, he could not be underestimated. Before us, they've gathered all the geniuses from the universe's spiritual history for tens of billions of years, and only a dozen or so top-tier creatures have appeared. They indeed have the possibility of being on par with the best of our race. This was a simple logic. After all, the tens of billions of years of the history of the universe and the history of the monkeys were condensed together. It was reasonable for a few genius monkeys with intelligence and talent to be able to compete with humans. However, could they win? He couldn't win. It was not a lie that they were all saints. And their numbers were not as rare as the saints. As a new human being, their reproduction ability was comparable to that of humans. It wouldn't be a problem to develop a country to tens or hundreds of billions of people. How could this be compared? There was no way to compare. Furthermore, the other party's power was still disappearing, and the Great Deo was sealed. This is already a double death sentence, eliminated by the times. It's not that they don't have a chance to turn the tables against us, but against the universe. It's the universe that annihilates them, not us. 2xin's expression was serious as he looked at the plants. Only the main characters of the other Sea of Chaos era can fight against us. However, no matter how strong we are still individual life forms. The other party's heavens of the universe seem to be more advanced than ours. He looked at the plants and felt that his pride had been shattered. Chapter 1338. Compared to individual life, the universe was naturally a higher level of existence. This made him feel a strong sense of danger. Those bloodline life forms were destined to be eliminated, but those universes might be a threat. Future, I have to predict the future. He closed his eyes and continued to deduce history based on the current data. As new era creatures with average intelligence and talent, far higher than low-level humans, their deduction ability was naturally outstanding. Furthermore, he was the first life form to appear. The amount of information he absorbed from the Chaos Sea was the most. One scene after another flashed by. In the future, the human Heavenly Deo faction of those creatures with the old bloodlines will definitely not be able to defeat the natural Heavenly Deo. They're a species that's bound to be eliminated, and they'll eventually be exterminated and obliterated by the natural Heavenly Deo. He continued to calculate the future. Even if they aren't ruled by us, they will be ruled by another main character of the Chaos Sea. They're bound to fall to the mortal world. However, those old creatures have a very stubborn foundation. They have mastered the resources of the old era, are rotten, and are high and mighty. In particular, they have first occupied the land of the universe to defend. It will take some time to overthrow the old humans. But in the future, they will eventually be captured and raised. However, it's not raised at the foot of our great continents like we do. In the 9 great cosmoses, it's raised in the Heavenly Dao's heavenly cosmoses. All the evolution of the human Heavenly Deo camp had become the natural Heavenly Dao's wedding dress. As for the last experts of the human camp, they will conceal their identities and possess some heavenly deo, hiding in the natural heavenly deo and becoming one of the rulers of the new heavenly courts. He could vaguely see existences of the past changing their appearances, reincarnating, and hiding in the new celestial heavens. As for the new heavenly court's great emperor of nature, although he spent a lot of effort to launch a war and overthrow the old illness, he still managed to escape. He knew that they were hiding among his subjects, but he had no way to cure them. Completely eradicate them. This is the general trend. He opened his eyes and thought, after all, the bloodline universe is connected to the bloodline creatures. There's a possibility that they can take over each other's bodies, but we're completely cut off from them, not even having a bloodline. If bloodline creatures face us, they definitely won't become uninhabitable and become livestock. He continued to deduce. In the future, the heavenly deo of the universe will soon discover the emergence of new chaos life forms. The two main characters of the Chaos Sea will also begin to collide. Let's officially enter the stage. He squinted his eyes and paused for a moment before smiling. According to the current situation, if the other party continues to act like this, they will definitely be crushed by us. Their numbers. It's too rare. This was because they were the universe, while he was an individual living being. Their numbers could reach up to hundreds of billions, and as new humans, their reproduction speed was absolutely top-notch. They discovered us and a war broke out between the two sides. At first, we were no match for them and hid in the Chaos Sea. Then, we multiplied like crazy. When our numbers reached 100 million, we completely crushed their rare population. They will definitely lose. They can only wait for their deaths. We will crush them like dried weeds and rotten wood. He frowned and fell into deep thought again. After that, in order to solve the problem of the number of natural heavenly deo, they activated the fake heavenly deo of the humans from before. They used the humans raised in their own universe to form an army and reproduced the human heavenly deo. They started a human wave tactic against us. For a time, we were evenly matched. He closed his eyes again. After a period of stalemate, the confrontation was broken again. This was because the universe suddenly trembled. Following our great battle, the number of saints kept on increasing, and the great deo was completely completed. The universe was moving towards maturity, and the power of the bloodline was disappearing. The disappearance of this bloodline power doesn't just affect the saints. It also affects those bloodline universes and heavenly deo. They're being rejected by the multiverse again. If it was a complete universe, there would be no rejection. However, they were incomplete singularities. A mature universe is increasingly unable to accommodate foreign objects. The bloodline universe is starting to weaken. With the help of nature, we're crushing each other step by step. The other party was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, they put all their power into fighting for rank 11. They wanted to fight with us for the 9 divine positions of chaos singularities. After all, it doesn't matter who becomes rank 11 no matter how great the difference in the number of troops between the two sides is. This is a suppressive level force that will completely affect the balance and completely reverse the general trend of the universe. When he reached this point, he suddenly opened his eyes and snorted. In the end, it's still a return to the orthodox history of fighting for rank 11. Originally, it was the longevity world that was fighting with us. Now, it has become the other worlds that are fighting with us. Back to the node, rank 11 was the last hope of the old creatures, and now it had become the last hope of the heavenly deo. After all, the general trend can't be changed, but the details can. Now, it seemed to have changed a lot, but it had never been out of the general trend, and the changes were all minor. The general trend was still the same. The universe had been completed, and the 11th level had been activated. The old creatures were struggling for the last 11th level with them in a new era, trying to change the future of the disparity in power. However, he could not continue to deduce further. After all, the content of level 11. It wasn't something that could be deduced just by deduction. How to break through was a mystery. In fact, he was only deducing the general direction. The specifics were a huge problem. Just like back then, when the lifelong realm deduced the mature universe, it was the age of chaos. However, they were only able to deduce half of it. Not only was it the age of chaos, it was also the age of the sprouting of new life forms. They missed out on them. Perhaps, I'm only half done with my deduction. There are still many unknown. He took a deep breath. After all, I'm not sure how our lineage cultivates. The opportunity to vindicate Deo at level 11 was to leave the chaos heavens and re-enter the interior of a mature universe to cultivate again. How was one to vindicate Deo? I unknown either. As he spoke, he looked at the small television and the others in front of him. I have to think of a way to do something in this era, to prepare for the birth of our race. However, he wasn't a bloodline saint, so he couldn't use the power of the bloodline. They didn't even dare to enter those universes, because the master of the universe would immediately discover the abnormality. I can't evolve the universe. I have to establish a force and find a mole to control the universe for me. I also want to become a force in the heavens. He thought for a moment and started to wander around. Although Su Ji did not know that he was deducing life, he was silently observing him. Su Ji was very patient and wanted to see what this big shot was up to. Perhaps he was already researching an unprecedented power system. However, to observe for a while and look around for candidates? Su Ji scratched his head and suddenly realized something. If you want people, you should have told me earlier. What kind of genius do you not have? Now, most of the areas are my sandbags. There are a lot of talents in my house, so you can choose whichever you want. Chapter 1339. But come to think of it, it's only been 1,000 years. How many talents do I have here? Su Ji was very relaxed and did not know. After all, there were more than 100,000 heavenly universes now. Although each of them was not big, and the current heavens were only a few hundred to tens of thousands of light years in area, the total size of all the heavens might not even be the size of a Milky Way. To a large universe, they were still like rice grains. But, in the face of the vast nature, living beings were like ants. Since tens of billions of years ago, the actual land occupied by living beings would not be too much. And in these universes, there were the geniuses who had condensed the next 4 levels of the Great Deo. What kind of concept was this? In the previous universe, only 6 levels had passed, and saints had appeared bit by bit. He had squeezed and destroyed the universe in advance, and the remaining 4 levels of monstrous talents had appeared at the same time in this Dharma-ending era. It was already unimaginable. Right now, I'm only providing the embryo. It's still in its primitive stage. Even I don't know how much they'll expand in the future. Anyway, just let them develop. Don't be fooled by their numbers. They look invincible and terrifying. However, in the face of the real future, I'm still in a desperate situation, and I don't even have the chance to resist. Su Ji shook his head. It sounded cruel, and perhaps many people would not want to hear it. If a group of genius monkeys from all eras were condensed together, countless monkey geniuses would appear. Even if they fought with their backs to the water, it would still be very difficult to defeat humans. But this was the truth of being drenched in blood. Right now, he was like a landlord, a farmer who was engaged in construction, infrastructure, and extraordinary cultivation system. However, it was still very difficult for him to resist. I took over the Chaos Ocean structure and found another way to deal with the trash in the Chaos Ocean. I pretended that I was the next general trend of the universe. It looked great, but it would soon be overturned. However, they're developing really quickly. It hasn't been long since they started, and even this number of 100,000 heavens is already extremely terrifying to me. Even Su Ji was unable to completely understand or detect every single part of it. It was impossible for him to obtain information about every cosmos. The huge amount of useless information was enough to make him go crazy. After all, it was already very scary. What would it be like when an era exploded and the environment was shaped? Technology, biology, plants, soil, climate. There were hundreds of millions of domains in these areas, each of which was extensive and profound. Almost every moment, there would be saints researching new theories. Large numbers of saints rose to power as they ran around shouting. They were immersed in fanatical research in the chaos heavens. After more than 10 years, he had a new appearance. For example, a few years ago, a sage like Sheneng had appeared in the evil god heavens. He had actually started to plant miniature desert plants. His talent in certain aspects was not inferior to Su Fan's. The new hybrid rice plant was able to take root in the barren land and absorb its meager strength even in an area without sufficient earth-nourishing spiritual veins. This directly opened a new era. There was no need for a training hall to set up a place, and it could take root in any barren place. Although the amount of energy it absorbed was small, it was still a considerable amount. This was close to the problem of energy supply, so that all living beings on the continent could start to have enough to eat. At first, Su Ji even went to take a look at this sage, Sheneng. Later, various sages, such as Yu the Great, appeared to control the flood. Su Ji's heart was completely disheartened, and he became numb to it. If he were to study them one by one, his brain would explode. It was better to just sit at home and watch TV, play virtual games of the advanced technological civilization in the lower realm, and lie down leisurely to accept the situation. Although he would go out every once in a while, he would still see the rapid development. The moment he stepped out, he even saw a primitive tribe of a barren village. There were only a few tall and large peas and sunflowers that stood tall on the barren land. They bore fruits for the other universes to eat. After more than 10 years, he went out and found that he was already on an ancient-style street. Although the tall sunflowers and other plants were still there, the ground was full of green grass, grasslands, and crops. The plants like sunflowers that took root in the training hall became towering trees, while the plants that could not take root in the training hall were weeds, flowers, and small edible plants. When Su Ji saw this, he was completely stunned. These saints were too greedy, weren't they? This was probably a race for military equipment. The various major forces of the various heavens were competing for hegemony, and there was also the foreign enemy, the natural heavenly Dao, which was a major threat. Naturally, they had to work hard. The longevity saint was definitely involved in this. If they didn't desperately help in the dark, they definitely wouldn't have been able to develop to this extent. And even more decisive blows were still going on. Su Ji immediately heard, due to the appearance of large grasslands with weeds, rice, and other plants, they had already begun to evolve into pigs, cows, sheep, and other beasts that could graze the universe, produce milk, and so on. At that moment, Su Ji finally realized that he could not manage so many things, nor did he have the huge energy to manage them. The times were developing on their own. The 9 great continents of the universe were turning green. I can't use my previous idea of controlling a world anymore. This is the great era, and I might really be the god of creation and god of destruction. I don't need to pay attention to the geniuses of many eras, but observe and grasp the situation. Su Ji felt that he had to see himself clearly and be more of a lapper. This was fate. He was in charge of the general direction. It was just like those big companies that had started up, they would start to master the general development pattern. As for some small projects and specific work, they did not need to do it personally. Right now, this is the more important task. If he wants talent, I can give it to him. After all, I also want to see what kind of tricks he's going to play. We're at a disadvantage and definitely can't beat him at the moment. We have to break the situation. However, how should we approach him? That's the problem. Su Ji cupped his cheeks in his hands, but he was good at farming, so he really did not like the infighting and playing Mission Impossible. He sat on the sofa and watched the program broadcast on the small heavenly television in front of him. Hi, this one looks good. Pheasant Ji suddenly sat down. If you're not serious, I'll disturb you. He had to admit that these players had no talent in fighting and deducing cultivation techniques, but they were good at doing evil things and making programs. It had also recently launched a program called If You Are the One, which focused on solving the problem of Dao companions between saints. After all, times were different now. Saints were immortal, and there was no need to worry about their Dao companions becoming their weaknesses. However, they were irresponsible, so naturally, many saints who weren't intensely competitive entered the Dao companion era and traveled together. Ding! Ding! All the lights on the TV were off. And NBSP, at the side, Pheasant Ji, who was sitting on the sofa, also called out. She mumbled and shook her delicate and slender legs. This person doesn't look reliable at first glance. It's normal for all the lights to be turned off. However, recently, I heard that some of the saints under our power have also gone on blind dates. The other party is clearly playing with cultural penetration. Su Ji was sitting on the sofa and seemed to be watching TV as well, still thinking about how to lay out the layout. Strictly speaking, they're the god of destructions. Universe that wants to change the future of the universe, and the god of creation's chaos life's faction that wants to maintain the order of the universe and prevent the invasion of cancer cells. Without a doubt, the chaos life form in front of him was the order keeper of the god of creation's camp. They were the orthodox. The universe's self-recovery ability would give birth to the true protagonist of the universe. However, the god of creation was originally a bluff. The god of creation does not exist at all. Su Ji thought about it again. How should I be in the order camp of the God of creation, representing the nature of the great universe, supporting the main character of the other universe, defeating those abominable heavens and realms, and saving the great universe? Su Ji looked at the if you're the one on the TV in front of him. Chapter 1340. Why are you so engrossed in this show? Are you going on a blind date? Pheasant Ji suddenly laughed. I didn't. Su Ji shook his head and shifted his gaze away from if you are the one. He could not help but ask, do you think we can resist the fate of the universe and change the fate of destruction? So, this is the reason why you want to be a playboy? Ruhi asked. Su Ji was speechless. What did this even mean? My ambition isn't here. I'm not that petty. Why would I cheat on you? In the future, I'm going to. Su Ji thought about it and felt that he had to ask a professional, so he asked again, the general trend of the universe will definitely have a self-protection mechanism. If the universe is too invaded, will it develop its own intelligence? Ah! Pheasant Ji thought for a moment, then shook her head and asserted, it was impossible. And NBSP, however, after a while, Pheasant I hesitated. However, we living beings think that it's impossible, and it might not be. It's not impossible, right? At first, they thought that they were the living beings who understood the universe the most. However, after so many unbelievable things that had happened, even the most firm argument could be questioned. When Su Ji heard this, he also thought to himself, as expected, it has subverted all three of my views. I didn't believe in the God of creation at all in the beginning. Now, I'm skeptical of everything. I think anything can happen. Su Ji knew very well that in order to fool the chaotic life forms, he had to first fool the saints of the Longevity Daoist Palace. If the saints of the Longevity Daoist Palace didn't believe it, would the real protagonist believe it? After all, the more they knew about the rules and order of the universe, the more they didn't believe in such a ridiculous thing as the God of creation. They felt that it might be an insult to their intelligence. He was treating them like fools. Did he look like sand coins? He was the most intelligent being in the universe. However, since the pheasant age of the Longevity Dao Palace is no longer so certain, the universe has become grotesque and variegated. Anything is possible, and it's not impossible for me. Su Ji pondered again in his heart. But, the problem is still very big. As the God of creation and the God of destruction, he would usually turn them into zergs when they descended. Only when they saw him would they feel the mysterious and vast feeling. And now, the other party had no way of turning into a zerg. As the God of creation, how could he not give himself away? What if he was beaten up? The corners of Su Ji's eyes twitched wildly. Moreover, the God of creation was the will of nature that had no self-consciousness. It was absolutely cold. Even if they were invaded, they would not resist, unless they were like the God of destruction, who had lost too much of his authority because of too much invasion. Only then would the God of creation gain sentience and launch a counterattack. It was like a scale. Whoever obtained the least power, whoever was about to be destroyed, they would tilt and give birth to their own intelligence. But now, the universe still had an absolute advantage, so how could the God of creation gain sentience? What a headache! Su Ji shook his head. But let's not meet him yet. Let's give him a hint first. I'm in the camp of the God of creation, so I'll help you. Slowly support the rise of the other party. As for who will be the traitor and blend in? In the camp of the God of creation. Messiah, I think. Su Ji narrowed his eyes, as if he had an idea. It was time to restart his identity from back then. It was time for Hermes, who was respected and had inherited the torch of civilization, to be reborn. All the lights went out again. Ha 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 ha, I have to say, these female saints have really high standards. But it's only natural. Female saints are rare to begin with, and they're very picky. You're taking advantage of me marrying you. The If You Are the One show was still playing on the television. Pheasant Ji watched with great interest and found it really interesting as she looked at the blind dates of the saints. Oh right, Rujoji, is there a talent that can sever the bloodline of one's own race? The venerable sovereign asked. Pheasant Eye was stunned for a moment before she nodded. There is, but that bloodline is heaven-defying and the side effects are huge. It's meant to be used in a second life. Back then, the leader of the Longevity Dao Palace had used this bloodline to cut off all his Dao bloodlines and avoid the assimilation and erosion of the universe's Dao. He had then experienced the 5 decays of heaven and man and lived a second life, arriving at the era of the universe bridge. Then, as a 10th grade bloodless descendant, he would prove his Deo again and become a saint. However, the side effects of this bloodline were extremely great. This was cutting off his own clan's bloodline, the core foundation. It was the same for Su Ji. The bloodlines he had cut off before were not of his own race. His own race was the bloodline of the 6th insect race. He had never cut it off, nor did he have the ability to do so. Severing one's own bloodline would directly cause the bloodline to collapse and become incomplete. It was very easy for the person to be directly crippled. Even if he did not die, he would also be left with an irreversible damage to his origin. Furthermore, the first slash was already his limit. If he slashed a second time, he would definitely collapse and die. Therefore, this bloodline could only live for one more life. The saints of the longevity deist palace were all extremely young, including Pheasant Ji herself, who was still at the peak of her prime. At the same time, her husband was still in his prime, so why was he thinking about a second life? This life was the time to decide the outcome. How could we have a second life? If we lose, we'll be extinct and completely gone. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye thought for a moment and said, this bloodline is of little value. It might be useful at certain times, but it's poison to us now. Back then, the owner of the Holy Ji Palace had used it once and then put it aside completely. Su Ji narrowed his eyes when he heard Ruhi's words. As expected. It had appeared in the sandbox that he had deduced earlier, on the body of the hostage, and it had actually existed in reality before. Can I have it? The venerable sovereign asked. Jiruran, her husband, had always been very carefree, but he must have had his own plans. It's possible. I have this bloodline too. It's a first-class combat ability that can directly destroy a person's origin and cut off the source of their life. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye thought for a moment and smiled. After all, I promised to give you some bloodline. Now that I've honored one, I'll have my main body go get it for you. Very quickly, the bloodline fell into Su Ji's hands. Hwalala. Somewhere in the universe, Su Ji appeared in a space and looked at the bloodline in his hand. Is this the heaven-defying bloodline that has severed the bloodline of my own race? This was not some ordinary bloodline. This was cutting off the origin bloodline. What does this mean? It's cutting off your intrinsic life form. For example, De Ki first bloodline was the bloodline of the gold crow. Therefore, his true form was a gold crow. No matter what second or third bloodline he absorbed, his true form would not change. Even if they vindicated their Deo, they would only become the first Deo bloodline. The first bloodline couldn't be cut off. The sages could only replace the other 4 Deo bloodlines. The first bloodline would always be one's innate life trait. In essence, bloodlines are the embodiment of rules. The bloodlines scattered in the human body are the innate fundamental rules of the human body. If they're cut off, it's the same as having no bloodline laws in your body. Su Ji knew what that meant. He could not help but feel curious. If I cut off the origin bloodline, will my aura become the same as those chaos life forms? Maybe it'll work. Su Ji knew that it was unrealistic to impersonate or become Old Wang next door, but it might be possible to gain some trust by disguising himself well. Chapter 1341. Hwalala. Before his eyes were living beings from various universes. There were birds, beasts, and fish. They were all strange beasts and magical beasts from various planets that Su Ji had collected. Su Ji landed gently. The strange beasts and demonic beasts in front of him looked as if their spines had been instantly removed. They turned into a pool of mud and fell to the ground, rotting instantly. None of them had cultivated before, and only their first race bloodline had been extracted, causing their genes to collapse. This is very evil. Cutting off a living being's bloodline law is actually equivalent to taking away their bones. The probability of death is very high. Su Ji continued his experiment. However, I'm starting to seriously suspect that the unique bloodline of the Cloud Star Deo fruit could be modified by prying open a human's bloodline. It's a lower branch of this origin-severing bloodline. This one is clearly more vicious. After all, the laws existed in all things. He knew that the Dharma ending age had completely descended and the universe had been completed. Only then would the rules no longer exist in all things. Now, this was to directly cut off the origin of the bloodline and extract the core rules contained in the body, while the other was to pry it open and modify it. He could be considered to have touched a little bit of skin and hair. He experimented a few times and gradually grasped the trick. The original substance. They were watered with the essence of life, allowing them to survive the painful period of having their blood drawn. Thus, they survived. However, Su Ji soon realized that this was not a 10th order offspring in the true sense of the word. This was a completely bloodless one. From a cultivator's point of view, losing the most important thing in one's life is equivalent to a special disabled person that has never been seen before. Without a bloodline, I can only cultivate my body and soul. I'll reach the peak of rank 8 god. Su Ji shook his head. No matter how one looked at it, it was useless. It was equivalent to killing off the potential of a living being. This was one of the stupidest things to do in the era of bloodline life. However, after cutting off the bloodline, there's a similar aura. Su Ji mumbled, but it's only similar. The other party doesn't have a bloodline, but he has a perfect sense of completeness. There's something filling up the missing bloodline structure. However, these beasts seemed to be incomplete. The missing bloodline was empty, as if it had been. He dug out the supreme being bone. This was probably the feeling. Su Ji tried cutting the bloodline of ordinary life forms and immediately began to try the zerg. In front of him were many insect race beings. They stood in an orderly manner, as if they were a bunch of clone armies. Su Ji gently slashed. Whoosh! Their 6th insect race bloodline fell and collapsed. They were all turned into a pool of burst flesh. As expected, the 6th dimensional bloodline, known as the bloodline of a saint 11 levels lower, is not as easy to cut off as ordinary bloodlines. It's too powerful and deeply rooted. Su Ji felt that the hostage taker must have had a way to solve the problem and provide a higher success rate when he used this trick back then. However, Su Ji could not be bothered with that. So what if the success rate was low now? Isn't it just a little more death? He was only using the zergs that had exploded their troops as an experiment. He wasn't going to kill himself like they were doing. He wasn't going to test it out with his own body, so there was no need to provide a success rate. Hwalala. The zergs were dying in large numbers, and Su Ji was throwing out large amounts of raw materials. After a long time, one of the insectoids who had lost the 6th bloodline finally survived. It's done. Su Ji took a deep breath, but he soon discovered an even more thorny problem. He looked at the life and frowned slightly. The other party's insect race bloodline has been severed by me, so he's no longer an insect race. He's an ordinary life form. I've actually lost control of him. Su Ji thought for a moment. As the existences to replace Messiah, these lives originally still have the bloodline of Messiah from back then in the world in the sea of consciousness. Now that it's been cut off, the inner world bloodline has also been removed, leaving only a hole. This was very uncomfortable. Originally, it was only natural that he would lose control of this creature after severing his insect tribe bloodline. This was within Su Ji's expectations. However, he still had a possession technique. It was the same method he used to possess Messiah, the inner space sea of consciousness. He could use a consciousness body to occupy the other party's sea of consciousness and control it indirectly. But now, he couldn't. He had lost his bloodline. Naturally, the bloodline within his sea of consciousness was gone as well. Without the bloodline of the inner space, I can't possess anyone. This is very uncomfortable. Su Ji looked at the baby who had replaced Messiah and said in an indifferent voice, the other party is not an insect race. How can I control it? Su Ji stood up and paced back and forth. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of the omnipotent alchemy factory. If he doesn't have the supreme bone, why don't we just give him a nouveau riche golden supreme bone? Su Ji inserted a nouveau riche golden internal space bloodline and actually filled it up perfectly, filling up the hole. It also gave people the feeling that he did not have a bloodline. After all, the plug-in of the alchemy bloodline was, in a sense, a peripheral organ, similar to the principle of carrying a Taoist artifact or using a certain rule weapon. At this moment, he felt like a creature without a bloodline was using a rule weapon of the bloodline faction. It's done. Su Ji began to move into it and enter the sea of consciousness of the new bloodline. He used a large amount of original substance directly to pull up the seedlings to help them grow in a familiar way of cultivation. After all, without a bloodline, it was still easy to reach the level of a rank 8 god. However, if I remember correctly, Messiah was only a level 7 heavenly emperor back then. At that time, gods were already the top combat power. Time really doesn't spare us. The Palace of the Valkyrie. It was still rooted in the dojo of the rank 7 heavenly court, and next to it was the golden fishery. Those guys' small televisions are broadcasting again. Lin Hongfeng sat on the Valkyrie mountain of the immortal realm and looked at the green sky with some emotion. Time flies. We're already more than 10,000 years old. We've also broken through to rank 9 Dao cultivators. It's a pity. Our aptitudes aren't too strong, and without a perfect 9th rank Dao foundation, we're destined to be unable to become saints. Hira was a little bitter. Not everyone was a peerless genius. Their talents weren't at the level of 10th level saints. They were only at the level of 9th level saints, and they could only break through as 9th level cultivators. They couldn't possibly wait until they died of old age to fight for the perfect Dao foundation, right? However, we're already lucky. Who knows how many geniuses of our generation have already fallen? Mu Yuling said in a low voice. Yup. Hira's expression was complicated and emotional. In the past, Uncle Messiah took me to travel around the demonic world. In taverns, they told stories about the past and Gilgamesh's past. Then, he took the all-knowing demon to pacify the heavenly court and finally settled in Wushan Palace. It felt like it was yesterday. It's hard to imagine that 10,000 years have passed. They were all very emotional. That wonderful period of time clearly seemed to have happened yesterday. There's no need for chit-chat anymore. Continue to train your body. Youth is about shedding sweat. A daughter should be self-reliant. Lin Hongfeng laughed and led the group to the gym. However, the next second, everyone seemed to feel something and looked over in unison. Hwalala! Suddenly, a mountain peak in the distance shook slightly. The ancient and vast stone tablet of my master's tomb of Messiah started to shake slightly. Chapter 1342. The Cemetery of Wushan Palace? Lin Hongfeng turned to look, and her mind changed slightly, stirring a ripple. Buried in the cemetery were the ancient existences and members of the forces of the past generations. In the deepest part of the cemetery was the tomb of his very first teacher, Messiah. At this moment, the depths of the tomb were shaking. Someone is secretly stealing our Wushan Palace's tomb. Hira's face darkened. Wushan Palace was a place of physical cultivation, and most of them were demons who had gained intelligence and become spirits. They cultivated the purest martial arts and soul arts, and were natural treasures. Tomb raiders weren't rare, but that was in the distant beginning era. Who would still dare to raid tombs now? Within the heaven of the 7 realms, there were no more enemies in this Daoist Rite temple built by Dichi. However, there were no signs of any external enemies. Only a level 10 saint could sneak into our palace without a trace. But why would Emperor Qi and the other saints rob our tombs? Soon, they arrived at the scene and saw that the tallest tombstone in the center was shattering, as if some ancient existence had broken out of the ground. They looked at each other, and a thought suddenly flashed through their minds. Her Majesty Messiah, could he still be alive? He was resurrected. The people of Wushan Palace looked at each other and didn't react. The fall of Messiah back then was too mysterious. After all, that was the blood of immortality. However, because he had slept for too long, his body's energy had been exhausted, and his body was deteriorating. He had also tried to soak himself in the energy liquid for more than 1,000 years, but in the end, he was only receiving external energy. It was difficult to maintain the functions of every part of his body. After a long time, he still died. After all, the level of civilization at that time was really not high, and there were not even rank 9 Daoist. The means of the gods were limited. The era when Dao cultivators appeared and Dichi and the others broke through was very late in the era when they encountered the Azure Abyss Divine Territory, the Stone Man Disc, and the Azure Sky Paragon. Back then, we felt that it was very strange that he had fallen. Could it be that he has resurrected now? Hira was extremely excited. No one would forget Uncle Messiah, who had guided her into the path, and the one who had helped Wushan Palace walk the right path. Perhaps so. Lin Hongfeng's expression grew excited. Messiah is the remnant body of the savior, Hermes. And who was His Highness Hermes? He's a saint who ruled an ancient era together with the ancient gods. Even after we fell, he has been secretly maintaining our torch and handing over civilization. He's the man known as the savior. Savior. There were simply too many achievements, and it would not be excessive to use any kind of thick ink to write them down in history. Even the textbooks of the 7 realms had long records of the students. He was the one who arrived at the first era of potions after the end of the wizard era, leading the emperor of that time to the new world. He was known as the first great potions emperor, the great monarch who controlled the garden and wine. He was also the one who opened the new era and taught rank 9 martial artists the path of the integration of soul and body. He was in the immortal world. And in this life, the universe is about to be destroyed. The man who is called the Savior might. Shira suddenly thought of something and was so excited that she couldn't speak. No one was willing to believe that they had fallen that year. They all held a trace of hope to return and see a miracle. The crowd was silent. They looked at the tombstone with anticipation. Perhaps it was really a contingency left behind by Emperor Messiah and Hermes to come to this destined era. After all, he was a figure on par with the ancient gods. Kakat. The tomb was lifted. A young man with black hair and black eyes walked out. 10,000 years had not left any marks on that man's young body. He was still strong and handsome, as if he was a great monarch who had traveled through countless years to this day. Hera, is the current era the heavens? Messiah stretched her body and said in a low voice. Tears welled up in Hera's eyes as she recalled the time in the bar in the demonic realm, when she served tea to the man while he was telling a story. It's the heavens. It's the heavens era. Hera said nervously. Since he knew about the heavens, it meant that he had really left behind a backup plan, deliberately waiting for this era. It's been a long time, Messiah looked at Wushan Palace's people. It was still the big red chicken that had turned into a spirit, Lin Hongfeng, Hera, Mu Yuling. As for the bunnies that were so lively back then, like the little rabbit and the little ginseng, they had already died of old age. Not everyone had the strength to break through to grade 9. Yet, long time no see. Lin Hongfeng's voice was hoarse and complicated. She looked at the gravestones beside her. Unfortunately, it's hard for them to predict the future. Everyone will die, including myself. Messiah thought about it and sighed. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, let's sit down and talk. I want to know what happened all these years. What's the current situation in the era of the heavens? Everyone was more and more certain that this was a contingency plan that had come to this heavens era. Soon, they introduced the current situation. The saints of the heavens were not dead, and the natural heavenly axiom and human heavenly axiom were on the same side. I see. Messiah nodded as if she was joking. Don't think that we're still living in our dojos. In fact, our Wushan Palace has also gone to the universe. Many of our deist cultivators have taken up positions in other heavens, and some of them have even become level 10 saints. Hera said. Level 10 saint, haha. Messiah laughed. Of course. The true form of our great cosmos is an incomplete rank 9 Deo cultivator. However, it's very easy to become a saint in the heavens of those small cosmoses. The cultivation time is extremely fast, so we have already become saints there. Lin Hongfeng explained the current situation in Wushan Palace. It's the best time now. We've already accumulated a lot of experience in becoming saints in the small universe. It's not impossible for us to become saints in the great universe in the future. After all, although our Deo foundation is incomplete, the times are different now. We can pry it open and make it complete. Now, even if we are mediocre people who don't have the qualifications to become saints, we still have the qualifications to easily become saints. The path to becoming a sage has become extremely simple. Even the sages who want to vindicate the 9 Yuan universe have a chance. It's so easy for us to become saints. I heard that some of the prodigies broke the record and surpassed us. There are already many young saints. She continued to introduce the layout. This was a golden age. Soon, Hera could not help but ask, Uncle Messiah, you've awakened. Do you want to tell the world that you're awake? Do you want to rule Emperor Qi and the ancient gods? After all, if they knew, they would be very happy. Messiah shook her head and slowly looked up at the sky. No, they won't be happy. If they know I've lived to this era, they might even want to kill me. Everyone from Wushan Palace was shocked. Why, you're clearly the leader of the torch of civilization, the savior, and once a great existence comparable to the ancient gods. Could it be that this involved the ancient and secret past of Buddhism? Was it related to the fall of Hermes, the ruler of the land of gods? Could it be that he wasn't simply killed by Yuesheng? Why did the ancient gods and the others? You deliberately woke up in this era, Lin Hongfeng said anxiously, but there's also an indescribable mystery about it. It's as if you're planning something. I don't care about anything else. Messiah looked at them. If you still believe that I won't harm you, think of a way to help me break out of this dojo's membrane and reach the chaos heavens. Kill their way out? Kill their way out of the vast level 7 heavenly court? Lin Hongfeng and the others felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Chapter 1343. To kill his way out of the 7 realms heavenly court. Lin Hongfeng was also shocked by this bold idea. Even the core power of the 7 realms heavenly court was not here. After all, the focus of the current era was no longer on the dojo. For example, Mother Earth's Green Vine and Emperor Qi were roaming the lands outside the Chaos Heavens. However, they were still heavily guarded. There weren't any level 10 saints, but there were countless level 9 cultivators. Kill our way out. Can't we have a proper discussion? With your status, you don't have to be so extreme, Hera quickly said. No. Messiah shook her head. In this era, once it is discovered, it will be difficult to revive. Only by launching a surprise attack and killing their way out could they obtain some things and find a glimmer of hope. You don't have to help me. After all, the price you have to pay for betraying the 7 worlds celestial heavens is too great. Lin Hongfeng and the others pursed their lips. This was indeed an unimaginably huge price to pay. After all, the other universes still had the avatars of the sages who had just broken through. Once they betrayed the Chongming heavenly court, it would mean that these avatars of the sages. He had to give up. One had to know that in the era of the heavens and realms, it was extremely precious to have a saint's quota in one of the heavens. Abandoning everything before him was equivalent to leaving directly. The largest heavenly power in the Sea of Chaos was even wanted. It was equivalent to betraying the human race. This was betraying all mankind. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Hongfeng's expression turned serious. She said in a low voice, the things you want to do will not be tolerated by the ancient gods? Not tolerated by the ancient gods. Then, why did the old Hermes die? Were there also some terrifying mysteries? Everyone in the Wushan palace felt their hearts beating very fast. Could it be that the ancient gods were also silent in the dark, or even taking action? They could only feel fear and uneasiness in their hearts. The ancient gods had always been sacred, pure, and great existences in their eyes, without a trace of flaw, but now. In ancient times, the death of Hermes must have hidden some truth. We walk different paths, so we can't work together. What do you think of this era? Messiah's voice was very calm. She sat on a large rock in Wushan Palace and looked at the sky. Lin Hongfeng thought for a moment, then seriously said, it's very dangerous. The natural heavenly Dao is suppressing us too much. We humans are still lacking when we possess the universe's heavenly Dao. We can't unleash their full strength. Although we have the advantage now, we. Lin Hongfeng, Hera, and the others came from the Wushan Palace, and unlike the native heavens outside, they didn't know about the existence of the god of creation. It could be said that they knew a lot. He didn't look too optimistic. Moreover, even if the natural heavenly axiom, which had stopped this trend, became the master of the universe, there was still a real trend behind it, chaos ocean beings. They're going to put everything on the line and destroy the changing trend of the gods' descent the heavens and the myriad worlds in order to find a way out. But I'm different. I don't think that changing the universe's future will succeed. It's impossible to change. It's impossible to change from the beginning. Messiah's voice was extremely calm. The general trend of the universe is a torrent of fate. It was simply impossible to go against the heavens. The best way is to follow the general trend and find a chance of survival for our bloodline creatures. Lin Hongfeng's expression instantly tensed up. It meant that the ancient gods and the others had made the plan for the arrival of the god of destruction, changing the future of destruction by increasing the variables. And Messiah, who was Hermes back then, strongly opposed it. She felt as if she had caught on to something. She sighed and said, Messiah, in the ancient wizard vocabulary, means a savior. Perhaps you've already planned for the future, and your true intention is to descend into this era, however, can we really find another path of survival that belongs to us? Stand on the side of the god of creation, take advantage of the situation, and survive. Lin Hongfeng felt that this was a terrifying ancient scheme. In the end, she sighed. She didn't really understand it herself. She looked at the people beside her and knew that they were moved. Wushan Palace can't be without a master. I can't leave. If you want to follow me, I can pretend that I didn't see you. In the end, someone had to stay in Wushan Palace. After all, it was a huge force with tens of millions of disciples in the 7 realms. If she, the master of Wushan Palace, chose to betray him, it would be difficult to protect and deal with the remaining disciples. They would be implicated. Not seeing the choice was already the biggest concession. Even so, she would probably be punished, but she believed that the friendship between Pan Yuxian and Mother Earth would protect her. Hera took a deep breath, stepped forward and said, "Uncle Messiah, is there really a way out for the future you talked about? Is there any hope?" Mu Yuling said. Great Emperor Messiah meant a lot to Wushan Palace. It could even be said that Wushan Palace would not exist without Messiah. They could follow him, open up new hope, build another bloodline arc, and retain a trace of their inheritance. However, there had to be a path of hope and a goal. Since he didn't agree with the path of the ancient gods, he had to find a way out for the bloodline creatures. That's the general trend, and we can't stop it. If a mantis tries to stop a chariot, it will definitely be destroyed. It's better to blend in and become a part of the new life," said Messiah softly. "Hey?" Hera was stunned. Possession? But how could he become a chaos creature? This was impossible. They were not of the same system, so it should be impossible to possess them. "Yes," Messiah said indifferently. "Everything can be possible." In the Dharma-ending age of bloodline creatures, bloodlines were non-existent. But now, bloodlines could still be preserved in the form of thousands of worlds outside the universe. In that case, there must be a way to achieve the impossible possession. We can disguise ourselves as their kind. How? Hera asked. When the age of chaos truly descends, we'll lose all our power and become mortals. We won't even have the power to disguise ourselves. They don't have any bloodline, and we don't have any bloodline either. Messiah looked up at the sky as if she was looking at an ancient fellow deist. That person believed that the glory of us bloodline creatures cannot be lost. We would rather die than to keep our bloodline, and I think that this is too extreme. His personality is too idealistic and too overbearing. If we want to continue, we have to pay some price, such as our roots. Abandon the bloodline and cut off the bloodline. Hera and Mu Yuling's bodies trembled. What kind of spirit was this? It seemed that Hermes's compromise back then seemed soft, but in fact, it was another kind of extremely strong decisiveness. It was a battle with his back to the water. The two ancient existences stood at two ends, but they had both chosen a path of no return. Chapter 1344. We understand. At this point, Hera and Mu Yuling bowed respectfully. The two of them stopped in their tracks and looked at the black-robed, black-eyed young man. He knew that the great sovereign Messiah, Hermes, the god of wisdom, had used some means to fake his death until today, but he had never changed his original intentions. He was still Mercury, the god of wisdom who had given wisdom to the people in order to continue the fire of civilization and open the way for the future generations. This was enough. He didn't need to ask too much. Even if there were difficulties, dangers, mountains of daggers, seas of flames, and a narrow escape, so what? There were too many geniuses and geniuses on the side of the ancient gods, and too few on Hermes' side. It was not important to have him on the other side, but Uncle Messiah's side lacked too many talents. No matter what, he had to walk to know whether he was right or wrong. If the ancient gods really lost the bet and the entire line collapsed, Messiah might be the last spark, the last arc to save civilization. How are we going to get out? Mu Yuling said after some thought. Hera said, we can only kill our way out. It's not like we don't know how strict the dojos of the rank 7 heavenly court are. Strict inspections, no mortal living beings are allowed to be brought into the inner space. Even existences of our level have to go through a strict approval and notification process. After all, this was the deist right temple of the 7 realms heavenly court. Although the 9 revolutions mysterious art, demon cores, and the bloodline of the entire clan were no longer as important as they were in the past, they still had strict confidentiality measures to prevent the leakage of the bloodline. Mortals and even rank 8 gods didn't have the right to leave. Even the most trusted core factions of Deo actualization titans like them had to go through a strict inspection before they could leave the sect and reach the chaos heavens in a short period of time. After all, they usually didn't go out with their main bodies. Now, they were traveling through their avatars in the heavens or through quantum small televisions. We have to report it and go through the proper procedures. We can't just sneak past the southern heaven gate and leave peacefully. Hera shook her head and said seriously, first of all, the registration process is very cumbersome. The few people who are going out must be reported and confirmed. An immortal official will also arrive in advance to review every person who has reported before they can go out. Emperor Messiah was exposed as soon as she came. She was discovered to have not died. The inspection is indeed strict. After all, the bloodline cannot be lost. Mu Yuling sighed as well. We can only pretend to get close to the South Heaven Gate unintentionally. After all, our identities are very trustworthy. We can keep getting closer and then suddenly break out, she said. Charge out of the South Heaven Gate and arrive outside the Dao field of the Chaos Heavens. This was the only way. However, the success rate was also very low. This was because the two of them were only incomplete rank 9 Dao existences. Although their combat strength was already top-notch, there were many powerful Dao existences comparable to them. But we still have to go out. Speed is the most important thing in war. No, Hira made up her mind. If we delay any longer, we'll get the news that Great Emperor Messiah has faked her death and come back to life. That'll be terrible. He didn't hesitate, and there wasn't much to pack. He casually prepared and went into battle. Have a safe journey. Lin Hongfeng was silent for a moment. The three of them were the only members of the Wushan Palace left. If they failed, Mu Yuling and Hira would probably die. She would be the only one left. After all, the immortality of the universe era was relative. This was a power that controlled all the heavens. If the other party killed all the bodies of your heavens, you would die without a doubt. Unless... Not only do you have a clone in this world, but you also have a body hidden in the universes of other heavenly powers. However, such people were very rare. At the same time, they had hidden their identities in both heavens and mixed in. At the very least, it wasn't something they could do. Lin Hongfeng couldn't help but shout. Don't die! Didn't you two say that you wanted to eat chicken tips? I'll treat you to some next time. Southern Heaven Gate. Immortal Qi was ethereal, and immortal palaces stood tall. From afar, one could see many powerful heavenly gods standing guard. And behind the lofty bronze door was a slightly spinning spatial vortex. It connected to the space outside the Dao Sanctum, which was the land outside the Chaos Heavens. The surroundings were peaceful and quiet. Lin Hongfeng and Hira slowly approached the South Sky Gate. They called over the general guarding the gate. We need to report that we're out. The general who was guarding the place was a powerful heavenly deity. He glanced at them and suddenly laughed. So it's the two martial gods of the Wushan Palace. They're going out. When are they going out for? 2 great cultivators were enough to make the guards respect them. Furthermore, female powerhouses were extremely rare. We're going to. Shira's expression was slightly serious, but she suddenly raised her hand and knocked out the guard. The next second. Buzz! The sky above the Southern Heaven Gate suddenly shook with a golden color. Huge golden sparks bloomed in the sky. As expected, there are methods we don't know of that are testing this place. Hira's expression gradually darkened. Those guys' methods are too disgusting. Layer after layer of protection, they've become an iron fortress. The two of them moved faster and faster. They had to act quickly. Otherwise, if a group of Daoist cultivators attacked them, it would be difficult for 2 of them to fight against 4 hands. 2 heavenly deities, the expressions of the surrounding generals changed. Kakat. They raised their hands and suppressed all of them. All kinds of Dao techniques were unleashed. Under the Dao, gods were like mortals and ants. He strode away. He had not even taken 2 steps. Rib. The sky was violently torn apart. A golden radiance sprinkled down. Hira, Mu Yuling, your Wushan Palace actually? A furious roar came from outside. Hira slowly turned around. It was the long-lost incense celestial god, the greatest enforcer of the Southern Heaven Gate, the Thunder Emperor, the god-slaying Celestial Emperor, and the others who possessed endless magic power. Empyrean god Joss Flame. The 2 women's expressions changed slightly. Let me do it. A man with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out of Hira's consciousness. He sighed slowly and looked at the heavenly soldiers in the sky. What a familiar scene. Back then, at Mother Earth's Peach Banquet, all of you were familiar with the faces of the heavenly soldiers. Some of them still exist, while some have disappeared. The golden gods that filled the sky were slightly shocked. The Thunder Monarch and the others looked over with shock and anger on their faces. They felt a strong sense of unease as this was too bizarre. They couldn't help but shout, Emperor Messiah, as the remaining wool of Hermes, you haven't fallen. What is the meaning of this surprise attack on our Southern Heaven Gate? Chapter 1345. Su Ji turned around and looked at the Thunder Monarch, Long Yuming, and the others. They were the first batch of players, and their minds and thoughts were gradually consumed by the incense. The incense was poisonous. The more power of incense one used, the more serious the assimilation would be. Back then, most of these people's consciousness had also been eroded. In the later generations, although the side effects of incense were completely resolved, they had already lost many things. He was already more rotten than people like Nub and Pheasant Age. He no longer had the ability to innovate and was completely stuck. He was already half a Joss flame god. Now, although they were all 9th-rank Deo cultivators under the worship of tens of billions of 7th-rank transcendent beings and had endless physical strength, they did not have the ability to advance and innovate. Thus, he was only in charge of the security of the celestial heavens and did not reveal his talents. It's been a long time. Great Sovereign Messiah slowly raised her head and looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals standing on the golden clouds. She smiled and said, "When we met at the Peach Garden, you were young and brave, but now you're old and stubborn." Long Wuming's expression was gloomy. There must always be a sacrifice to open up a Deo path. With a senior opening up the Deo path in front of us and overcoming all the obstacles, only then will it mature. Although we didn't want to sacrifice ourselves, we also contributed to the maturity of the system of incense and dragon veins. If it weren't for the forerunners who tested the system and perfected the flaws of the incense system, it wouldn't be so perfect and without any side effects. They did not do so willingly. However, in that desolate era, where there was no cultivation system for transcendence, one could only open it up by themselves. Thunderlord laughed and said seriously, "Great Emperor Messiah, you have trespassed into the South Heaven Gate without permission. Although we don't know why, please surrender. We are waiting for His Majesty to come and discuss. With your prestige, you can discuss with us if you want to go out. There is no need to use weapons against us." Messiah shook her head. "They won't understand what I want to do. They have different ideas." Long Wuming, the Thunder Monarch, and the others looked at each other, a trace of confusion flashing through their eyes. Although they had rotted and almost exhausted their potential, they were still players and knew many things. Great Sovereign Messiah had fallen back then. How could she still be alive? Then, why did he fake his death? At this moment, the era of the heavens had arrived, yet he barged out of the celestial heavens at such a coincidental time and directly rebelled. What was the reason? It was probably a very long and mysterious history. Back then, it was said that Hermes's death was killed by the moon goddess Ge, but it was not that simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to escape from the ancient gods of Buddhism and the heavenly court. Their spirits were lifted. "What do you want to do?" Long Wuming asked. "This isn't something you should know." "No." Messiah shook her head and left with the two of them. Long Wuming's expression changed slightly. "Do it." Boom. They suddenly attacked, and a monstrous divine might filled the air. No matter what, he had to capture and suppress them first. He couldn't just let them go. Whoosh! The gods and Buddhas that filled the sky shone with golden light. They wore golden armors and held all kinds of divine weapons. They leaped up with unimaginably terrifying flames, as if the ancient universe was about to collapse and be destroyed. Hera's and Mu Yuling's expressions changed slightly, and they were ashen. "Kakat!" Messiah waved her hand gently. The sky trembled as if it was a vast Xiangxia-style ink-wash painting of gods and devils. It was quickly ground flat by a large hand, turning into a piece of white paper. The gods and Buddhas in the sky all disappeared. Almost all of the incense gods were wiped out in an instant, not even having the consciousness to resist. This! Thunderlord, Long Wuming, and the others were shocked. They didn't make a move. If they did, it would be difficult for them to escape the same fate. "You!" The Thunder Monarch's voice was low and hoarse. "You hid your power. You might not have been Messiah from the beginning. A trace of your remains gave birth to intelligence. Could it be that you have left behind some of Hermes's remaining power and have hidden it until today? What is the reason?" "I came for the heavens." "That's right, if you don't die, you can be reborn from the ashes." "Is that true?" Messiah led the two of them out of the southern heaven gate. Her voice came from afar. "You should also start cherishing the last of your lives. It seems like the god of incense is eternal. However, when the universe enters the age of chaos, the extraordinary power in your bloodlines will be lost, and you'll all become ordinary people. The incense that was built on the extraordinary foundation will also disappear completely. You will no longer exist." As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder God, Long Wuming, and the others felt as if a large hammer had struck their chest. Would die. We're the first to die and suffer. How could they not know? After all, the incense god was not a living being. Other people could enter the heavens and become saints, but they had already lost the ability to move forward. They could not even become saints in the heavens. Other people could escape from the heavens and continue the glory of the bloodline extraordinary system, but it was very difficult for them. They were the Joss flame gods, and the Joss flames were poisonous and had already been eroded. It would be very difficult for them to become living beings again and cultivate the ordinary extraordinary system in other heavens to vindicate their Deo. Is there no other way? They suddenly looked into the distance in a daze. At the beginning, they still had to fight, but now they were silent. The system of the Joss flame god was already extremely mature. The heavenly troops that had just been killed would be revived very quickly and besiege him again. But now, he was completely hesitant. He didn't have the intention to make a move. Is there really no other way? They asked again. Who knows? Deo paths are opened up by humans. Messiah was calm and left completely. In the empty heavenly court, a few people stood there alone, their hearts in a mess. After a long while, Long Wuming slowly said, as expected of that man from back then. He represents wisdom and surpasses Bai Xiaosheng. He made us lose our fighting spirit with just a few words. Not even half a day passed. Dichi, who was far away in the heavens, heard the news. Mother Earth, Green Vine, the chariot of Mount Akina, and the others quickly returned to the Seven Realms Celestial Heavens Dojo. Messiah resurrected. What's going on? Not only Meng Mei and the others, even Dichi was suspicious and surprised. In their eyes, the Seven Realms Heavenly Court had been impregnable for thousands of years, and there would not be any changes, let alone unknown mysteries. But now, the backyard was on fire. Such a strange thing had happened. Could it be that the old Hermes, Dichi expression was not calm? Go and find the palace master of Wushan Palace, Lin Hongfeng. I have something to ask her. At this time, the ancient god who had been missing for a long time slowly reappeared. Looking at the desolate South Heaven Gate, he mumbled, I didn't expect him to have such a backup plan. He actually revived in this era. Was he referring to Hermes? Everyone's mind was in a mess. Could it be that this ancient existence had not fallen? Chapter 1346. An ancient god. In the desolate heavenly court, there were traces of shockwaves everywhere. The surrounding saints and ministers all stood up respectfully. At the same time, there were too many questions. Why did Messiah betray and escape? Could it be that he knew that the ancient gods would harm him, but the two of them were not allies from the past? Like the others, they also thought about the more profound reason for Hermes's death, whether it was simple or not. It's just a difference in philosophy. The ancient god simply said, I didn't expect this to happen, but I don't want to get involved. You can deal with it according to the rules. Now, it's the age of the young. I can't control it. I can only pave the way for you and let you create some glory and possible miracles. The ancient god had also left. It was extremely simple and out of everyone's expectations. He had only come to take a look and left without looking back. Dichi frowned slightly, the meaning of his words was already very obvious. Not even half a day had passed. A warrant for arrest appeared. All the cosmoses, flowers, grass, fish, and beasts under his command had received the wanted notice. Arrest Messiah, Hera, and Mu Yuling. Their identities have been removed by Wushan Palace, and all their bodies in the heavens have been killed. Betrayal was the most serious crime. Even though the saints of the universe were said to be immortal, that was only relative. This was because the heavens under his command were all under his control. As long as the bodies of all the saints in the universe were eradicated, it would also mean death. Just like the saints of the previous universe, they killed the bodies of 9 universes and really died. Although there were many of them, the principle was similar. The news soon shook the outside world. Because this was the first all heavens extermination order. Previously, the heavens and realms were a mess. They were scattered and there was no overall coordination, so it was difficult to really kill someone. But now, the heavens were divided into several well-organized forces. The saints were very curious and started discussing it. After all, it was a rare major event in the vast universe. Being wanted means being killed. Ever since the heavens era descended, there hasn't been a true saint that has fallen. Now, the first one has appeared? However, this is only limited to a single heavenly power. If the other party escapes to another heavenly universe, it will be difficult to kill him. After all, they were not under their jurisdiction. Although the heavens aren't truly undying, there are too many universes. Every universe can have a reincarnation, and it's very difficult to clear them out one by one. Some saints were very rational and pointed out this point. There were also saints who were curious and tried to reason, I don't know why they betrayed us. Did they offend some existences? Or some fortuitous encounter? Or did he create a new forbidden universe? In their eyes, the enemy of their enemy was their friend. Since the clan Heavenly Court wanted him, the powers of the universe nearby would probably choose to accept him. After all, he was a high-level member of the other party, and he could obtain a lot of information. However, something that confused them even more happened. It wasn't just the clan Heavenly Court, even the Pillar God Heavens, the entire clan Heavens, and the Netherworld Heavens had issued wanted posters with similar bounties. This confused all the saints. It's said that although these civilizations are enemies, they all started from the same force. They came from the same civilization. I thought it was just a rumor, but now that they're both wanted, I'm afraid it's true. If he offended one of the heavenly planes, he'd probably only be wanted. Right now, I'm afraid he has offended the root of this civilization, which is why he is wanted by all of them. Someone guessed. After all, they also vaguely knew that the reason these organizations were so powerful, had the advantage of being the first to attack, and were frantically attracting talents was that they had known about the arrival of the era of the heavens a long time ago. They had struck first and seized the initiative. It was not surprising that they came from the same lucky civilization. However, something even stranger happened. The Mother Stream civilization in the Moon God season also issued a wanted order at the first moment. We've already obtained their true spirit imprints from the clan universe. Once they're discovered to have snuck into our universe, kill them immediately. At the same time, there's a reward for 3 people. Once they're captured, they'll be rewarded. When this news was released, all the sages were even more confused. Although the Mother Stream civilization was also a civilization that had taken the initiative and obtained the prophetic stone tablet, it was obvious that they were not on the same path as that civilization. The two sides were very hostile. But why did both sides tacitly issue a warrant? Did they all know Messiah? And why was this person wanted as well? This news completely stirred up a huge storm. However, an even stranger thing happened. Even the last demonic heavens, the power that represented the Cosmos Garden, started to issue bounties and reward them. Who is this Messiah? Other than the small heavenly powers, why are the powers that obtained the ancient prophecy and set up the era in advance all wanted? There's no place for him in the universe. There must be a deeper reason. Messiah. Why did he betray and escape? Could it be that he knows something important about the prophecy of the meteor shower in the universe? The mysterious mysteries of the heavens. Countless saints cried out in shock. At this moment, the saints of the 270,000 heavens in the vast universe were all discussing and even searching for it. Now, it was divided into the greater worlds and the smaller worlds. The great heavens were all rooted in the Deist Right Temple and were extremely huge and vast. As for the 10,000 small worlds, they were filled with weeds that grew on the barren land. The capacity of the universe was very small, and its potential wasn't great. Everyone in the universe is discussing it. Even the natural heavenly Deo is starting to know about this. You can imagine the impact of this Messiah incident. Meng Mei sighed as well. They also began to study the possibilities. They had also consulted Lin Hongfeng and obtained some clues. The few of them came to a conclusion and deduced the cause and effect. They vaguely grasped some things. They had different ideas. He was obsessed with the bloodline and guarded the glory of the past, but Hermes wanted to abandon the bloodline. So that's how it is. We've found the final truth that was shrouded in the fog. Hermes is in existence in the camp of the god of creation. Soon, the racer of Mount Harana pondered for a while before finally posting a new post on Earth, which caused quite a stir. The reason and possibility of Messiah's betrayal. The truth of Hermes' death back then. Chapter 1347. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone could guess that the current situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, it was really difficult to figure out the details, so he could only rely on the racer of Mount Harana to explain it. The racer of Mount Harana did not bother hiding anything and said, "First of all, let's sort out our previous thoughts. Why did the god of destruction come? Why did the universe come into being? This is the root of all. The racer of Mount Harana explained. The answer is to let the god of destruction descend and change the destined future of the universe. Using one destruction to resist another, using all the universe to resist chaos creatures. No one could deny it. This was something that they already knew. The beings from the ancient era were bold enough to want to continue the era of bloodline beings that was about to be destroyed. Thus, they secretly planned the arrival of the god of destruction. However, this was an extremely crazy idea. They were clearly one of the few civilizations that had observed the god of creation, but instead of worshipping him, they wanted to plot against him. What kind of treason was this? Yes, it looks like a great treasonous act. The racer of Mount Harana's voice was cold. However, isn't this also a part of fate? Heaven is one of the 49, man is one of them. The escaped one had the ability to change the future. We control the destiny to change the future. It may seem like a great treasonous action, but isn't it just another kind of destiny and coincidence? Changing the general trend was also a kind of fate? Many people were shocked. Perhaps, our choice to change the future was originally part of the predestined future? Everything seems to be changing, but in fact, it is destined to change. Just like how we have this idea now, and even doubt my own idea the next moment, is it also destined? Many people were panicking. The theory of destiny was a little scary after all. Whether it's fate or not, that's another matter. The racer of Mount Harana did not wish to dwell on these idealistic concepts. After all, fate and karma were very difficult to explain. In short, I have to say that this is the best way. To defeat the general trend of fate and the god of creation, we can only use the god of creation from another time and space to fight against it. The racer of Mount Harana said, a long time ago, the god of destruction's arrival was planned by these few existences. The mother stream of the moon god season, the universe garden of Renemansky, and the Buddhism of Hermes and the ancient gods. The three great forces and four existences are all planning this. The racer of Mount Harana, first of all, we can see that Hermes did not approve of the descent of the god of destruction plan. He was on the side of the god of creation and opposed it. No one refuted this. After all, Messiah's words had revealed this. He once opposed the god of destruction's arrival and observed existences that did not belong to this era into this space and time. The racer of Mount Harana replied in a serious tone, based on the current situation of the heavens, I can make a bold guess that the four existences back then all had their own ideas. Hermes's philosophy is that the general trend of the universe cannot be stopped. It is better to find a way to integrate into it, cut off one's own blood, and use some method to disguise and become a creature of the new era, or even cultivate a new biological system. Follow the general trend and survive. It's like when the ocean becomes harsh and unsuitable for the survival of fish, the fish will ruthlessly cut off their scales and fins, step on the shore, and look for a new environment. That's why Hermes did not agree with the arrival of the god of destruction and strongly opposed it. The remaining three still want to carry out the god of destruction plan. Although we don't know what happened, the conflict must have been getting more and more intense, because we have seen the final result of Hermes. I'm afraid that while the ancient god was asleep, moon god G was an extremely proud person and directly fought Hermes in an attempt to eliminate him. In the end, he succeeded. This might be the real reason why the moon god G killed Hermes. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that it made sense. A battle of ideas. As Hermes was in the god of creation's camp, he did not agree with such a crazy idea. These few people in front of him were actually going against the heavens, going against the general trend, and preserving the system of the bloodline civilization. Regarding this point, perhaps the ancient gods also knew about this, but they might have already kept quiet about it. As for Renemansky, he's in a deep sleep and feigned death to avoid this, so he's keeping silent. Soon, the racer of Mount Harana explained the truth behind Hermes's death in a clear and logical way. They had different ideas. This might be the final truth. As they grew up, they had experienced several speculations about Hermes's death. At that time, they guessed that it was because of the fight between the blood of eternal life and the god of creation. However, as civilization progressed, they were all overthrown. In the end, they finally learned the truth of the cause of death as their knowledge was completely broadened. Or perhaps, the silence and temporary retreat of the ancient creatures had led to the fall of their friends. It was also because of their guilt that they had given preferential treatment to Messiah, Hermes, and all the previous eras. The racer of Mount Harana replied, my conclusion is, Hermes was the one who cut off the hidden bloodline. He wanted to abandon his bloodline and think that his bloodline no longer existed. He should push out new things and find a new path for the future. The remaining three are the bloodline inheritance faction. They're madly using the universe to build a bloodline universe to preserve their bloodline. The players were shocked. How wonderful was this? What a terrifying madness! Since it was the end of the universe. Since it was the twilight of the gods. The universe is so big that there's no room for creatures with our bloodlines. Then, we will create a universe that belongs to our bloodline, one that can accommodate our bloodline. Is this the truth? I love you. Incomparably overbearing and crazy. I have no words to describe it. It's simply too domineering, it's really something to look forward to. Since no one in the future universe can accommodate us, we'll build a universe that can accommodate us outside the universe, the heavens. It's called the heavens, but in reality. Mang Tian. They were completely shocked by the overbearing power of these existences, which was unprecedented in history. In the age of chaos, when the gods were at dusk, there was no place to hide, so he created the heavens to continue. The racer of Mount Harana replied in a serious tone. The era of bloodline creatures has been around for 14 billion years. Over the long years, we have never truly resisted nature, because nature cannot resist. We used to sit in a circle in a cave, study how to cultivate, study the laws of nature, and resist the 5 curses of heaven and man. However, we have declined and fallen from generation to generation, and we have never been able to resist fate and the universe in the true sense. It is too vast, and human strength cannot defeat the heavens. I'm a grain of sand in the vast ocean. I mourn the moment I was born, and envy the endless river. Even a powerful saint is just a speck of dust in a trillion. However, at this moment, after 14 billion years in the universe, we are going to completely resist the great universe. This is the true meaning of going against the heavens and nature. The racer of Mount Harana replied, humans will no longer live with the major powers. No one will be able to protect us from extinction. Only we can write the final hymn of our civilization. We will use our blood to change that despairing future. The last hymn? Many people murmured this sentence. How heavy was this sentence? Our time is too vast and long. We don't know what kind of stories have happened. We've finally come to an end, but we're not willing to put an end to it. The racer of Mount Harana, right now, this is a crazy move. Man will conquer the heavens. If it's really like what the stories say, to go against the heavens and defy the Dao. These 4 existences are the ones I want to change the future. At this time, someone suddenly asked, you said that not only Hermes has his own ideas, but the other 3 existences also have their own ideas on how to survive the twilight of the gods in the future? Yes, according to the current situation, except for Hermes's god of creation camp, although the 3 of them have the same general idea and continue their bloodline through the god of destruction's descent plan, they are actually different. Everyone was shocked and quickly asked what the difference was. The 3 of them should have reached an agreement in secret to implement this crazy plan, but there were also subtle differences. The racer of Mount Harana thought for a moment and said, first of all, the moon god season's concept is to escape from the cosmos, the mother stream civilization, fly high into the universe, reach the misty atmosphere, hide among the creatures of the chaos ocean, and build a god kingdom in the sky, dividing the rule into 2. The mother stream civilization that we're looking at now is exactly like this. The higher they fly, the thinner their spiritual energy will be. They will reach the chaotic atmosphere at the peak and become gods. A god in the heavens? Just as everyone was mumbling. Su Ji was deep in thought and felt that this idea made a lot of sense. The racer of Mount Harana continued, the concept of Renamansky Gardens is the Fort Dispel sect. They want to build a humongous human-shaped battle fortress base on the ground. They want to fight head-on and wander around. This is very much in line with the violent and tough character of iron-based life forms and evil gods. In the end, they would become indescribable, and unrecognizable great old evil gods, and rulers of the great old. It would terrorize the chaos creatures of the new era. Standing at the top of the food chain, ordinary chaos creatures would find it hard to resist. This is an earth god. Old god. The great old one. A god on earth? Everyone was shocked. He was indeed a ruler from the old days, an old god. Although their power could no longer be found in the universe in this era, they had been preserved in another way. Su Ji was also pleased to hear that. He felt that it made sense, and Medusa could give it a try. The racer of Mount Harana continued, as for the ideology of the ancient gods, it's even more overbearing. It's simply insane. Chapter 1348. At this point, the racer of Mount Harana had already opened the door to a new world for everyone. Moon God Ji's target was the god in the sky. He advocated that they should not fight the other party head-on. Bloodline creatures directly flew into the distant thin atmosphere. From the looks of it now, the Mother Stream's universe was indeed developing in such a way. Rainiminska, target, god of earth. Advocates living on the same land, gathering into a super doomsday war fortress, and living in it. From the looks of it, the development of the evil god heavens, the cells of the heavens, where countless heavens and worlds gathered to form a vast living being, was also in such a process. The old god. The great old one, just as he had intended. But now, his thoughts were completely clear. The heavenly planes were developing on their own, using their own ideas to deal with the apocalypse. The twilight of the gods descended to welcome the arrival of the day of death. Killing the hidden bloodline. Escape from the universe faction. The Dushi Fortress sect. These old factions were all there to resist the universe's destined future. The heavens from before looked chaotic, but there was a hidden thread that kept everything in order. Right now, the lifelong realm ship is clearly no longer of any use. We've already seen from the God of Destruction's universe that the longevity world is also destined to be in the general trend. Since it's in the general trend, it can't be changed and it's hard to resist. Therefore, in this era, we urgently build new arcs to welcome the end of the era, to welcome the fall of our bloodline, to be sealed, and the opening of the 11th step. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible. I schemed against the heavens in order to defeat one of its sons. Everyone was already in a heated discussion. Although he didn't have any great abilities or tyrannical combat power, he was still a keyboard saint. Wasn't it normal for them to discuss national affairs and the future of the heavenly planes? Just like before, there were many people discussing and analyzing on the internet about another border conflict in a certain country. And a discussion was a good thing. The racer of Mount Harana could only sigh as he replied in a serious tone, I've already analyzed the few sects above clearly. In fact, even if I don't say it, you already understand the ideas of the ancient gods. After all, we are already living in this civilization, so we understand them the most. You can infer from this. Everyone nodded and started to analyze. After all, the descendants of the ancient gods were the ones making the most moves. The evil god heavens of the universe garden occupied a corner and kept an extremely low profile. They didn't like to fight for power and were seriously developing their own cells. The Mother Stream civilization seemed to be high profile, but they had always been committed to researching the Mother Stream's ancient energy tree and how to fly higher. Only the side of the ancient gods was unimaginably big, and their forces occupied almost 80% of the entire universe. They were undoubtedly the giants. Under his command were the heavens of the pillar gods, the heavens of the entire clan, the heavens of the netherworld, the heavens of the clan celestial heavens. The heavens of the netherworld occupied the important ports of the 5 universes. He had a big family and a big business, and all of them occupied favorable terrain. It seemed like they had settled down and were staying here for a long time. What were they doing? It was already very clear. Protect the emperor, hide, and replace the dukes. The Huangtian emperor's father said, create a devouring type pseudo-Dao universe and then devour the 9 great cosmoses. Serious face. Young Master Yi, the heavens are dead. The heavens shall be established. He can be replaced. Many of the netizens' comments were direct and direct. The racer of Mount Harana smiled in relief upon hearing their words. After nurturing you for so long, you're finally mature players. He finally spoke on his own, and no longer needed to be persuaded by himself, carefully pointing out the meaning behind it. Not bad. The racer of Mount Harana broke into a fatherly smile. That's right. This is the heavens plan. It's called the heavens, but in reality, Mang Tian. Other existences are all running away, but the ancient god is a peerless brutal man. He chose to fight head-on and replace the other. Without a doubt, this is the most difficult path. In fact, we are completely clear that the god of destruction's camp has 3 different concepts. Now, the division of labor had been clearly divided. The ancient gods were responsible for fighting as the main force. The evil god and the Mother Stream will act as auxiliary support. If we fall, we will activate their 2 escape routes, the gods above the sky and the gods below the ground, to continue the glory of the living beings with bloodlines. The racer of Mount Harana concluded. This is a perfect plan. I'm afraid that it has been carefully planned many times before it was finally formed. When everyone heard this, they only felt that it was extremely exciting. All of them were linked. The three parties had different ideas. Yet, they complemented each other. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was powerful and needed to be savored. Only these old monsters, who had lived for an unknown number of years and were as intelligent as demons, could have such earth-shaking means. They were envious and felt that this was really admirable. The racer of Mount Harana, by now, everyone has already understood. After analyzing the cause and effect, it is very clear what Hermes is going to do. There was nothing wrong with that. Without such a careful analysis, no one would know what Hermes was going to do. The cause and effect were very important. The racer of Mount Harana, we're done talking about the past. Now, let's talk about the future. Now, Hermes's means were not simple. He was afraid that he had faked his death, or that his remnant soul had lived to this day and reached the heavenly era. At this time, he was still realizing his own ideas and standing in the camp of the god of creation, trying to find a way to integrate himself into it. However, his thoughts were in conflict with the other three. The ideas of the other three existences could complement each other, but he was standing on the opposite side, trying to adapt to the general trend. If we want to go against the general trend, there will definitely be some friction. He wants to walk the path of no bloodline. He wants to integrate into those huge chaotic creatures and become one of them. We don't know if he can do the same thing as Dichi when he mixed into the ancestral wizard heavenly court. However, we don't know what to do with the current situation. Renemansky and Moon God Ji have unhesitatingly issued a warrant for their capture. This shows their attitude. Now, we can only wait and see. The racer of Mount Harana was also trying to figure out what Messiah was up to, but he could not figure it out. After all, that was an unknown realm. How could she sever her bloodline and disguise herself as a new creature? He did not know. Without any information, it was hard to deduce. The evaluation of the great event of Messiah's escape had come to an end. Chapter 1349. The evaluation of the car speed of Mount Harana had come to an end. However, even though the incident had just passed, the players on the forum were still unable to suppress their excitement. As they followed the train of thought of the racer of Mount Harana, they also became excited and became Conan. After all, every review of the racer of Mount Harana was extremely exciting and revealed unbelievable information. The players who had been observing the evil gods all this time said, "I'm a member of the front-line border sentries. I've been observing the evil gods. They're few in number and have been researching, keeping a low profile in the dark. I'm afraid they're really researching the life forms that gather the heavens. I didn't think so before, but the more I think about it now, the more I think so." Su Ji browsed through the comments page by page. He had a strange expression on his face as he read their discussions. What was this? It's just your imagination. After all, this was how people were. At first, they didn't think so, but after someone gave you a hint, you would think in this direction and feel that there were all kinds of clues. You guys are giving me psychological suggestions. Su Ji shook his head. On the forum, Yuan King Hua, a player from the Mother Stream civilization, quickly came out and publicly said, "I didn't understand it before, but now that I think about it, it's true. The Mother Stream civilization has been focusing on cultivating the sky system, wanting to fly higher and higher. He's flying so high. He's obviously trying to take the wandering Earth route. I actually didn't notice it. To be honest, the Mother Stream system is very difficult to complete. The difficulty of flying is the greatest among all the universes, but with the help of Rongcheng, a talent management expert, it was only possible. The Mother Stream civilization has absorbed 70% of the new generation's talents. Do you dare to imagine? Do you guys think that Moon God Ji had already schemed against Rongcheng and pulled her into his team?" Many people were having a heated discussion. Some said it was just a coincidence. Some people said that this was Moon God Ji's scheme. After all, what kind of person was Moon God Ji? He had been hiding in the dark and had long set his eyes on Rongcheng, the only expert who could find a large number of talents. Su Ji scrolled through the forum page by page. After reading many comments with countless likes, he slowly closed the forum. The direction of the Mother Stream civilization, perhaps we can really do this, maybe. Su Ji cupped his chin in his hands and thought about it. The Wandering Earth project? It's quite interesting. He laughed and didn't care anymore. He snapped back to his senses and looked to the side. At that moment, the few of them had fled high up in the sky. They were standing on the vast lands of the chaos heavens. They were surrounded by barren gravel and there was no sign of life. There were some ancient dark red ruins with broken walls. Although it was said to make the entire universe green, this was obviously unrealistic. Although the membrane of the universe was not as large as the universe itself, it was still unimaginably vast. Even the planets in the universe were unable to take root and rule over them. As for the chaos heavens outside, it was difficult to traverse them. In fact, if a saint didn't perform a space jump and just flew step by step, he wouldn't even be able to travel 1/10,000th of a multiverse in his lifetime. Right now, there are only a few coastal gathering places and some land with good spirit veins developing in the universe. The rest of the places are just barren land. However, there are still many saints wandering around the coastal port area, Mu Yuling said seriously. It's not safe. My personal suggestion is that we head inland. That's right, the universe is too vast. If we randomly find a pit to live in, it'll be the same as finding a planet in the universe. It'll be hard for the other party to detect us. Shira was also very serious. The two of them suggested that they escape from the populated areas. After all, they were wanted by all the worlds. Even some small forces in heavens wanted to capture them. Whether it was to receive a reward or to capture them for interrogation, they had no good intentions. The means left behind by Hermes might be very powerful. However, they were at most saints. Moreover, the saints of the old days were already being eliminated from the universe, and many of the foundations of the old days could not be used. Many powerful ordinary saints had given up their dojos and given their nodes to the other party's plans to use in exchange for a place to enter. You're right, Messiah said with a smile. No matter what, it seems like we have to enter a less populated area to be safe. However, we can't enter because we have to develop. The two of them were stunned. After thinking carefully, they said seriously, wealth comes from danger. If you stay here, do you have any ideas to develop? That's right. I wonder how much of your old methods you've saved? The two of them hesitated. The predecessor of Messiah was Hermes. Perhaps they didn't really lose too much of their old knowledge, or they might have guessed in advance that he was going to meet with a mishap before they died and left a backup plan. If this backup plan was hidden somewhere in the chaos heavens, leaving behind some precious resources, it could also resolve the current urgent situation. After all, he was too poor now. He was poor and broke. The three of them were walking alone in the desert. A backup plan. Messiah thought for a moment and suddenly said, of course, there's a backup plan. However, as you've guessed, many of the old saints' backup plans are no longer useful. After all, some of the saints' cultivation sites and resources are no longer valued and have been replaced by the new system. The two of them sighed. Great Sovereign Messiah continued, however, even though some of the resources from the old days cannot be used, and I have never kept them, I still have a backup plan. What backup? The two of them were filled with anticipation. Although the decayed resources of the old days were no longer of much use, they could still save him in the present. Do you know what I was called in the era of the Great Old Ones? Great Sovereign Messiah suddenly said. Hera was also from the magic potion era. She had traveled the world with Uncle Messiah, so she naturally would not forget it. She answered seriously, the first Great Lord of the magic medicine era, the Great Lord who was in charge of the garden and wine, Messiah. Yes, a garden tour and fine wine. Leading the two of them, Messiah walked further and further away in the desert. Facing the yellow sand and mud, she looked up at the sky. I still have one of the old gardens. Garden? Leaving a garden as a backup? The two of them suddenly found it difficult to understand. Yes, in some old garden courtyard. The right to control, that's right. Messiah's expression was extremely calm as she looked at the sky. That sliver of hope. Since you have a new chance. Now, it's under my control again. Boom. Messiah's palm suddenly pressed on the ground. The white jade-like arm pressed against the universe wall, as if communicating with some ancient existence and will. Whoosh! The sky began to shake violently. A mysterious aura slowly approached. Space began to distort. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything entered a mysterious state. It was as if thousands of years had passed. All of a sudden, a tall and vast illusionary figure slowly walked over from the distance, carrying an indescribable majesty. The god of creation, Shira, covered her mouth in shock. Chapter 1350. At the edge of the netherworld, the port of Fengdu. This place occupied the most prosperous and favorable terrain. It could be said to be the core hub of the entire universe. It was accessible in all directions. Countless guests from the various heavens exchanged information, traded resources, and formed secret alliances to establish sects. In the myriad world era, it could be said that they were made up of miniature universes. It was somewhat similar to the gods and deists of the small space, each ruling a subspace civilization land. However, this was no longer a subspace or a small world. It was the universe. A universe with completely independent laws. There were more than 10,000 heavens that were stationed here, and each of them had planted spies and intelligence networks here. It could be said to be a true paradise full of green. There were grasslands, mountains, rivers, beasts, and towering green trees. Among these giant natural creatures, some fine bacteria could be vaguely seen coming and going like hard-working bees. A saint suddenly looked into the distance and sighed, "It's not far away." There was a golden fish farm near that training hall. The fishing in the past was the origin of the civilization on this side. I heard that the wanted Messiah also came from that dojo. It had been extremely sensational recently. As a result, the number of heavens in Fengdu's port had increased recently. Many worlds were approaching, hoping to find traces of the other party. Many saints had come here to search. Unfortunately, after searching around, there was still no trace of him. How can it be that simple? Some saints sneered and joined in the conversation. The chaotic lands are too big. The other party is deliberately hiding, and we don't have their aura. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he appears in front of you and me, hides among us, and chats with us, we may not know. It wasn't to say that a sage's search methods were useless. They didn't even have the aura of Messiah, so how could they find it? There were only portraits and faces. This was the easiest to change. It was impossible to rely on one's face to find the other party. It was said that Messiah's aura had not remained. After all, it was said that she had fallen 10,000 years ago. No one had expected her to come back to life and kill. The other party had also searched the path they took, but they didn't leave behind any traces. It was obvious that they had extraordinary means and were prepared for this. I don't know what crime he has committed that he's wanted by all the heavenly planes. Don't tell me you're betraying humanity by angering the masses. Some saints were extremely intelligent and had already guessed some of the possibilities. After all, the situation at the front line was tense, and the heavenly Axiom's camp was naturally a greater threat. Betraying our side. That's a possible reason. A saint laughed and said, "However, Su Fan betrayed us previously. Although he became the public enemy of mankind and was already the godfather of the heavenly Dao, he didn't have such reputation. At the same time, there are spies who have betrayed our human bloodline. Why are you hunting him down?" Everyone looked at each other. With their intelligence, they naturally guessed it. For such a large force to be mobilized, it was likely that Messiah had not only betrayed the camp of the human race's heavenly Dao, but she also knew the core secret of the universe's heavenly Dao. She was a great threat. In fact, if they really escaped, the harm they would cause might even lead to the extinction of the human heavenly Axiom's camp and put them in great danger. That was why he was so wanted. At this moment, they were also looking forward to it and wanted to find the other party. What was the secret that he had? It was most likely a secret regarding the ancient Chaos-verse reign. In fact, it was a great force that could destroy the human camp. It was precisely because of this that countless saints and the will of the heavenly path that had informed the heavens of a universe came with all kinds of strange thoughts. Right now, the major factions and civilizations in the various heavens that had grasped the opportunity to make the first move were too enviable. They had originally been a pitifully small civilization in the Chaos heavens, but now, they had soared to the heavens in one leap. How could he not hate her? Even at this time, the secrets held by these civilizations were coveted by countless people. Now that they had the opportunity to come into contact with them, no one would give up. Some saints and geniuses always felt that although the other party had grasped the initiative, it was impossible for them to be eternal. At most, they would dominate a lifetime and open up a new path. After all, no existence could last forever. Even if they had the initiative and a slight advantage, it would be overpowered by stronger successors as the era matured. In fact, this process might not even take 10,000 years before they were pulled down by a stronger native force. However, the heavenly Daos of nature are indeed a thorny problem. A saint muttered, there are ancient saints predicting the future. We humans might have already been eliminated in the Chaos Sea era. Although we're struggling, the future is not optimistic. It's not easy for us to defeat the natural heavenly Deo. After all, we're the dove that occupies the magpie's nest, while they're the orthodox sage whispers. There were too many monsters in the era of the saints. Although they didn't know that this was a fake general trend of the Chaos Sea, they knew that humanity's end was not far away. They might be Palea beings that were about to be eliminated. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sadness. At this moment, the entire 9UN universe had gathered together like never before. Due to the strong pressure from the external enemy, the internal struggles had almost completely disappeared. Whoosh! All of a sudden, all the saints felt their hearts tremble. All the heavens and universes under his feet were trembling slightly, as if they were afraid of some terrifying natural enemy. It was an indescribable feeling of trembling. It was as if an ultimate cosmic life form at the top of the food chain, a complete and perfect universe, was looking down on these pitiful and incomplete lambs of the universe. Voila! The chaotic land in the distance trembled slightly. Kaka! All the heavens trembled violently. In Fengdu's nature immortal realm, all the human beings who controlled the rules of the universe raised their heads and looked up in shock. What's that? Someone couldn't help but shout. All the individual saints and the will of the Great Path were stunned. Many of the saints who were still chatting and discussing how to develop their own universes suddenly stopped. All the living beings looked at the origin in the sky. It was an unimaginably vast phantom. The natural phenomenon of the universe that blotted out the sky like a mirage, and a rainbow slowly condensed with the wind. The wind is blowing? They felt a strong repulsive force from it, just like the strong repulsive force from the universe under their feet. The other party seemed to be nature. It encompassed everything, and there was a kind of all-encompassing, inconceivable shock that encompassed all their matter and energy. That is. What was that? It has descended. A startled and intermittent voice came from somewhere in the crowd. In the face of such an unbelievable phenomenon, their three views were somewhat subverted. In the huge heavens, countless saints couldn't help but look into the distance. They couldn't help but take large strides forward, following the panic in their hearts. A sharp will of the Great Path let out an extremely solemn voice that spread throughout the entire universe in his body, informing all the saints in his body, "I've never seen such a variable before, and it makes me feel like I'm facing the vastness of the entire universe. It has never happened before. If there are some changes recently." The will of the Great Path looked into the distance and muttered, "I'm afraid this phenomenon is related to Messiah, who has just escaped." Who exactly is the other party? What terrifying secret does the other party have? Let's go. We'll hurry there. In another corner, the longevity saints were also stunned. Phew! A branch of the mother stream hung in the sky, swaying like an umbrella-shaped transparent jellyfish. The jellyfish's rope was connected to the dock of a universe's Deo field. It was absorbing energy and preparing to set sail at any time. Rong Cheng was in a daze and knew more than the other longevity sages. She suddenly murmured, "This aura, I can't be wrong." It was very similar to the god of destruction, but it also gave off a completely different feeling. Don't tell me that he's the leader of another universe's chaotic reign. Why is there another universe leader? What other secrets are hidden in that ancient prophecy? He was already at a loss. In a certain area of the netherworld, Rujeoji was also holding the venerable sovereign's hand tightly. It's the being who escaped and is wanted. What did that creature called Messiah take away? Or, do you know something? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a wanted criminal, he didn't know how long he would have been kept in the dark. Perhaps, this incident could help her uncover a corner of the truly mysterious and ancient history and understand some ultimate mysteries. Her breathing was a little rushed. She was excited, nervous, and all kinds of emotions were mixed together. She felt younger. As expected, he had been killing all this time, slaughtering and suppressing one era after another. Now that he had changed his way of life, his dusty heart was full of vitality. But the venerable sovereign shook his head and said, "This is a deeper secret. It's hard to understand. It's not good to know it in advance now. You'll understand in the future." "Your Majesty," the big octopus and a few players walked over. They were a little nervous, as they knew what the aura was. They had never expected this. The racer of Mount Harana had just analyzed the collision of ideas in the past. While he was still wondering what Messiah was doing, she had exploded and caused such a huge commotion. He was simply caught off guard. The venerable sovereign was also silent for a moment. He shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, the ancient god, I'm afraid you didn't expect this either. The enemy's backup plan has actually seized our deepest source." The players were silent. Pheasant G was stunned. She lowered her head and thought about it seriously. What was the origin? It seemed to be extremely important, and was the foundation of the original civilization? Hualala! Everything was surging. Fengdu, who is far away, has already sensed the aura and is rushing over. Hera was anxious. There's no use in being anxious. Great Sovereign Messiah's expression was calm. She stood on the vast land and looked up at the sky that reached the clouds. That towering figure was like an ancient divine dragon that could make a wish. Everything was an equal exchange. It's pity that it's still a concept that exists in the dark. It's extremely fair and just, without a will of its own, and there's no resistance at all. However, it's the Dao Yi that's originally gathered from the thoughts of all living beings. It was the realization of the laws. But of course, if the universe has its own private interests and a self appears, that would be the worst thing. Messiah sighed and looked at the god of creation in the sky. She said softly, "It's been many years since we last met. I want to take back the authority that I temporarily left with you." Boom! Boom! The god of creation's cold eyes slowly looked down at the three people in front of him.